Hello, fellow H-word. I'm not allowed to say on YouTube, apparently. Welcome to the OCA podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is my good old friend, Retard. Also, something I've Random 11 is with us.
Hey.
Greenline is with us.
Hello, hello.
And Foodnum is with us.
Meow.
We may have a guest joining us. I'm not sure. He's tired. If he doesn't join us now, he'll join us next week. We'll see. Oh fuck! I'm dying. All right, so I'm gonna die this stream based on how things have gone.
Death live stream gone wrong.
So I would just like to say,
a little Goatse goes a long way.
Well, I don't know how we keep doing these, oh shit, it's been 2 weeks, better do a show, right? That's not been planned. This show was supposed to be weekly, but somehow in the last 2 months, I have both destroyed my spine and taken a bunch of time off work and off of doing the show. And then immediately after our last show, remember we talked about we might do a show on Tuesday because there was so much to cover that I just wanted to push it to next podcast. Let's just make that Tuesday, right? So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then boom, let's do another show on Tuesday. Well, instead, I got the goddamn plague immediately after the last podcast. And I was at death's door. You could probably still hear in my voice that I'm not healed because I have been hacking up a lung for 2 straight weeks. And it's amazing that I'm here tonight. And I got to tell you, with my wife just started a new job, our schedules are all over the place. It's a miracle that we're having this. So I implore you, if you want to support us, to join the OCA Podcast Patreon. Get us to more than, I know, 420, it's hilarious, but we got to get a new number in there, right? I want it to be
Let's go for $6.90
a month. And then if you want to take the liberal way out where you kind of pretend to support but don't actually have to lift anything or house migrants at Martha's Vineyard, you could fund this Patreon. You'll probably never get charged. There's more ways to support us. Direct donations through PayPal on the website here. Apparently I changed this to numbers at some point. Oh no, it still says anal per month. I still need to make this podcast clip so people understand that. So there's the Patreons. You can support us indirectly. Look, I want to teach you a really cool thing you can do. If you go to our Amazon link and bookmark that shit, when you type in Amazon, it'll autocorrect to our affiliate link. And then every time you shop from your computer, you will be supporting us at no extra cost to you. A lot of stuff in here I probably should have double checked before. Also, you can do that with Amazon.ca if you're Canadian inclined. Also with Right Stuff and Humble Bundle, even though, to be honest with you, I haven't got into our account on Humble Bundle in months because it's going to a 2-factor authentication on my old phone. Also, there's other ways you can do it. But moving on, I would like to remind you that our one and only Greenline has put out another new video.
Thank you.
I encourage you to check it out. Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to put it in the comments, in the chat here, so that you can open it in a new tab and watch it later. Don't watch it right
Obviously, don't watch it right now. We need the watch time for the podcast.
Although, supposedly tomorrow, YouTube is about to roll out some new thing about reducing the thresholds for monetization. So maybe watch times in the near future won't be as big of a deal.
So you're saying Greenline can meet his goal quicker?
Yes, that might very well be
nice.
possible. So it's also
He's
possible
at
that
800 hours or so.
Well, it's also possible that they're just going to have it go through
Increase
shorts.
it more.
That you're just going to have shorts as a way to monetize before you get the other one. I don't know. Anyway, that is a thing. Also, I'm glad to see that my Google search of the plural of honky is still
Remember that
said the word. We're demonetized.
I would just like to point out, I messaged this, YouTube would not post it, so I couldn't pin this comment. Apparently, it is posted on Twitch. Maybe I'm banned off Twitch now for it. Anyway.
Oh my, yeah, because they
right.
banned the C word.
Yes, that is what I typed.
Not the one you're thinking about, but yes.
All right, so getting into some things here. I want to talk about some stuff with Daman Mills really quick. So, I was supposed to share this last podcast and completely forgot to. One of our audience members in the Discord had shared some messages between he and a friend, and basically they were at, and this is the proof here, getting a
Collecticon.
They were at Collecticon and they got a signature from meeting. And one of them says, I didn't know that Erica was a Daman Mills supporter. She was talking about working with him and how she loves him so much, right? So they overheard this in line to get their autograph. There was a guy talking to her, getting his Luffy pop signed, and she was working on a Legend of Zelda project with him, referring to Daman Mills, right? And then they had said, she's not even supposed to say that's NDA breaching, potentially, right? Unless it's Breath of the Wild 2. But even then, no one is supposed to know. I don't think it was that, but it's him directing, meaning Daman Mills is directing a Zelda project, right? And they said, yes, bro, I can 100% confirm this. They heard it with their own 2 ears, right? Now, I just want to point out.
Is it a fan hentai?
Yeah, I think it's probably a fan project of some sort. But I'd like to point out this DM, remember the fabricated DMs, it just lends a little bit of credence to the idea that these aren't fabricated. Just a little tiny bit.
That's
right?
actually... Oh, yeah. Okay, you brought that up. Never mind. Go ahead.
Because the Zelda Informer, remember Daman Mills had messaged Tracy, can't text? Why not text me? ZeldaInformer.com/news/Kickstarter for Majora's Mask replica, right? So
I was literally just about to bring that up.
So he's a fan of Zelda. It makes sense that if whatever this project is, fan-based project, whatever it is, that he would be involved in something like that, right? So it actually, ironically, kind of lends some credibility to the DM that has supposedly been fabricated, right? Just throwing that out there. Now, I've got something else to showcase to you that is a million times more, what's the word? Alarming? Not alarming. Eye-opening? Judge for yourself. I've got something else. My autism has reached critical mass. Now, before I go into this, I would like to showcase to you a couple clips here of things that we specifically said when covering the accusations against Daman Mills. Now, look, let me just say, although I think that the evidence provided, the receipts, so to speak, are pretty damning, I will give benefit of the doubt that there might be other things in the chat logs. Duncan claimed he wasn't leading him on, but a couple of the replies were, I don't think he was intentionally. Just to be clear, I do not believe for 1 second that Duncan was intentionally leading him on. But I do believe that it is a defense, maybe not a legal defense, but a defense from Daman Mills that he could believe this person was pursuing a relationship with him in a state where he could theoretically have gotten laid and it be not against the law, and that Daman Mills is completely delusional to not realize this kid was straight, right? And all that stuff. Look, it's possible that there's some bi-curious stuff in the chat logs that he didn't produce. I don't know. Look, so I'm going to just say, as I said with Vic, as I said with everybody else, go to court. Last podcast, I pointed out that there's a lot missing from the chat logs, that they take place over several years and they are selectively provided. They were selectively provided to ANN, meaning that there could be comments from an hour prior, a day prior, whatever, that might might show that Tracy / Duncan was maybe a little bi-curious, maybe outright gay. I don't know. There might have been things going on. We don't know. Okay. Regardless, the stuff that we saw was pretty alarming. Yeah. Look, I think that there is some truth here. It felt fishy to me last podcast. I think that I don't know Tracy. I don't know any of these people. It's possible that he was, kind of very low self-esteem, not somebody who stands up for themselves and was easily manipulated by Daman Mills. It's very possible. It's also possible that he, as we will look at, slept with guys a lot, not in a necessarily a sexual way, but the way that Daman Mills said, I just want to go back to the way things were, laying in your bed, caressing your hair, watching funny shit together. I miss that. While I agree that this entire situation is disgusting, I've been a victim of situations where no one digs for the truth. I don't give a fuck about clearing his name or anything like that. I'm not trying to clear his name. I'm just saying that I think that there is more to this than we currently see.
I tried stating that earlier.
Okay, just to be clear, I think there's more to this than we currently see, and I don't want anybody to get married to the narrative when it turns out that stuff does come out and it paints a different picture. I want people to just be prepared for the potentiality that it could change. Okay, so I'll remind you that we were skeptical of this from the beginning, and that doesn't mean that Daman Mills didn't still, I've got them right here, actually, why don't I just showcase? That doesn't mean that Daman Mills didn't do all this stuff with the you hootie Nathan, what 6 more months, then my turn, BRB raping you all. We're not at all pulling away from the fact that these things are still there, right? We talked about this picture of Brian and Tracy, or that might actually be Connor. I don't even know, but the point is the laying next to each other, so to speak, and we pointed out the clearly luggage in the background. It looks like they're probably on the floor in a hotel room, possibly at a con or whatever. It certainly doesn't absolve Daman Mills of his "I'd kiss him but" pedophilia regarding Maddie B, right? So, but we did mention that from his accuser's side, it seemed like there was probably some things being held back in the story that was being presented. And then immediately everything kind of crumbled and fell apart once lawyers got involved, right? Now, you guys remember, we talked about this post. Anybody got a lawyer that would take a look at something for me for free? And in the comment, just ask Reddit lawyers, easy peasy, right? So when I first saw this, can we not? Like, when I first saw this, of course, I looked at r/legal advice, where you would go for legal advice, and I couldn't find anything, right? And I couldn't find Tracy's username on Reddit. So his username is go-to name here, for hetero, as I like to call it, Fort Hero, right? So I looked that up, and reddit.com/user/4hetero there's no account by that name. But then I found this post, which says, on my birthday in 2013, I just wrote for an hour straight. It's basically just venting and such, but I wanted to share it so everyone, so if anyone is genuinely interested and wanted to take the time to read my ramblings, go here. Lol, Tumblr, haha, yeah, but it would mean a lot to me if you did. Anyways, thanks guys, sleep well. I'm really out of it at the moment, so I'm going to bed. Now, this link says twilk.tumblr.com. Tracy Wilcox, TWILC. So I said, what the hell? Let's try it. Bingo! I found his Reddit account. Now, if I go to submitted, I can confirm it's him. Short Spidey cartoon, right? This is the one with Spider-Man has titties. right? That's his YouTube. The one about, these are basically confirmed it's him. It goes to his YouTube channel and everything, right? But I don't see anything here regarding legal advice. However, when I go to his comments and I go to the final page, deleted by user, thank you for your advice in lawyer talk. Fucking found it. And of course, now, first of all, this is it. Posted to lawyer talk to find those Reddit lawyers. This sub isn't for legal advice. Thank you for your advice. That's how dumb he is. So let's take Reddit and switch it to Undit. That's how you see deleted posts. Seeking legal advice about a cease and desist. Submitted 6 months ago by Tracy. I am seeking some free legal advice, preferably from a lawyer, about a cease and desist I was issued. I will provide more information upon contact. Hey, this sub isn't for legal advice. Okay. Hey, at least he went to theoretically get to a real lawyer after that, right? So, okay. That's not very interesting. Except his comment history on a post titled, Straight People of Reddit, what's the gayest thing you've done? Well, for some reason, he felt the need to do 3 separate comments. Now, look, I just want to point out, I followed Tracy ever since we got his docs. I have notifications turned on. I see what he posts, and I just kind of see it from afar. He very much seems like the kind of person who would lie on social media for likes and attention and whatnot, potentially. So take this with a grain of salt. But again, we are trying to see if there was any potentiality that he was potentially leading Daman Mills on. Here's his response to what is the gayest thing you've done. I've kissed/made out with a lot of my guy friends. I'm just curious, straight guys of the panel, have you kissed or made out with a lot of your guy friends?
No.
No.
Not a lot, but 0.
I was gonna ask. More than one.
Not a lot, but not 0.
Any less than 2. Anyway, it says, I've kissed/made out with a lot of guy friends. That's about it. Then he has 2 more comments. I've been drunk a number of times and gone up to one of my bros and said, yo, give me a kiss, dog. And slipped some tongue straight into those masculine mouths. What's a bro job, For the record, kissing guys is gross, in my opinion. They have hard, aggressive lips and typically some facial hair. All in all, it makes for a pretty platonic and unsatisfying experience. I'll kiss my dudes any day, though. Girlfriend consenting, of course. Now, I got to ask, did he find Daman Mills' lips aggressive and masculine? Or whatever he said? I don't know. Like, is this the response somebody gets after
seeing as though this is the guy who does the backup voice or is the backup voice for Frieza, I would say he's not very masculine.
He also
at all.
Hold on, you judge him too quickly because he also voices Monaka.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. How terrible of me.
Now, do you think those lips?
Damn, those are some good lips. Like, I don't know.
Anyway, so he goes on to say even more than this. Also, my best friend to this day spent the night once about 10 years ago. I would also like to point out, this is 5 months ago. This is after he made the post asking for lawyers to give him some advice. My best friend to this day spent the night once about 10 years ago. We were both trying to sleep on the sectional couch in the living room. He asked, quote, would it be weird if I jerked off under the blanket in here? I said, no, dude, just don't come on the couch. I then decided I would jerk off too.
What the fuck?
I heard
motherfuckers go to the bathroom. Damn it. Like, how hard is that?
I heard him shoot up on the other end of the couch. I shot up too. I asked, surprised, bro, did you finish? He was startled. He asked, yeah, what did you? I said, yeah, but that's more like a high five than a gay experience. Boys will be boys.
Yeah, that's like the top 10 straightest things I've heard.
That's the straightest thing you can do with your bro.
Define heard him. Did it sound like an unclogged? Like a clogged up?
I don't know. Did he sit up or did he just? So again, there's a third comment. I don't know what to tell you.
All I can imagine is when Damien did this. If this is supposedly one of the people, if this is supposedly Damien, one of these dudes, right?
Well, no, I don't know. I don't think it is.
Okay, thank God.
I don't think it is because he says
Damien
my best friend
as like
this day. He's probably referencing Brian.
Well, thank God, because all I could picture was Frieza ejaculating all over. Like...
I picture fucking Shinji with Asuka, but it's Frieza's hand.
I picture that picture that you scrolled by of Frieza on that One Piece account the other day.
Oh.
Let's not talk about that, so it doesn't have to go on the doc. So here's his last comment. One time, this same friend and I were on acid when we lived together.
Wow.
We were tripping hard, and after a while, he started ranting about something. I was pretty sure he was trying to tell me that he was in love with me. I left conflicted and confused because of the acid. I was like, what then? Should we like cuddle? So he was like, sure, I guess. He laid down on his bed and I started uncomfortably spooning him. After a while, he was like, dude, I don't know. I'm not into this. Is this what you wanted? And I was like, no, bro, this is weird. I thought you wanted this. We then laughed, confusedly high as fuck. And then we never talked about it again. So again, on the one hand, it's like, I don't know, this Tracy fellow is a little gay, right? But on the other hand, is this the kind of behavior that a super straight, oh, thank God I never went along with any of it, Daman Mills masturbated in my bed next to me. Is this the kind of thing that those experiences would cause somebody to do? You don't know. I don't know. So here's some more fodder for the could go either way camp, but I don't know. I felt like sharing that. Effing Anime Addict says, I don't know many, but it sounds like after they were done, they gave each other a high five. Hooray.
There comes stayed strong hands, just like
it's like when
blood brother pact.
Yeah, I was gonna say the spit in the hand and handshake, but it's the Shinji hand. Gross.
Oh.
Anyway, that's it for that. Thank you for coming to my how can we drag this out longer TED Talk. In other news, Street Fighter 6 has recast Ken's voice actor Reuben Langdon, seemingly over political tweets. Now, I would just like to ask you guys, how many days ago did I message you on Facebook saying, I just checked out Reuben Langdon's Twitter account, and this dude is pretty based?
That was a couple days ago.
It sounds like 3.
Like literally the next fucking day he's fired over his based tweets. I cannot believe I literally just got done telling you guys, and then he's in the fucking news. Oh, RIP. So in case you missed the Street Fighter 6 character reveal earlier this week, a small but missable change was that David Matronga is taking over as the voice of Ken Masters. This normally wouldn't be that big of a surprise, as voice actors often change, but it appears that Reuben Langdon was removed from Street Fighter VI due to public posts that touched on political issues. The former voice of Ken Masters from Street Fighter, was this 4? Yeah, from Street Fighter 4 in 2008, all the way up to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate in 2018, has been replaced, possibly due to what some say are problematic tweets. Reuben has shown nothing but class responding to the news in tweets posted today. Quote, I am sad to no longer be the voice of Ken because he is a character dear to my heart. There are many lessons here in this situation. I tried my best. This should say empathetic. I'm sure he did not mean to say empathetic. I tried my best to be empathetic to people on all sides, but I must be myself no matter what and continue on my own journey. He added, quote, hopefully the next actor will take the character to the next level and the audience will continue to love the legend that has become Ken Masters. Shoryuken! So the Twitterati are, as expected, celebrating his release. Reuben Langdon is no longer the voice of Ken in Street Fighter VI. Please let Dante be next. This man is lost, said one user. So he's the voice of Dante in Devil May Cry as well. Another user said, man, I would love it if Super Smash Bros. Ultimate retroactively recast David Matronga over Reuben Langdon as Ken, now that we know the latter is a problematic person.
Wouldn't it be funny if they made like an expansion or a new Smash game and brought back Reuben Langdon despite the recast?
I hate the word problematic now. Like, they've just turned the word
Seriously.
into this, like, just gunk that they
Are
throw
you
on
fucking
you.
serious? There is a review over here for Ghost Energy Drink. I thought this was a fucking ad because literally today I went to the grocery store the other day and they no longer have the 2 for $4 deal. So I'm spending more. So I went on their website to try to buy some and there's a goddamn review from 7 hours ago now. This is weird. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you as you're talking about the word problematic.
Yes, it's just like gunk that they want to throw on you, and it's like, oh, you're problematic. We can't
Just
deal
because
with
you think differently.
Problematic is a
means you're
code
problematic now.
word for not one of us,
Yeah.
not part of the cult.
At this point,
Right.
yeah.
So old tweet screen caps from Reuben confirm he appears to have been anti-COVID lockdowns, anti-forced vaccination, and pro-Republican. Well, let's take a look at these, shall we? Also, this is from, I looked it up, and yeah, Ken isn't voiced by Reuben Langdon anymore. We won! So, yeah, I guess there was a campaign against him that flew under the radar for a while there. So here's Reuben Langdon's tweet from the 19th of August, 1 month ago, referring to the Epic Times, who tweeted out, the Department of Defense has relentlessly violated the law and ignored their religious freedom. Right? So he is quote tweeting this. And I don't know if you know the Epic Times, but the Epic Times is a based newspaper that says things that CNN and Fox and all them don't say. Right? And I highly hope that they will join us for a sponsorship segment at some point. So Reuben Langdon said, as the so-called leaders of the world try to bend the agreed upon laws of the land, they expose their true agendas. Don't be a pawn in the control game. Know your rights and own your sovereignty. And then there was this one. This needs to be watched. This is what's coming if we let it. I don't know what this is a reference to. Something from the Monetary Institute. He says, the fork in the road is coming closer. Which path will you take? Hashtag Bitcoin. So, he's pro Bitcoin. Lynch him.
No.
Bitcoin kills children and rapes women. COVIDian cult. Hashtag Pfizer jab cannot alter DNA. New study from Sweden says it does. Reuben on the 9th of July said, these are not new studies. They were coming out almost a year ago. Nice to see people finally talking about it publicly, though. And then, show me proof where Trump said, storm the Capitol, and I will apologize. Now Trump does know. Should put a comma next time, Reuben. Now, Trump does know how to stir the pot and get people riled up. He is a con man. But it's a small group of a-holes who did the damage. Now we have to suffer with the loss of our freedoms, referring to, obviously, the January 6th incident. So I love this. They're like, looked it up, and yeah, Ken isn't voiced by Reuben Langdon anymore. We won. Wait, what's wrong with Reuben Langdon? What isn't wrong with him? Example. Nothing. It's his beliefs and opinions.
This would be like, what's wrong with him? And you'd see that he's like, he engages in cockfights. He's a animal abuser. He's a woman abuser. Like he's a
Child
wife beater.
rapist.
Yeah,
And it's like, no, none of those things whatsoever.
He has a different
at
opinion.
least with Vic, they tried to play what do you call it? What's that game that they play with the cards? 3-card Monty or whatever, or the shell game. They try to play like a shell game with actually providing any evidence whatsoever, and they just veil it behind well, he's anti-Semitic and he's rude to con staff and he's a rapist and a child molester. And, they just say things without actually having anything to back it up. So anyway, yeah. So you won for punishing someone over some stupid tweets. Yeah, I don't agree with what he said, but it's his prerogative, and they are just tweets. Seems unfair to fire someone over meaningless stuff. Look at all these people who are based as fuck. He also defended Gina Carano. I'm pretty sure he voted for Trump, and he defended Vic McTits out in the open at a freaking con of all things.
Yeah.
It was
Imagine
defending the cap. What's up?
Imagine having a different opinion. God.
They
The
say
audacity.
It was either defending the Capitol riots or being unvaccinated that did him in at Capcom. What a likable person you are. Anyway, so continuing here, he also defended other personalities deemed problematic, such as former MMA fighter turned actress Gina Carano and the Mandalorian fame and the voice actor Vic Mignogna. As these are the trifecta of opinions that those types of people look for, they are elated to find out that once again, someone's had their livelihood taken from them. And then I'm going to skip this because it's editorializing rather than news. But Reuben seems to be taking it well. He said, quote, "We are going through an amazing transformation on the planet right now. Many difficulties will lead to chaos and tragedy, but in the end, it is the overcoming of these hard times that will make humans shine once again. I am sad to no longer be the voice of Ken because he is a character dear to my heart. There are many lessons here in this situation. I tried my best to be empathetic to people on all sides, but I must be myself no matter what and continue my own journey. I do not own Ken. He is property of Capcom. I am happy to have added my essence to the different versions of him over the years. I was not the first Ken, and certainly not the last. Hopefully the next actor will take the character to the next level, and the audience will continue to love the legend that has become Ken Masters." Sure, right? So it's kind of the longer form version of what we looked at before. Mm-hmm. And then Karen Strassman, famed voice actor for
Colin,
this character, had this to say: "It is indeed an extraordinary time. Honored to be able to join together with all of humanity in growing unity within our wonderful diversity to create a world filled with more and more love and kindness day by day. You have my deep respect and support always, Reuben." So Karen's next. Right?
Right, I know. It's like, oh.
So
think
Anime
some
Matsuri will be
people-
happy to open their arms to you at their new dubbing studio.
I think some people are starting to realize, like, it will eventually come for you. Like, if you disagree with the mob, it will come for you. So they're finally starting to say, okay, maybe we should stand up now before the mob becomes uncontrollable.
Well, I think we're past that point. It's just that the mob hasn't been given the... Like, even if everybody were to stand up now, I don't think you would be able to take down the mob because it would happen too slowly and the repercussions would be too severe. It would really take everybody, I think, for the mob to not. I don't know. Okay, let me rephrase that. I think that in order for this to go off without incident, we would have already needed everybody to stand up. Is what I'm trying to say. There will be a conflict. I don't think the mob will necessarily win, but the damage done from the mob will be so significant that it is not going to be fun. Is what I guess I'm trying to say. Anyway, also, Luigi the Metal 64 says, who cares about Capcom these days? They scrapped the Red Sun from E Honda's stage. SNK at least cares about the fans. Oh, shit. Do we still have? Come on. Right here.
Hey, come on!
That's from SNK. Although they did delete that. I'm
Damn.
keeping it alive.
Yeah, keeping the spirit alive.
SNK at least cares about the fans. Nintendo and SNK should make video games together. Voice actors should really do their job. They can even give fans tips on voice acting. Barbara Streisand used her status to expect people to listen to her politics. Vic Mignogna is never like R. Kelly because there are no piss samples on the claimed victims. He's not like Shinji, is what you meant. The voice actors I met told me they are basically hired to voice the characters. That makes sense. They are willing to try out the dialogue I give them as they are given a translated script. Okay. You can warn fans about the bigots, but starve the bigots out of any attention and do not try to go up against them. Iori Yagami would have slapped those girls. He is known for laughing when he wins. Oh, Iori from King of Fighters. Cool. Anyway, do you guys have any thoughts? This is pretty fucked up for Reuben. He doesn't do a lot of anime. He has done some, right?
Yeah.
But not a lot.
He might now. Oh.
I literally
But,
just started.
I
following.
think. And now you have to unfollow him because he's irrelevant. No.
Tinfoil hat.
Yeah, that profile pic.
I don't know. He seems like a
I
cool
think
guy.
was it. Oh yeah. I really like his response to it because he wasn't like outraged or anything like that. He took the really moderate, peaceful route, and he also he was also not backing down his stuff like, oh, I'm sorry, I should have been spreading misinformation.
He
or
did not
something dumb
bend.
like
He
that.
gracefully
he's a
did
print-
not bend the knee.
Yeah, he clearly sticks to his principles, and I really admire that in person.
In fact, I want to. That's not the one. I want to like.
You
want
to out yourself on Twitter when people see your likes.
Fuck them. I don't give a shit. What are they gonna do? Stop me from working my job?
They're gonna prevent you from getting a Dante gig in Devil May Cry 6 if
Where do you
that ever
say-
happens.
There we go. That's the one. That's the one I want. Fuck it. I'll like all of them. Okay, Jesus. All right. Anyway,
Yeah, you don't want to discriminate.
do you guys have anything you want to share about?
No, I think we've covered it.
All right. Sit back, grab some snacks, because we have to cover a lot of bullshit regarding
Oh, I hated this.
Guilty Gear.
I hated this so much.
That is the wrong one. Give me one moment, though. Okay, got it. So once again, it has been a long time. Well, first of all, Vic McTits, huh? Well, I guess Ashley is really jealous because Vic has bigger tits than she ever will. Oh! All right. All right. So it's been a long time since last podcast, and some things have transpired, and some clips have been released on the Clips channel at very inopportune times.
What are you talking about? It was perfect timing.
Well, yeah, the day of.
Very topical.
I think it was the day, 2 days after. So Bridget, so I'm gonna read these because it's gonna give us a very interesting insight to some stuff, and it's going to bring us back up to speed, so nobody's left out. Okay. Bridget, seemingly being retconned into transgender in Guilty Gear Strive, described as cultural plagiarism by Japanese players. I am presenting these to you guys, by the way, chronologically as they came out. Okay, so this is even before the major bombshell news dropped or whatever, all the way back from August 18th. God, I wish I had covered this last podcast. Some Japanese gamers reject Bridget from Guilty Gear Strive being transgender, one calling it cultural plagiarism against traps and femboys. So this is kind of going back to what we were just talking about regarding people are starting to realize eventually they will come for you regarding the mob. And this is the thing I was talking about before when I had mentioned that this isn't a fetish that I have, but I can see how colonizing this fetish for representation purposes won't end here. And it sexualizes a character who previously, that's what the dojins were for. Anyway.
Okay.
As previously reported, Bridget was revealed as the latest DLC character for Guilty Gear Strive, a returning character. He was born in a village that believed male twins were bad luck. Rather than have one of their twins exiled or worse, Bridget's parents raised him as a girl. So this, again, was a choice by Bridget's parents, not his choice. Bridget's motivation in his initial appearance was to prove his village's superstitions wrong by acting as a man and bringing home lots of money through bounty hunting. Despite being raised as a girl and having a feminine build, the character is the epitome of a, quote, trap, defined as a young man in an anime that is easily mistaken for a woman by both audiences and other in-universe characters. In Strive, Bridget felt without purpose. I think there's a couple words that are somehow missing from here. I'm going to try to fill them in. In Strive, Guilty Gear Strive, Bridget felt without purpose after failing to bring fame and fortune to his village and prove the superstitions wrong. As such, his motive to act like a boy was now null and void. Not to mention potentially how he should act when returning. What? Again, this sentence has been altered in a way where they accidentally took out too many words. It looks like they use that stupid thing that's like how to remove words that are unnecessary from your, the ad you see for that stupid thing, for that grammar help or whatever. It's like they used that and it took out too many words. Anyway, so as such, his motive to act like a boy is now null and void. Not to mention potentially affecting how he should act when returning to, I don't know. I guess basically his compass for his reason for why he was acting the way he was has been removed. I suppose that's what they're trying to say. I don't know. Journalists and fans quickly latched onto how Bridget declared, quote, "I'm a girl" at the end of his arcade mode campaign in Strive, believing this was the character's declaration of becoming trans. It's because I'm a girl, right? Now this character refers to him throughout the entire game as being a little lady, and every step of the way, Bridget corrects him. I'm a boy. Actually, I'm a boy, right? And that happens every step of the way. And at this point, at the very end of the game, Bridget, when confronted about it again, just says, "Because I'm a girl," like, or whatever to this character. So it seemed as though this was this seemed out of character, right? Bridget's in-game profile also used she pronouns, and the character's male symbol on his habit, that's the nun headdress, was now an androgynous symbol, using both male and female symbols, sometimes erroneously attributed to a transgender symbol. We talked about this before. Cody had said, "Her, really? We're doing this?" Right? So they're changing the lore of the character to say her values, her parents, the first yo-yo from her father, her teddy bear, right? However, the arcade mode cutscene in question came as the mode's standard ending. Better performance unlocks different dialogue, and even an extra stage if all the prior ones are cleared flawlessly. The perfect ending has Bridget instead motivated to avoid changing for others, not wanting to lie to himself or his family, and wanting to be his true self. So when we previously covered this, it seemed as though he was saying, I don't care what the village thinks. I don't need to hide and pretend to be a girl around them. But now it's seeming as though they have decided that this ending means, no, I don't need to change for others. I don't need to be a boy. I'm totally a girl, lol. Boo woo. Even so, acting without fear of judgment could be argued as either acting like a woman as he was raised, no longer needing to prove himself, or as a man, no longer fearing backlash from his village. It doesn't make sense to me, though, about no longer needing to prove himself, because the only person he was trying to prove himself to was himself. You know what I mean? Like, there is no pressure. Changing for others, bitch, that was you, right? It just doesn't make sense to me there. And
well,
again,
he is trying to prove himself to the village, right? That was the idea.
He is trying to what?
He's trying to prove himself to the village that he can be successful as a guy.
So what I'm saying,
that was originally the idea.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't make sense that he needs to change himself for others to be a guy when the entire reason he was doing that was because he was being forced for the sake of others to be a girl. It just doesn't make perfect sense. The logic there is shaky at best. So real quick, Luisa64 says, ARC, referring to ARC system work, now bowed to the censors and bigots. Japan should have learned that censorship is leprosy. Censorship is clotting free creative expression. So censorship is clotting free creative expression. Ken Akamatsu should ban censorship from other countries. How can you prove that something was censored for another country without having authoritarian control over it? If you were to beat Guilty Gear Strive without losing around, Bridget will never change who he is after saying, Uchi wa otoko desu, I am a boy, in the beginning cutscene. Japan doesn't know what trans people is. Trans is Latin for cross. Japan uses joso, female clothes, and danso, male clothes. Cute is attractive in an endearing way. So they do have a trans community, LGBT community, with trans being included in Japan for sure. We'll talk about a little bit in these articles. Cute is for both sexes, having an arc or a pentagon head with tall, drooping eyes and no beard. You do not need to wear female clothes. You do not need to wear female clothes to be cute. There are ways to trap people too. Bridget having a girl voice as a teenage boy makes no sense. He would have to be infected by Eddie like he did to Tato. I have no idea who that is. I have never played Guilty Gear and really don't give a shit about this topic other than recognizing it as the canary in the coal mine for other things that will come from it, right? The entire reason I'm covering it is for that, and it's very annoying to have to devote the amount of time we're going to on it. Japan never uses wana nor trap when talking about female clothed males nor male clothed males. Yes, they use a specific term, otokonoko. Last time we talked about this, I told you guys I wasn't sure off the top of my head what the term broke down to. Otoko is boy. And ko, I said back then, is child. And that is true. And you would write otokonoko with the kanji for child to refer to a young boy. But when it's written with the kanji for musume, or daughter, otokonoko becomes male daughter. It means a masculine, like what do you call it? A biological male that acts and appears feminine, basically femboy. Okay? Arc sort of changed who Testament is. I don't even know who that is. They said he is a transcended human being. Musei, asexual, and Ryosei, both sexes.
He's transcend.
So it's interesting you bring that up. In this article, we're going to look at something. Even so, acting without fear of judgment could be argued as either acting like a woman as he was raised, no longer needing to prove himself, or as a man, no longer fearing backlash from his village. While Bridget's family did regret raising him as a girl, ensuring he had the best education out of guilt, how they view him now is also unknown.
Is that where the name comes from? Guilty Gear?
Regardless, longtime fans felt it was out of character for Bridget to want to be seen as a woman. Prior appearances had him trying to act like a man and be seen as one. When given further thought, some were also concerned that Bridget had essentially been groomed into being transgender from a young age for fear of persecution, and yet was being championed as positive for transgender representation. So yeah, it's pretty fucked up if you think about it, because like we've got like these uber liberal progressive parents, and we've all seen them, the types who are like, have you guys heard the stories about people who say like, it's just so discouraging. When our daughter was born, we got all gender neutral toys, gender neutral colors, but when we go to the store, she still runs to the Barbies. She still runs to the pink frilly dresses. Have you guys ever heard those like stories about people lamenting that their kid that they're trying to raise gender neutral just in case they turn out to be trans? Trans actually is, like, for example, my wife is not a girly girl, right? My wife is very much a bit of a tomboy, right? But my daughter is like the quintessential girly girl. Pink is her favorite color. She loves flowy, lacy dresses and glitter and all that kind of stuff. And that blew my mind. Never expected, that to come from mine and my wife's genes, because that's just not in our family much,
Well, I think it depends heavily on what they're exposed to, like the media that they watch, or if their friends are into pink and all that stuff.
Believe it or not, before,
you did the gender neutral raise?
No, but I just didn't expect her to, like, dude, I'm telling you, from the beginning, before she could talk, she was, it was pretty clear that she was a girly girl, so anyway, and God, it would be too anecdotal to go into all the details on it. Dude, why do you keep getting cucked out of the call?
I don't fucking know, dude.
StreamYard's being weird. Reese is echoing, and then I turned off his echo thing to try and fix it, and for whatever reason, when that happens, StreamYard kicks him out. So I won't do it anymore. But
just for the record, I'm not hearing any echoing. Okay, I'm hearing a little bit of white noise, but I'm not hearing any echoing coming from Reese. Just a heads up.
They're both was happening, but yeah. And in previous streams, it worked. All I had to do was toggle that setting.
So
for whatever reason, now it's kicking him out.
I'll try to pay attention and see if there's anything we can do. Maybe Reese, if you can do it to yourself, the setting change, maybe it won't kick you out. I don't know.
He just did it to himself, and it's still
okay.
I just did it to myself, and it kicked me.
I don't know. Anyway,
yeah.
So where was I? So as I was saying, like, I've seen like the TikToks and stuff where like, the kids are dressed in like sort of rainbow, queer style clothing, and the parent is there. And there's a kind of a famous one about a kid mentioning to the camera while his mom is right there, something to the effect of like, my mom's not forcing me to be trans, so long as I'm part of the so long as I'm queer, or something like that. Like something to the effect of I'm not being forced into transitioning. My mom doesn't care what my gender I identify as long as I'm queer. Right, as long as I'm in the LGBT community in some way, it's okay. And the mom looks at him like, what the hell are you saying to people? Kind of thing.
I'll tell you, little Timmy.
But when you look at the way she's dressed and the things, like her whole house is decorated, and you look at him, and it's just like, So anyway, what I'm getting
kids tell the truth more often than not.
they really do. And they tell the truth at very awkward places. Kids say the darndest things, as they say. Anyway, so what I'm getting at here is that that's effectively what's happened to Bridget in the story, is that Bridget was raised to be trans, quote unquote, raised as a girl, given girls' clothes, treated as a girl, given the responsibilities of a girl in society, effectively. And therefore, what you have here is a character groomed into identifying as the opposite gender, right? So that's kind of what they're saying here, is that it seems weird. In fact, I've got this one here. I'll show it now. This tweet was deleted. Hey, congrats, Lassie. Thanks. I'm glad that my family was right to force me into being a girl at such a young age because of a superstition, and that my journey as a bounty hunter to prove it wrong while showing my manliness no matter how I looked ended up being meaningless. Grooming is actually pretty cool. Yeah. So that's basically what's going on, right, in this instance. So coming back here. So like literally of all the characters to take and force to become trans, this is actually optically one of the worst if you look at it from the perspective of the lore, as far as I see it. Mm-hmm. While the English-speaking Western world was upholding or discussing if Bridget was transgender, Japanese fans of Guilty Gear, Bridget, and traps in general seemed to be different. One Japanese tweet collating websites Togetter and Esuteru, on Japanese... Fuck me. I don't know. You guys do not proofread your shit at Bounding into Comics. Japanese users seem to take Bridget's confession as identifying as a woman, a male daughter, otokonoko. That is the phrase that when they say this here, that's what they're referring to. Otokonoko. So they took Bridget's confession as identifying as a woman rather than being transgender, meaning a otokonoko. They took the confession to be identifying as an otokonoko. And as Luigi the Metal 64 had put, if you beat Guilty Gear Strive without losing around, Bridget will never change who he is and saying, Uchi wa otoko desu, I'm a boy. Right? So anyway, now all that's kind of out the window at this point. And spoiler alert. But it's interesting to hear Japan's take on this. So they said others tried to explain Bridget's mindset and showed the differences in the character's English official webpage and in-game bio compared to the Japanese ones. So I would just say this seems very much like a Western pressure on the game developers. That's how it reads to me. And you guys can come up with your own interpretation as we go on. But that's how I'm seeing it. It feels like the developers were, because they went out of their way to try to present Bridget one way in Japanese and one way in English, it seems like it was a deliberate push to try to play both sides of the coin, so to speak, right? Now, a Twitter user dedicated to showcasing bad and inaccurate localization in video games highlighted and translated far harsher comments from a Japanese message board. Well, let me turn off my night shift. Those users rejected the claim of Bridget being transgender as woke or polycore, a portmanteau of political correctness, and mob or mafia. While a few less serious comments and more base desires were also shown. So here's the comments from Japan. Wasn't Bree actually into women? Just being into cross-dressing does not make him a homo. Isn't Bridget's character that he looks, talks, and acts like a woman, but actually wants to become manly? Trans, yuck. Moe, cute appealing, ending up being mixed with LGBT is real unpleasant. Are the LGBT, crazy nut jobs via machine translation, screwing with history again? Entertainment is being ruined because of leftists. I can kind of get why they changed it. It's because my gender is male, but I was forced to be a woman would have been no good for polycore or polycore, political correctness. Which is ironic because changing it is actually worse. I can't get over how short-sighted that is. It's really sad that our Bridget Kuhn makes a comeback just so he can be used for some woke shit. Did he realize he's female by his boy pussy? No nun outfit, so I won't jerk up. Don't take his pee-pee. So these are the comments here that were it's the same thing that we just read, but the original version. Japanese Twitter user Akihiro Koyama, known as Wakarite on Note, helped explain why the change to Bridget was a far bigger deal to Japan than the West was given credit for. Their note post was translated by another fan through machine translation and several adaptations as, quote, 40 years of femboy, or a historical explanation of why making Bridget a trans woman is reactionary. Femboy is how the user translated otokonoko, male daughter. Okay. Writer's note. We used the same machine translation, that just means Google Translate without saying Google's name, for the following quotes, which produced different results than the Google Doc in some cases. Pronouns such as he and she can be used erroneously throughout machine translation. Now, they use the pronoun she in most of this quotation here. Where I remember to and whatnot, I'm going to try to use they just so that it's a little distracting, right? Because as they kind of drift back and forth behind whether the characters actually identify as male or female, and I think it's a little confusing. So I'm going to try to read it throughout this as they. But first, I'm going to address comments. Femboy would mean a boy wearing female clothes. There might be a mass girl or masculine girl where it might be a girl wearing male clothes. I still remember tomboy and tomgirl sort of existed. Boys can love girl characters and girls can love boy characters. They can still grow as different sex lovers. Okay. However, Japan has this history of seeing green as taboo or a new color. Is that why Pokemon was the green version in Japan? Boys love Sailor Moon and Pretty Cure. Only you love Pretty Cure. I've never met anybody. But are fine with only girls being Sailor Senshi and Precure. People can relate to different characters and stories. I do agree with the rest of the sentiment. I just don't think Pretty Cure is that great. Wedding Peach, however, I will fight you on being actually better than Sailor Moon. No group can own a color pattern. Anybody can wear any pattern. I see the blue, pink, and white pattern as a cotton candy flavor. Kids know that rainbows are separated light. Some kids, my kids know that. LGBT people makes no sense because you cannot be a same-sex lover and a both-sex lover as one person. I mean, if you're bisexual, you are technically a same-sex lover, right? If different sex lovers are not allowed, you will not allow both sex lovers. I think what you're trying to say is that the non-binary thing, bisexual, indicates there's a binary. Also, Sweet Hone Girl 95 says, are you guys going to cover the dubcast for Chainsaw Man in this episode? No. I'll have to catch that because I think that news just dropped. Yeah. Well, sometimes we do, but I'm pretty sure that just dropped. So I see it. God damn it, let me finish. Changing dialogue against the translation also results in the characters and story being changed. That happened to Ghost Stories in the Pokemon movies. ADV broke Piero's promise. regarding ghost stories, because no, they didn't break any promise. They had full reign to do that.
And research tells me that the Pokemon changes were actually from the Japanese request.
Most
mainly.
of what was changed by 4Kids was at the request of the Japanese licensors. All right, so let's find out the 40 years of Otokonoko, or a historical explanation of why making Bridget a trans woman is reactionary. So, basically, Bridget helped kickstart the femboy and trap culture for Japanese otaku since the early 2000s. Quote, Bridget is a character with the setting of a man who was raised as a woman for certain reasons, and they do not feel comfortable with their gender identity. Boy, this is going to be way harder than I want it to be. In other words, they do not seem to fulfill the requirements as a transgender. But this may be due to the influence of the trans rights movement overseas. It seems that the official has adopted the trans woman setting. To be clear, however, it is only reactionary to refer to Bridget as a trans woman. Japanese otokonoko culture and Western transgender culture are fundamentally different cultures with virtually no historical or cultural influences. I think they mean sharing virtually no historical or cultural influences, but I'm not sure. The author feels that to label Bridget a keystone in Japanese otokonoko culture as a trans woman is tantamount to cultural plagiarism. As I have said from the beginning, forcing Japanese companies to change for your Western values is colonialism. They explain while otokonoko characters had existed in manga since the 1980s, not counting cross-dressing characters played for comic relief with how blatantly they look like a man. Think of fucking what's his name, Sleepy in Mad Bull 34. With stop.
I'm thinking of that Canadian teacher. Oh, God.
Since YouTube has determined that it's apparently okay to just show it.
Oh god.
Case in point.
Oh, Jesus. Those weren't real nipples, YouTube. They're fake.
With Stop, Hibari-kun, seeing that character treated as and associated with being a pervert, but was a super beautiful boy. This translation sucks ass. I'm sorry. Try to just get the gist of it. The theme would become more popular in the 1990s. Thus, the otokonoko character in Japan began as a man who wants to become a woman, or in other words, as a story about a trans woman in today's parlance. The term transsexual, or okama, crossdresser, was used at that time, but it can be classified as a trans woman in the same sense that the character wanted to change her gender from male to female. In the 1980s, they were treated as perverts and abnormal. But since the 1990s, they have gradually begun to be treated as women and have established a position where they can be respected. The first wave of otokonoko culture began as liberation from one's natural gender. 4Kids changes in Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, etc. were because of the Japanese request. Explain that to me. Rice ball to a fucking donut. Really? Why? Because before anime was mainstream in the West, the Japanese companies felt that the cultural differences between the kid shows in Japanese versus what kids would expect and would latch onto and would make them heavy hitter, big, multi-million-dollar endeavors in Western countries would require them to be more accessible to children in the West.
More understandable.
So the Japanese changed things in the series in order to try to maximize the benefit of it, becoming a viral success or whatever you want to call it back then in the 90s, right? So the changes they made were basically, okay, there's guns in Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, we can't show guns in the West because TV directed at kids in the West doesn't
Finger
usually have
pointing.
guns. Think about it this way. In Japan, they have a full-on ban on guns. So having them in anime isn't as traumatic as kids watching it in the ghetto and hearing gunshots out their window, right? So these are sort of the ideas I think that the Japanese licensors had. And it's sort of similar to when Evangelion was first, the rebuild movies were first being dubbed by Funimation. And that third one had that incident where the audience reacted to it with just so much fervor and love for what was being presented to them. But that Studio Kara executive who was in the audience when they first premiered it said, "This is wrong. They're laughing and enjoying themselves when this is supposed to be a sad scene." You know, so they forced Funimation to redub the whole thing. So it happens, you know.
I consider Japan just overreacting and being boomers, but I now realize the Ava dub for 3.3 or whatever. Do you think maybe they were laughing because they vocalized the hell of it or zoomerized it? You know,
it depends on your definition.
Maybe
of
we did dodge
it.
us.
Because
I mean zoomerizing it. I feel like
according to the report I read, which we read on stream, they made the what had been a double entendre, or what do you call it? Like the stuff that was really subtle, they made super overt and like suggestive. Like they went overboard with things that were subtle regarding the relationship of Kaworu and Shinji, right? And the audience at the event seemingly ate it up. Like they really enjoyed it because it was so out there.
They were all Joshis in the audience.
Yeah, but basically every line could be taken as a double entendre of like Fujoshi bait. Fujoshi bait every single line, you know. And look, regardless of whether you're into boys love or whatever, that could be really funny if there's absolutely nothing sexual happening, but like, I don't know, you insert the porno music in the background, you know what I mean? Like there's ways you could do it kind of where it could be funny. It was
probably when they were playing piano together and it's like, oh, you could play my strings anytime.
Right. It could be something
like
exactly. So that's what I'm guessing it is. And the point is, going back to what we're talking about here, that the Japanese licensors changed. They forced a change because it wasn't received the way that they wanted the audience to receive it. Because obviously, Evangelion is much more of a serious endeavor and much more like you're not supposed to laugh about it the way you are about Pokemon, so to speak.
I'm basically just saying we might have dodged a bullet.
We might have
in a way.
Yeah. Sure. Anyway, so Lily Hoshikawa from Zombieland Saga just had Suteta Namae, throwaway name, and Saki saying Tsui attached can reference how zombies can have stitched body parts, right? If the US do not know what the Japanese stuff is, Pokemon and other anime would never be allowed in the US. There are US kids who don't know what a pizza is. Hypocritical. Look, you can think that, but at the end of the day, it was the choice of the Japanese companies who meticulously had for kids, you know, change things. So regardless of whether you liked it, I'm telling you that it was much more in the hands of the Japanese company than most people think. Ski does mean love. Koi is used for romantic love. Yes. Koi shiteru means, well, as we talked about, koibito is lovers, right? Koishiteru means to fall in love in a more romantic way. Ski just means to like. Daisuki, of course, meaning like to a great amount, to love, right? Something. But you don't say, I love, this movie the way you say, I love my girlfriend, so to speak, right? Anyway.
And in regards to Western changes, I've always stood my ground on the whole 4Kids change of in Yu-Gi-Oh where they called death the Shadow Realm, because I always viewed that as like purgatory, hell.
Yeah, like, and I loved in Dragon Ball when they called hell home for infinite losers. You know,
yeah,
because on Gaz and Mez's shirt it says hell, and they had to come up with a name where the easiest thing to do in the
Well, just to
capital
erase the-
HELL was to erase the bottom part of the E, so it said HF,
And the first L.
and then the bottom part of the first L, so it said HFIL, home for infinite losers, instead of hell, right? Because there's a big part of Dragon Ball where, for instance, Videl's name is an anagram of devil, and there's a character named Mr. Satan, right? They couldn't have that
Pretty
on
subtle.
TV,
Pretty subtle.
right? So they had to they changed him to Hercule in the English dub, and I think his name canonically is now known as Hercule Satan because of the English localization. And that's not the first time that English localization has actually canonically changed the character, like given a character a more elaborate lore in the actual, Eastern Japanese, guidebooks and whatnot or whatever,
Mhm.
So anyway, where was I?
And canonically, it makes sense because, like, they would say Satan-san in Japan, and we could say Hercule as like a wrestler's name.
Yeah. So in the 1980s, they were treated as perverts and abnormal, but since the 1990s, they had gradually become to be treated as women and established a position where they can be respected. The first wave of otokonoko culture is a liberation from one's natural gender. The note user admits the first wave of male daughter or otokonoko characters were treated as jokes and only women similar and not real women. In Kochi Kame, Tokyo Beat Cops, Otokonoko Ai Asato, also known as Maria, had a magical sex change in volume 111 in 1998. This Twitter account, Wakari Te, insists, was this note? I think this is note. Wakari Te on note insisted this was a symbolic event, as many similar characters have previously failed to fulfill their desire to become a woman. So basically, the way Japan has approached the whole transgender thing, and it's funny, we were just talking about this, I think, last podcast. One of us had mentioned, from what I understand, I'm quoting us, I don't remember, I think it was Greenline, maybe Lance, many people who become transgender are actually just gay, but this was the step that was easier to do than to admit and come out as gay. Like, it was easier to come out as trans than gay, or whoever, I forget who said that last podcast. But anyway, what effectively that's saying here is that in Japan, because looking at at society, and in Japan they have a saying, the nail that sticks up gets hammered down, right? Society in Japan is very rigid, and everybody has they have a term for it. I forget the name of it off the top of my head, but it's the responsibility to society and the responsibility to oneself. And when in society everybody is bonding male and female, a person who is interested in having sex with somebody of the same sex, the way that they approach rectifying that desire is to try to become the opposite sex in order for it to still match, right? For the cultural idea that it is easier and more accepted. I can be with this guy if I become a woman instead of I can be with this guy male to male, kind of, right? So Bridget gave a Copernican turn to the structure. This is reference, of course, to Copernicus, Nicolaus Copernicus, who is the person who put forth the theory and basically turned the whole paradigm on its head of the idea that the universe revolves around the sun and not the earth. So Bridget completely shifted this whole paradigm. As part of the men forced to wear women's clothing second wave, after a brief overview of Bridget's history, Wakari Te explains, unlike the main girl characters in the first wave, the man girl, unlike the man girl characters of the first wave, they do not have the desire to become a woman. On the contrary, they sometimes make a hobby of striving to be manly in the shadows. Bridget was free from sexual conflicts and friction with others because of her cross-dressing. And they exuded a cheerful and innocent atmosphere. Bridget's popularity exploded. The cheerful and innocent girl has been the most typical character form of male daughters, or otokonoko, to this day. And think about literally any one that you can think of in anime. Momiji in Fruits Basket. I think there's one in Host Club. Isn't there a guy in Host Club just like Momiji? I always get them confused. I might just be thinking of Momiji. But anytime it happens, they always are the cheerful, innocent type, right? With the exception of Ruka, who's not really an otokonoko. In fact, I would argue that Ruka in Steins Gate is closer to trans than any of the other characters that come to mind. Because that character actually wants to be female. Biologically changing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just not an idiot and think that you could do it with just pretending. So the cheerful and innocent girl has been the most typical type of the otokonoko to this day. And Bridget is undoubtedly the one who laid the foundation for this character. The otokonoko character was forced to wear women's clothing for some reason or another, which freed the otokonoko from sexual conflicts and frictions with their surroundings. So they highlighted similar characters that arose in the early 2000s. Hayate Ayasaki of Hayate the Combat Butler. Is Hayate the Combat Butler's main girl a guy?
His main girl? I don't think so. She seems like a girl. She's like a rich girl.
So I've not watched it. Okay, so this isn't the character I was thinking of. So they're talking about this guy.
But he presents as a dude. Is Hayate actually female? Like,
he is a 16-year-old butler from the Sanzen family. I can't picture it, but doesn't the character on the Blu-ray or whatever have blonde hair?
That's the chick that he works for.
I can't picture the other person on the cover.
The Wikipedia page
guy.
right there.
Is that who's on it? Forgive my apologies. So anyway, so Hayate Ayasaki of Hayate the Combat Butler, Mizuho Miyanokoji of Otome wa Boku ni Koishiteru, there's that word again, Koishiteru, and Ryo Akizuki of the Idolmaster series. I'm guessing that's this one. There's something for every fetish, isn't there? They all identify as male and look feminine, but for some reason they are forced to wear women's clothing. Although I would argue Momiji is definitely not forced. It's just like a choice. And thus are largely free from the conflicts and frictions that are characteristic of trans women. In other words, by daring to make the gender identity of otokonoko's male daughter, or in other words, by daring to make the gender identity of otokonoko's male, otokonoko culture has made it possible to create a variety of characters. The third wave of the 2010s saw gender transcendent characters, and it is here we rely on the Google Docs translation. Quote. Well, actually, I don't know. The third wave male. God damn it. The third wave otokonokos chose to dress as women, but typically identified as men and didn't have the first wave's desire to become a woman. Hideyoshi Kinoshita of Baka and Test prefers to dress as a woman and is treated as a woman by those around him. His gender is ultimately assigned.
Hold up. No, I'm pretty sure he likes to present as a guy. He constantly says, I'm a guy, but everyone else is like, oh, Hideyoshi, your best girl type deal. Like, that's the dynamic. I don't know where this person's getting their sources from. Hayate and Hideyoshi. Like, what?
Yeah, I don't know. in a minute.
Two of them. I put both. They're both.
Okay.
They're both in your room, so I put them both in here.
Thank you, Chloe.
Bye.
Bye.
Now, Miss, what do you think of
What do you think about?
I
boys?
want to be a dolphin.
Let's not bring D'Angelo into this.
Wow,
So,
you
anyway,
just assumed
Hideyoshi-
his species like that.
Hideyoshi Kinoshita of Baka and Test prefers to dress as a woman and is treated as a woman by those around him. His gender is ultimately assigned as gender Hideyoshi, and he is treated as a third gender. Again, this is according to the person who wrote
Now
the
that
history
part's
of
true.
Otokonoko. In other words, after the third wave, femboys acquire a gender that could be called queer. They are neither women nor men, and they come to define themselves as beings that transcend gender. So this is like I was talking about before with the remember we talked about are traps gay? Literally yes, figuratively no. Right? And the reason I give for this is that if you know somebody who's into trap porn, then it is correct to say that guy likes gay porn. But it conveys to the person you're saying that to the wrong image. Because the image that somebody has pop up in their mind with the idea of gay porn is not the same thing as trap porn. You know what I mean? So in this sense, it is the whole, they're neither male nor female. It's not about, oh, he's beating off to some gay porn. It's specifically, this guy has the otokonoko fetish. They are into that sweet boy pussy, blah, 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 blah. Disgusting.
Oh, God.
gross, right? Forgive me. Anyway, so it's different from, like, again, I agree with this idea that it's neither male nor female. It is something else. Biologically, it's one thing, but it's inaccurate to convey it as something like that. So, Wakarite explains how some first wave otokonoko tried to become women due to having feelings for other men, and bound by the gender norm of if you fall in love with a man, you have to become a woman. However, the third wave of femboys after the second wave are now completely free from the existing gender norms. There's a character in Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun that one girl falls for and mistakenly is led to believe that he's a cross-dresser. And it's some of the funniest shit ever, where she keeps, in trying to woo him, keeps asking him questions like I forget the exact phrasing, but she says something like, does this jacket look good on me? Or something like that. And then she's thinking, oh no, I should have asked him if he wants to wear this feminine jacket, or something like that. Anyway, you have to see it. We'll have to do it for Watch Club sometime. Anyway, if you fall in love with men, you have to become a woman. However, the third wave of femboys after the second wave are now completely free from the existing gender norms. They dress up as a woman while identifying themselves as men. They do not pretend to be a man or a woman, and they do not hesitate to fall in love with women or men. And see, this is the thing, is that we kind of talked about this, I think, last podcast with the two guys on Omegle that ended up getting paired together that were both dressing up as women to try and, get a reaction out of the people they spoke to. Random 11, you were talking about how one of them, I think the top one in the video, literally has people trying to force him into becoming a woman.
Yeah.
And they're actually trying to pay for him to get like speech therapy to start talking like a woman, or pay for the surgery to do all that stuff. Like, they literally, people look, otokonoko is a fetish, but there's also a really dark, weird fetish of people trying to make men or women, I guess, into the opposite gender. Like they actually have a sick satisfaction and get off at the idea of converting somebody into the other thing. Like it's like almost like a Frankenstein complex of changing somebody.
There's
Which is
something similar with just in general with people who are gay trying to sleep with straight men, or
straight
lesbians trying to convert.
It's like straight women. Yeah. There is similar to the otokonoko fetish. There is a fetish where having homosexual sex with a straight person is even hotter. Kind of like that's kind of the idea, right? For people in that.
I guess because they want what they can't have.
To a degree, yeah, but it's like it's a fetish. It's a kink that applies to them because of the lifestyle that they live. You know, that they're susceptible to it or whatever. Anyway, they dress up as women while identifying themselves as men. They do not pretend to be a woman, or they do not pretend to be a man or a woman, and they do not hesitate to fall in love with women or men. The femboys culture from the third wave to the present has become free from the norms of what a man should be like and what a woman should be like. When we look at the cultural history of femboys in this way, we can understand how reactionary it is to change Bridget to transgender. The first wave of femboys in Japan, I like how they just completely changed to femboys instead of male daughter / otokonoko, because they started using the Google Doc translation. The first wave of femboys in Japan were strongly transgender, but only because they were bound by gender norms, meaning if you wanted to be with a man, you had to become a woman, right? As long as they fell in love with men, they had to become women. That is why these women were not free from conflicts and troubles surrounding their sexuality. Then Bridget appeared as a pioneer of the second wave, laying the foundation of the cultural paradise of cross-dressing as an expression of one's identity instead of cross-dressing to fall in love with a man. This spread not only to two-dimensional culture, but also three-dimensional culture, culminating in the femboy culture that distanced itself from the LGBT movement as represented by Kaoru Oshima. So if I recall correctly, Kaoru Oshima, you guys remember that one time we covered that porn star who was, I forget what they were blessing the remains of dead people or something, or maybe like they blessed the remains of stuffed animals or pets or something. And I pointed out that the porn star was actually a transvestite. I'm pretty sure that's who this is. Anyway, so alluding to a former pansexual cross-dressing porn star who shared their experiences in an autobiography. Of course, what I have described in this article is the history of femboys culture, not the history of transgender culture. However, linking Japan's unique femboy culture to transgender culture too easily can only be described as cultural plagiarism that disregards the historical context. Japan's femboy culture has developed its own queer culture of gender transcendence at the end of its long history. It is completely incompatible with Western gender ideology that tries to keep male to female transgender people in the female category. The reason why Bridget was designated as a trans woman may have been due to the image strategy in consideration for the political correctness that rages in other countries. However, we hope that by looking back at the significant impact that Bridget has had on femboy culture, we can deepen our understanding of Japanese femboy culture. Yeah, I think it's cultural appropriation too, agreed at Sarima. Sariyama, I don't know. Summarizing Bridget's change as political cultural appropriation done with moral pressure, disguising it as common sense. Quite a statement. And then Mombot, a Japanese native and major supporting figure during Gamergate, shared similar thoughts. Japan's otokonoko, that's it right here. Male kanji, and this is the kanji for daughter / musume. Girl with a male face, otokonoko, movement, and transsexuality are not the same, and rewriting otokonoko characters as transgender amounts to harmful sexual colonialism in which one queer subculture erases and undermines another when they should be mutually supportive. Doesn't that kind of sound like the non-binaries kicking the bisexuals out of the group? Anyway, moving on from here, Japanese Guilty Gear fans disapprove of Bridget's retcon into transgender girl. So Japanese Guilty Gear fans were ecstatic to learn that top-tier trap Bridget made his return to the 2D fighter, but many expressed strong disapproval after learning about the controversy that is still incorrectly labeling the otokonoko as a transgender female. Again, I'm presenting this information chronologically. Japanese internet denizens voiced their disapproval about Bridget being considered transgender. Quote, I'm jubilant to see our otokonoko Bridget from Guilty Gear make a return for the first time in a while, but overseas they're excited for another reason. There's been a theory that Bridget had become a female trans. He's not transgender, you idiots. What a pain in the ass. The general idea of otokonoko is actually pretty amazing. Just the ambiguity of being able to explain a man who actively dresses as a woman without mentioning any sensitive stuff, gender, identity, etc., is very Japanese and actually a good thing. If you forcibly draw a line, it only creates conflict. Using Bridget as a female trans is blasphemy to the character Bridget. This is why the West is so... It appears that Bridget considers himself a male, so I can't help but feel uncomfortable about this. If anything, it's like he's been fighting this long to prove that he is male. When it comes to Bridget, I always thought that it was cute that he has a feminine presence while also keeping some boyish looks. They say that overseas it's taboo for a sister, referring to a Catholic nun, to be a boy. I wonder if his hood-like veil was made to reflect that. This is why I keep saying that the West doesn't know shit. Make him a Futanari. Problem solved.
Oh god.
The whole gender thing is a pain in the ass, and I don't get it. But one thing that's certain is that Bridget would not have gotten as popular if he was just a girl. Fucking true. But he's not a transgender. It's about a man who dresses as a woman as a hobby. No, not as a hobby. It's incorrect to mix that up. Well, as a... I don't know if I would call it a lifestyle. They're referring to otokonoko.
Is he still doing it because of his parents, or has he gotten his own individuality?
His outfits are not overtly like they're androgynous or whatever, right? Like, I guess he is kind of wearing a skirt, but he's got the God.
Oh,
let's not. Anyway, back to this. Anyway, let me finish off these. So again, I think they're referring more to otokonoko culture. It's about a man who dresses up as a woman as a hobby. It's incorrect to mix that up. Well, the only people making a commotion out of this are the Gamergate players who look like they eat cheese gyudon. It doesn't change the fact that it's still gross as shit. He's not a trans female, you scrubs. I wonder what the Japanese term is. It was even written that he chose to continue living as a male. Male is male. A penis man. In America, they use shameful reasons to support things, just like Koreans. For example, a selfish and childish reason like, if I acknowledge the trans, it'll make me a better person, only to support the hate for a gender. Anyway, so that's what the Japanese fans think. All right, now, Arc Systems Works email confirming Guilty Gear's Bridget as male, allegedly fake. An email from Arc Systems Works Japan that had been floating about Twitter confirming Guilty Gear's Bridget to be a male and not female has been confirmed to be fake from both the English and Japanese Arc Systems Works Twitter accounts, which some might claim to be a lie merely to quell the chaos. An email from Arc System Works Japan's customer support was circulating on social media, which claimed that Bridget is in fact male and an otokonoko, which was written on the website and has been known by fans of the franchise since the beginning. This is the translation. Hello, this is Arc Systems Work Inc. user support. Thank you for your continued patronage of our software. We want to take this opportunity to answer your inquiries. Bridget is a character from our company's game Guilty Gear Strive, who was born a boy and struggled with their identity throughout the story due to a difficult upbringing. In Japan, he is cherished as an otokonoko and is a big part of our culture. The term is what we use for boys with feminine qualities. By completing the arcade story in Guilty Gear Strive without losing once, you can watch a dialogue with a character about not being able to change himself and accepting everything. Bridget indicates that he wants to learn from his ways, which we interpret as Bridget no longer being conflicted about being a girl and accepting her feminine side as part of her true self. This is naturally accepted as an otokonoko, and the development team felt that it was necessary to convey a positive perception of the character abroad. Thank you very much for your valuable feedback. So again, it says Arc Systems Work email confirming Guilty Gear's Bridget as male, allegedly fake. Now, I don't know about you, but when I read this, it says her. So you tell me if this is confirming that, if this fake email is confirming that Bridget is male or female. Both the official English and Japanese Arc Systems Work Twitter accounts have claimed that this email is fake, which some might be skeptical of. Now, again, just to be clear, though, this is the email. This is the translation that uses those pronouns. So Arc Systems Work says, our customer support has become aware that someone has impersonated them and fabricated images to look like official responses. Arc Systems Work will not individually answer questions relating to content that is not published in-game or on our website. Then the Japanese one says essentially the same thing, but also warns players to be cautious of forgeries. Not wanting to end the conflict with a direct answer might be deemed evidence that the developer doesn't want to upset the mentally ill individuals that reside in the Western Hemisphere and obsessed over gender and representation as if it is non-existent, even though most such individuals don't play video games. Similarly, the developer might not want to also induce rage in actual fans by claiming Bridget is actually a female or transgender, as such a claim is not true and would also act as an insult to his backstory. They're not cold, and they wouldn't be cold.
She asked you to put them in the freezer.
But they would not be cold in that amount of time anyway.
No, but she's beside herself.
Kids. Anyway, moving on. So, Pixiv Vision's English site hijacks article, labels Bridget a girl, unlike the Japanese article. I will just present my case again. I think Arc Systems Work was trying to play both sides. Tell Japan it's otokonoko. Tell America it's totally trans, bro. The English version of website Pixivision rewrote a Japanese article to instead talk about politics and Guilty Gear's Bridget accepting herself as a woman when there is no confirmation of him claiming to be a woman other than a potentially non-canonical ending. The original Japanese article merely sought to introduce art of Bridget due to him reappearing in a Guilty Gear game and talked nothing about Bridget, quote, accepting her true self or identifying as a girl. Bridget, this is the Japanese post, Bridget, one of the most popular characters in the series, is participating in Arc Systems Works fighting game Guilty Gear Strive and has attracted a lot of attention. At the time of Bridget's participation announcement, it became the #1 trending topic on Twitter, resulting in a surge of players and making a display of Bridget's deep-seated popularity. Aside from his entry, Bridget's costume has also been renewed. Okay. That's a weird way to phrase that. Aside from his entry. No. So I guess in addition to his entry, Bridget's costume has also been renewed. His form wearing a big-sized parka with a hood attached, along with elements from his previous outfit, such as the distinct handcuff, earned favorable reception as he was called cute. Make full use of the yo-yo and with tricky movements pin down enemies. This time, we are featuring some Bridget fan art. Please take a look. Now, The English version of the website, however, spread absurd lies about the franchise and Bridget as a whole. Again, keep in mind I'm reading all this. These are the words of Sankaku Complex and the Japanese Twitter users who hate trans people. Now, so here's what it says from the English one. Fans of the Guilty Gear series most likely already know and love Bridget, a bounty hunter introduced in Guilty Gear X2. Her introduction as a playable character in Guilty Gear Strive, however, has brought the gun-toting, thought it was Yo-Yo, cutie, a whole new wave of fans. In her backstory, we discovered that Bridget was born male as one of twin brothers, which according to their village superstition was a terrible omen. In order to keep the peace, Bridget's parents raised her as a girl. This shocked some fans because when Bridget was first introduced, she was presented as a cisgender identifying boy with a femme physique and was sporting a stylized nun's habit. While the community has been speculating for years over how Bridget would eventually identify herself, they recently got their long-awaited answer in Guilty Gear Strive. During a conversation with Key Kisuke and Gold Lewis Dickinson, Bridget makes up her mind and decides to stop running from who she is and vows to live her own truth, expressing the wish to be referred to using female pronouns. With a growing need for visibility in media of those in the transgender community, the fandom has welcomed this announcement and has lauded the game and the character since the news dropped. Today, we celebrate Bridget and feature both her previous designs as well as her revamped skin in Strive with a collection of fabulous fan art found on Pixiv. Quote, while the community has been speculating for years over how Bridget would eventually identify herself, is a complete lie, as fans knew since his inception that Bridget was a male and his entire backstory is about proving himself as one. Now, of course, another article I've been sitting on, Pixiv pledges itself to diversity and inclusion. So what did you fucking know it, right? Pixiv is a website known for hosting illustrations and animations of the most explicit sorts, mostly without discrimination, and is considered to be one of Japan's many sites where freedom of creativity is allowed. The English version of Pixiv released a statement on its Twitter account briefly summarizing the intent of each policy, such as training employees regarding harassment and training them to promote diversity and multicultural conviviality. Basically, friendliness to multiple cultures. So anyway, these are the things they're supposed to do regarding diversity and inclusion. Pixiv website further disclosed that the Declaration of Elimination of Harassment Policy simply refers to the Pixiv workplace, and the concept of harassment towards a person over their gender identity is included in the policy. So this is from before.
None of us are going to
Actually,
see
it's the
this
same
on
day.
the user end.
Right. So why even fucking say it unless you're just jerking yourself off? Right. So anyway, the point is that, of course, the US site for Pixiv would do this because we're here to jerk ourselves off and tell you how great we are with diversity and inclusion. Anyway, so Guilty Gear series creator Daisuke Ishiwatari officially confirms Bridget is now transgender. Quote, she self-identifies as a woman. Again, this is from September 14th. Our clip went out on September 16th. Good job. Following a long month of confusion and debate sparked by one of the iconic fighters' Guilty Gear Strive's arcade endings, series creator Daisuke Ishiwatari has officially confirmed that the nun-disguised bounty hunter Bridget has discarded their male origins and now fully identifies as a woman. Skip. On September 14th, Ishiwatari made a special guest appearance on the latest entry of Arc Systems' Guilty Gear Strive Dev Diary, Developer's Backyard, centered on discussing the recently released DLC character. Beginning with a quick rundown of Bridget's history and a brief note by game director Akira Katano on her new mechanics, all of which referred to her with female pronouns, The diary soon turns to Ishiwatari himself, who proceeded to finally offer an official word on the fighter's gender. Quote, "We've received many inquiries about Bridget's gender," said the creator, before confirming. Quote, "After the events of Bridget's story in arcade mode, she self-identifies as a woman. So as to whether he or she would be the correct pronoun for Bridget, the answer would be she," he added. Offering a short recap of Bridget's kill the younger twin backstory, Ishiwatari explained that after the bounty hunter eventually dissuaded her village of their superstition, a bit of lore added to her character with Strive, quote, "Nothing remained to restrict how both Bridget and her parents lived, and thus, after this, Bridget tries living as a man, but it doesn't feel right. This is where the arcade mode story begins," he asserted. After her exchanges with Gold, Lewis, and Key, Bridget faces parts of herself she has tried to ignore and makes a big decision for herself. Quote, "I hope that all of you will watch over her path after her courageous choice to stay true to her own feelings," Ishiwatari signed off. In conclusion to their discussion of Bridget, Katano took a moment to address the questions around the canon status of the game's various and difficulty-dependent endings. Quote, "This makes no fucking sense. By the way," he informed players, "although the difficulty and story dialogue of arcade mode change depending on your match results, this doesn't change the main plot, nor are there alternate endings such as good or bad endings. The same for other characters' arcade stories as well," he clarified. "In general, these variations show other aspects of the characters." Notably, Bridget's new identity marks a stark turning point in their history, as up until this moment, the fighter has always been considered to be a boy, both in-game and by Ishiwatari himself. During an appearance at Anime Expo in 2009, Ishiwatari was asked by a fan for insight into his design process for Bridget, to which the creator explained that, quote, "A lot of fighting games already had a cute character, so we wanted to do something unconventional. That's why we have a cute character that's a guy." You can watch the clip. It's like 2 minutes long now. Ishiwatari would later add in a follow-up interview given at the University of California, Los Angeles, that, quote, "While I was creating the characters in Guilty Gear, I had a spot for a cute character. I thought it would be too boring if the character was just cute, so I thought it would be interesting to make the character a guy." Anyway, that is the statement they made. And if you ask me, I will tell you, I think it's very likely that they got a bunch of emails and they got more based on population density, emails from the West applauding and parading than people who were like, "What the fuck is this shit with the Otoko? Why are the Westerners saying this shit?" And I'll remind you again that most of the Japanese people didn't even know about this, because on their version of the game and on their version of the website, they refer to the character as otokonoko. And this dev diary is written in the English version. I don't know if there's a Japanese version. The guy doesn't speak English, at least not in the 2009 video. He needed a translator. So I don't know. It would be interesting to learn that the Japanese one says something completely different. I don't know. But it very much feels to me like they're trying to play both sides of the same coin. So make of that what you will. Now let's find out what the Japanese thought. Japanese Guilty Gear fans shocked over Bridget losing Otokonoko status. Now that the developers of Guilty Gear have officially confirmed their stance on Bridget's gender identity as transgender woman, longtime fans of the series in Japan shared their reactions on the matter, and a great deal have responded negatively. Gasp! You're telling me that you fuck with a person's fetish and they don't say, "Thank you, may I have another"? Gasp! Before Arc Systems Work made it official, Japanese fans shuddered at the thought of Bridget being made into a female. Still, unfortunately, the developers predictably succumbed to the pressures of political correctness from the West, according to some, and made the change to their convenience. Japanese internet denizens commented after learning about their favorite trap losing the otokonoko label. So we can no longer call Bridget Tan otokonoko? So we can no longer treat Bridget as an otokonoko, just another female? This is the world we live in. Being transgender means no longer strictly otokonoko, and this might sound like futile resistance, but if we simply stereotype as trans, then it makes the parts that were positively masculine in the past feel quite uncomfortable. Well, minor details aside, at least Bridget Chan is cute. I personally wanted to see Bridget remain an otokonoko. Calling Bridget otokonoko means you'll now get the death penalty for misgendering. If you're releasing a doujin for Bridget, then you can no longer use the otokonoko genre, but the NL genre, which basically means straight, hetero, normal. I don't remember what it stands for. I looked it up earlier.
They can't draw him with a dick anymore.
So BL is boys love, NL is male female, right? Otherwise, it's misgendering. No, it's a girl dick now. You don't understand, Footnum.
Oh, sorry.
I used to like Bridget as an otokonoko Shoda, but now that the transgender label has been placed, I feel like it suddenly doesn't matter anymore. Again, the fetish evaporates into thin air as soon as it's not. It's the thing about fetishes for people is that, like, oh, it's so fucking wrong to beat off to this little boy in girls' clothes. And then as soon as that character reaches 18, as soon as you change it, right, then all of a sudden the spark is gone. Huh? Bridget is no longer otokonoko? This is for sure going to be a pain in the ass later. Just leave it ambiguous. Bridget no longer being otokonoko is just a convenience for the developers. Still cute, but immediately lost all charm as a character. God damn it, I don't care anymore. The character changed with the flow of time, eh? Yep, discrimination to otokonoko. We're going to have to start a new... this is gonna. Well, we already have it with that one. So I turned my best friend into a girl or whatever from Seven Seas, where they tried to turn it into some trans story and then backpedaled. But this is the ginger genocide, but otokonokos, right? So they gave into political correctness. Feels kind of gross saying her. LOL. He wasn't that kind of character. Why bother putting him in if you're going to be like that, idiots? Basically, Bridget is now the same as Kaba-chan. Don't know who that is. Nothing we can do now that Guilty Gear has gone mainstream overseas. As if I fucking care. I'm still calling him otokonoko. Seriously, shut the fuck up about gender identity of a 2D character. Why are you even talking about a drawing like that, huh? Get your hand out of my pants. That's for me to touch. They couldn't even say that would let the users decide for themselves. The foreigners probably wouldn't shut up about it. This is all political correctness' fault. I quit Guilty Gear. And then I have this last one here. I thought this was amazing. This person says, I think it will definitely go down in history as the biggest stain in the history of fighting games. So yeah, the Japanese are pretty pissed. And then we've got this one I already showed you guys. Anyway, so once again, I just want to give my disclaimer again. Everything I read to you tonight was from the articles. I have not played Guilty Gear and don't give a shit about this, but I do see it as a canary in the coal mine for future things. As we talked about when I brought this up with, so I turned my best friend into a girl, right? If you let people colonize here, where does it stop, right? So, and I was also thinking, with the Little Mermaid coming out, which is another thing I actually don't give a shit about, but I was thinking about the concept of this whole thing about making Wesker black, or they made Jill black in Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City. They made Leon Mexican, right? And it's not just, the race swapping, but like in Sandman. Have we talked about Sandman on podcast? I don't think we have, right?
No.
Well, I've been watching Sandman on Netflix, and it's pretty fucking hard to get through. But The ideas seem like they could be so fucking good, and the execution, unfortunately, is just not quite there for most episodes. But I got to an episode where he talks about he needs to meet up with an exorcist named Joanna Constantine, right? And he mentions that he once knew a Constantine, and you're thinking of Constantine from fucking like Roman history, right? And then it turns out this character's meh at best, but then you realize that this is a fucking DC comic, and that's supposed to be John Constantine, the character that Keanu Reeves played in the movie Constantine that fucking battled demons and shit. Like, god damn it, you've robbed me of that, right? So I realized that I've been thinking about this, and I've been thinking about the reason why it matters. Nobody gives a shit if you take a character that nobody liked and change them.
Right.
Who fucking cares that the Kingpin got played by Michael Clark Duncan? He was fucking great in Daredevil.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody gave a shit. But when you take a character that we have spent time with, and we have been invested in the life, in the journey, in the Jesus Christ, the amount of noise coming out of you. when you
I was just getting readjusted. I'm sorry. Had to put my pants back on.
Done. Now that the Otokonoko's off screen, you're done. When you take a character that people have spent time and feel close to and everything, is it destroys the
everything you felt about it.
Everything you built. And this is what's going on with Bridget here, right? Look, people were quick, the snobs were quick to dismiss they were quick to dismiss the criticism of people who did not appreciate the final episode of Game of Thrones. Like, you just weren't paying attention. You didn't see it coming, what was going to happen with Daenerys Targaryen. You just weren't paying attention. Watch the show again. You'll see the clues. It's like, yeah, the fucking clues were there. We know she's got the Mad King in her. No fucking duh. But the point is that you rushed it. And at the very end, you just kind of... She behaves in a manner that betrays the history of that character. You did not give the audience enough clues that she could snap just because some fucking bells start ringing. And it's unearned. With Bridget, it's the same thing. The entire history of the character is Bridget being forced by his parents and the society of his village to be raised as a girl, and battling that and saying, fuck you, no. I am going to be a man. I was born a man. I am not ashamed to be a man. I am going to act as manly as I fucking can, even when I look like an adult doing it because I'm dainty. And they throw that away. That is why people are pissed.
And they can't even bother to make their own characters that are trans or
they have to hijack existing properties.
Yeah.
And that is the thing. That is the colonization of fandom. They are stealing from you and telling you, you better fucking like it or else. So naturally, people are not going to take it and say, thank you, may I have another? And the whole like, oh, you're just racist, you're just transphobic, that's bullshit thrown out there. Specifically, it's sophistry at its finest. Anyway, let me catch up on Bridget. I'm very upset about it, as you can see. And I don't even give a shit about Bridget. I fucking hate this. But at the same time, I'm like, oh, at least it was only fucking Bridget. You know, then none of the characters I give a shit about. Right? So let's see here. Right here, right? Tripping and hurting your leg would never be you going to the Shadow Realm. Shadow Realm is used for injuries too. Stupid. Well, called out, Greenline.
Ouch.
Anytime they were brought to the Shadow Realm was for like death.
Well, I think, well, I don't know. I can't comment on it. I've not seen enough Yu-Gi-Oh! Yuta Togashi
Hold up,
from
wasn't
Chunibyo.
Grandpa in the Shadow Realm and then he got brought back? Or
Yes.
am I confused?
That's all I remember.
Am I misremembering?
So Yuta Togashi from Chunibyo, Ikuto from Nagasarete Iranto, and
Arianto?
Subaru Uchimaki from This Art Club Has a Problem, and Nasa Yuzaki from Tonikaku Kawaii are cute-looking boys with tall and drooping eyes. Well, I'm so glad I read that.
I've never heard of any of these series.
I have so many
You've
regrets
never heard of
now.
Chunibyo?
Well, okay, Trivio,
No.
yeah, sure, but
Tony
the
Kaku Kawaii? Isn't that
other-
Fly
is
Me
that
to the
Tony
Moon
Kawa
Rebel?
over the moon?
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or am I missing?
No.
Misremembering it.
I don't know. There are other ways to know the character is a male. Horo Musuko pointed that out. Males have a more revealing throat. Yes.
It's called an Adam's
Called
apple.
an Adam's apple. In all seriousness, Tangelo might be an agent or is full of shit if he claims to see Johnny Young Bosch's contract. LOL. Look, you don't need to. Okay, full of shit. Damn it! I thought you said you might be an idiot. I was like, you don't need much to see that that's the case. Full of blub.
Unfortunately, I'm talking about Adam's apple. It's like I can't even feel mine.
Uh-oh. You're transgender now. Reese is canonically trans. You're a woman now. Hideyoshi says, Washi wa otoko ja, I am a male. The character is called Hideyoshi.
Dude, you don't need the Japanese translation. In the English dub, he says, I'm a guy. Like,
the character is called Hideyoshi Seibetsu. Sex. Get over here, sex.
I know. Sometimes I'm a guy. Translator notes. He means he's trans.
oh no. The re-release that they'll bring.
Gender comes from the French word genre, which means sort and class, different from sex. Seems like Arc Systems is embodying the ambiguity they want Bridget to have, LOL. But wow, I had no idea that all this stuff was still going on so long after the initial kerfuffle. Right? Yeah, I mean, look, we were supposed to cover the fake email and all that stuff last podcast, but I didn't have time for it because we had other major topics that I wanted to make sure we covered, and we had already gone 2 weeks without a podcast, so I didn't prioritize it, and I wish I had because that was painful. I don't know about you guys.
And we're still 2 hours in. This is still the opening discussion.
But at least it's over now.
At least it's over.
We have an official.
I feel like we
concrete
could have done without
answer.
the full history lesson.
Same, to be honest.
Well,
Well,
it's too late now.
honestly, I literally got up today and I read all of them and just couldn't decide what to do. I'm like, fuck it, we're doing all of them. You saw the highlights that I just pretended weren't there and kept reading. That was partially because Abounding in the Comics makes it impossible to highlight. Anyway, and okay, this seems Japan and the US not be able to come to an agreement on who or what gender this individual. Yeah, pretty much. Really, this is a fucking video game. Well, it seems that's a pretty cut and dry answer. I'm guessing that's from the I don't know. Now that Right Stuff is a Sony company, they no longer deserve support from anime fans. Discotech is the only company we have left.
Kinda.
I mean, Sentai's not owned by Sony. Sentai's owned by AMC.
This isn't owned by Sony, right?
Right.
Maybe they are.
Japanese companies need to care
Anime
about
Works
Japan.
isn't.
Right,
Media
Media
Blasters
Blasters.
isn't.
Worrying about other companies is like what happened when imperialism invaded Japan last time. It's colonialism, man. They're colonizing them with the pressure. Well, I guess they just admitted in this little letter that's why they don't have very many kids in Japan, because they get off on his/she animation. What? Joanna Constantine is technically a relative of John Constantine. So the thing that I really hated about her coming into the story was that when he says, I knew a Constantine, right? Or as he pronounced it, Constantine, which I fucking hate the way the way they did that. I thought he was referring to the Roman one. And then the only episode I have liked so far is the one where they keep going back to the same bar every 100 years. And fucking Joanna Constantine shows up in that point. Like, was he referring to her the whole time? Like he had met her previously? Anyway, George Lucas has been quick to destroying his precious Star Wars series since 1997. Yeah, he's been doing a good job. He's so quick at doing it over the past 40 years, 30 years. Hey, stop getting frisky with your hand, Reese. Keep it quiet over there. There's no way to make that much fucking noise. Changing the dialogue against the foreign language rather than translating the language is the same as lying to people. Thank you. Can I have another? Can I ask you what you mean by that? What are you referring to? Can I have another, AC?
That sounds like a lyric to a song.
No, isn't it like a... Well, let me not do it on...
I want to say it was from the Dead... Thank you. Can I have another? I think it was from, what was it, Dead Poets Society or something?
No, it's like you when the boot is it's from Animal House, right?
Animal House. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, when they're spanking
the paddle.
Him, right?
Like,
the paddle.
The big ass paddle.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Like the boarding school.
He's at the fraternity or whatever, and they're like spanking him for the what do you call that? Initiation? Is that what they call it?
Maybe I don't know.
The hazing, right?
I can't say anyway. I can't say I've actually seen him.
But the term nowadays basically it refers to like being oppressed. Like you're gonna lick the boot and you're gonna like it, right? You're gonna ask me for more. Thank you, sir. May I have another? That's what that means.
I know what it meant. I meant the whole.
I was responding to effing Anime Addict who said, "Can I ask you what you mean by that? What are you referring to? Can I have another?" Reese can't feel his Adam's apple. Well, I guess his Adam's apple hasn't dropped yet. I really feel sorry for you. Is that why, Reese? More like OG Collectibles is live. Want me to ask about VA Agent Ransom? I mean, I guess. Go for it. Effing Anime Addict. Sega lost in making video game consoles when Sword Art Online? Sega of America? What? Have been making bad idea. Okay, that's got to be what it means. Sega of America.
I mean, it was
she animation.
Super complicated.
Oh, not following. All right, moving on. Let's get back to this because at least we got through the hard part. Hey, who wants to do pickups?
Pickups! Yay, pickups. Who's first?
Danny is first.
Oh.
Because that's what I'll go first. Oh, fuck. Ow.
What the fuck did you do?
Did you think too hard?
What did you do? Oh. You moved away too
almost
fast.
Burst an eardrum just now. All right. So I've got this lovely.
That's what wireless headphones are for.
Yeah, you know what? We tried that. All right. This is where we're at. Let's see. I have another one. Here it is. Okay. Number 1. Can you tell it's from eBay?
What? No way.
I picked up another one of the skinnies for the Cinderella anime that was released by Mondo TV. And I got this elusive package addressed to my name twice.
I don't know why it does. No, it does my name twice too. So
does it? Okay. From Right Stuff. Where's my well, that'll work. That's not what I was looking for, but hey. Knife. And it was delivered, and a certain eyeball who has no Adam's apple said it's being delivered today. So
that was like Saturday.
And I didn't open it until this moment. And it is. Where's Lance? Can I make him feel?
Lance says he's probably not going to make it tonight.
Can I make him feel? This is the reason he couldn't show up, because he couldn't take the pain that I was gifted a free Vivi Fluorite
Ice Song.
I have never heard of this before you and Lance brought it up that one podcast.
It's so good. It is so good.
It's the ReZero creator.
Yeah, written by the ReZero creator.
Is this an otokonoko by chance?
No, that is a girl. She has boobies, and also she's a robot, so you can't. So she vibrates when you put it in her.
What?
Anyway, from what I understand, Daman Mills is in this. That's all I know.
Our favorite.
Also, Billy Kametz.
And Christina V plays.
Oh yeah, and Christina V. Anyway,
I have one pickup.
Does anybody?
AC, bring yours back on.
Oh, is this your pickup?
That's my pickup.
Picture Reese holding this. Just erase the Adams apple.
and the beard and the full head of hair, and put some
full head of hair. I like how you refer to me. Anyway, does anybody else with a camera want to go next?
I do not have pickup, so it's
I posted them in the Discord.
All right, then.
Oh, hold on,
Danny.
You don't have pickup Greenline?
No, I'm too busy getting
okay.
reamed by Footnum.
Okay.
that reaming is going to come my way, I think. Oh, that didn't sound right.
Yeah, I thought cutting out the middleman, but he's like, nah, we'll do that later.
It's a meat train.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yes.
Sorry, I had to use it. Okay. Yeah, so we'll figure that out next week probably. Not regarding me getting reamed, regarding money that is supposed to be spent on Footnum editing the video, which, by the way, everybody in the audience, make sure you've opened it in a new tab so you can watch it later, that he edited for you. That the payment is going to go to me instead, because it's partially paying off the tablet. All right, just so that we're all clear as to what I meant. All right, so Sakamoto Days was picked up by Danny.
Volume 2.
And Mecha TV showing off a little bit here with got this from Nick Luddington, who I met at WinterCon, one of the writers for Arcane, which apparently this little pin was only given to Fortiche staff. That's the animation company that did it.
Fortnite staff? No,
Fortiche. And then Footnum picked up Demon Prince Enma.
Here, I'll give the story. So this is the long-awaited Lashansky pickups.
Oh, that's
with an exception of the Devilman DVD copy. At the time, I had them all in a pile, and I brought over the DVD just to rip it and compare it. And holy crap, is it horrible looking! It is horrible looking.
And you've got the SMV one, meaning you bought it in Canada.
I got it from someone, I think, for trading a 3DS for a bunch of anime.
What an amazing world you live in Canada, where the SMV version has Devilman, the SMV logo, the Manga Entertainment logo, and the DVD video logo all turned sideways.
Yeah, we live the world sideways up here, as you can tell. But the Blu-ray looks way better, and according to Blu-ray.com, it says it's an upscale. It honestly looks like it could be native, but I don't know.
Upscale of the Japanese DVD, maybe, because that DVD from Manga Entertainment looks like a VHS rip.
Oh yeah, it looks so bad. But no, like regardless of what they actually did, it looks really good. The Blu-ray. And it's got a square slip cover, so then I rebought Is It Wrong to Kill Girls in a Dungeon and Sword or Ahoria because I'm finally protesting against the cancer-sized LEs, and I want to have a consistent sized collection. So I have the OVAs in the Orion movie.
I see
already,
you finally
so-
got a non-Dragon Ball Z Orange Brick Set Volume 4 Birdie the Mighty Decode as well.
Oh, how'd you know? No.
Because why else would
But-
you have bought it again?
Yeah, well, yeah. Before I get to that, Sword Oratoria has a, it has a nice art box, but it would look lopsided if I just had that as a limited edition. I could get away with it being a spin-off, so it comes after the series, so it's separate. But it's DVD height, so it interrupts it enough that I'm like, screw that. So I got Lashonsky's copies of the first season and Oratoria. So that's cool. Then Sasami season 1, because that's something I've been hunting down for a while, and for some reason the first season specifically went up, and the second one I think you can still get the save at retail price, but yeah, it went out of print, Sasami, so I want to get that to complete Tenchi. And yes, as you know, it's the Birdie rebuy. I think mine actually had better condition cases and slipcovers, so I just kind of hot swaps the disc out. That was Dragon Ball Z Season 4. I think the ones that I got from him, it had a sticker on the back over the barcode, so I wonder if I'm screwing things up by having a different UPC on the discs, so if I sell it third party later on, they'll be like, what? You sold me the wrong one with the defective disc! Or whatever. But no, I'm keeping the disc anyway, just because, it's kind of collectible. Ooh, I got the defect. Anyway, that's my pickups. Oh, I also got the Digimon, premium Bandai, like the first set they released with limited edition full art, alternate arts of some cards. Didn't take a picture of those, though.
Well, then you don't
Oh, yeah.
actually have them, do you?
You're right.
This is the thumbnail I made for the last time you bought Birdie the Mighty.
I remember that you did that now.
All right.
Oh
That was
crap!
from
I forgot. And Demon Prince Enma, because they
Demon
made
Prince Enema.
oh my what's it called?
Thank
NIS
you, man.
America. NIS America has like I don't know if it's a
You mean the-
sequel or what, but
NIS America, or those are the Oneamis.
well, hold your horses there, buddy. The NIS America released something called Demon Prince Enma Burning Up on Blu-ray. And when I saw there was a thing called Demon Prince Enma, like someone had used DVDs at one point, I'm like, what the hell? What? Doesn't NIS have this? And it looks completely different. Like the NIS America one looks like it's happy-go-lucky fun. I could be completely wrong. I don't know anything about it. But this one looks a lot more dark and serious, and I guess it's going to Guy, so whatever. Got that while I was there.
Going to die.
Go what?
I said going to die. Like-
Going to die.
Oh, it's a shame that A and I are not even close to each other on a keyboard, so you can't accidentally say Nagai.
Well, you kind of intentionally
Wow,
said that, I guess.
LuisaMel64 says, when censoring or changing your works for the sake of political correctness, a small group of easily offended people, that means you are no longer an artist and never care about your expressions. Right. But keep in mind that most of the time, it's the corporation that owns the rights to the artist's work that forces the changes. Smart Geek 97 says, also, I asked if for the My Hero Academia signing event, if Aaron Dismuke and Kate Glass will sign stuff previously signed by Vic, and they say they know a few VAs who outright refuse to sign stuff signed by Vic, referring to the OG collectibles or whatever.
Yeah, but did they give their answers?
But they don't know until day of events if they signed Vic related stuff.
I don't know why you'd pop that question, because
This
they
is
might have not even
relating to a
thought of it before.
conversation he and I had behind the scenes about some stuff that was going on regarding them claiming it means something to me. Okay. Listen.
Okay.
Quote, there were some we didn't want to host. OG Collectibles also announced that they will likely handle mail-in and drop-offs for signings for VAs for Anime Pasadena. Huh. Luigi164 says, Toei Animation made The Little Mermaid much more like the book. Discotek released the VD? What? I mean, DVD probably?
Which
Little
one is
Mermaid?
that? I don't recall.
Do you
Maybe,
mean-
it's a maybe it's a BD typo.
Maybe. Do you mean the Little Prince and
Sea
the
Prince?
Sea whatever? Yeah.
I think they mean Ponyo. Or no. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Yeah.
Right, because
Wow.
that's what
Totally
Discotek
my
works
released
brain-
on
that.
Panya.
You said toy. I know. You said toy, and my brain went Ghibli for some reason.
Okay. Anyway. Luigi164, unfortunately, it seems that censoring anything physical media-wise comes because somebody in the political realm sees a problem in the media. NIS America removed the sex from Utawarerumono. Oh, don't worry. We're going to talk about that. Change
Wait,
the
what?
dial against translations again. VD
Well-
is the video disc. Okay, not a mistake. All right, man.
Now hold up. I thought you were talking about like a previous Utawarerumono thing. That's called every developer does that to make a all ages version, not we're censoring because it's politically incorrect or whatever. Like
Alright.
it's more standard practice than you think. Like Steam has the Steam version of like all these games.
That's why you buy physical, bitch.
So
Well,
the
you
Japanese
can just get the patch, like PC Master Race.
So the Japanese town that spent 25 million yen in COVID money on a giant squid statue says it paid off big. Thanks, Squid King. So that's just a follow-up since we covered this before. Noto is famous for its locally caught squid, and the town's roadside souvenir shop and tourist center, Tsuku Mall, is also called the Squid Station. The Ika King, or Squid King, is located right outside Tsuku Mall, and the stated hope was that the statue would help attract more visitors who would then purchase regional products and otherwise contribute to the local economy. 27 million yen is a pretty huge investment in squid statuary, though, seeing as how it's a 0 yen expense in the annual budget of almost every other town in Japan. 16 months after the completion of the Squid King, though, Noto is saying it was worth it, claiming that the statue has resulted in visitors pumping approximately 600 million yen into Ishikawa's economy, more than 22 times the cost of the statue. They go into detail on how they calculated that, and I ain't convinced. I mean, if you're comparing your 2021 patronage to your 2020 patronage when everything was fucking locked down, I just don't think you're being very honest. Anyway, Kickstarter news. I saw this. A project we love at Kickstarter, predictably, Broken Beat, the anime series. It is fully funded. 18 days to go if you want it. Myself and a group of former Toei animators are ready to give you the next big anime series. Help us with completing a full season. Well, for $10,000, that's going to be a shitty and short season. I'll tell you that.
Yep.
And it's got the typical syndrome of Westerner decides to try to make an anime where it kind of tangentially resembles anime. The characters are so cringe. Not these ones.
Is this Yasuke 2.0? Oh.
Yeah, like, first of all,
Oh god.
is this or is this not Orihime?
It's pretty close.
Right? Like, and then I guess I'm thinking these are the villains. This is Disco Jesus. And then like it just everything about it just feels not good. Right? But trust me, guys, a group of former Toei animators are working on this. It's gonna be something.
Well, you know what? If they are former animators, I could believe that they'd work on a budget of pennies. So, you know, that's true.
There's probably a reason they're former animators, but not current animators.
Look, jokes aside, the main character's name is Sin. The jokes continue. All right. No, after witnessing his father being killed by the creator god, Seikatsu, Sin, being one of the last Fourth Bringers, is tasked with stopping Seikatsu's reign. To do this, Sin must find Heaven's Gate to become a Knight of Eve. Everything about this is cringe. And there's no physical media tier, so I'm not backing it.
Yeah, because you were totally gonna back it before, I guess.
Fuck, man. If you had a DVD tier in there, I'd have backed that shit just to have it.
Oh, who's this?
Speaking of no DVD tier,
Hey, Lance, look what arrived at my door at no expense to me.
What are you showing me?
He's blind. I forgot.
Turn your eyeballs
I'll
on.
put it
Forgot he's
extremely
blind.
close.
No, I had some stuff done to my eyes earlier. I barely can open my
Squint.
eyes. So you
did
just have
someone
to tell
jizz in
me.
your eye by mistake?
Yes,
I
exactly.
mean,
The
he
doctor
is
did.
called significant other Lance tonight.
Haha.
Okay.
I'm guessing I have to watch the VOD to find out where the fuck you're
I don't
showing
even
me.
know.
Oh.
Anyway, Plantopia is
Jesus
also
Christ.
something I'm not backing because there's no physical media.
And I went out of my way to join because I was like, oh, I can't leave them hanging without me.
And
35
this is
days.
already got like $75,000. Jesus.
And Crossroad X Chronicle is still less than $1 pledge of only $139 goal.
How the
I
fuck do you have
know
one
we
backer?
can get this to $120 if we really wanted to.
Who backed it and didn't give anything?
It's him. No, because he backed in yen.
Oh, 1 yen.
Pledge 109 yen of 20,000 yen goal.
Oh, Jesus.
High Guardian Spice still sucks. The characters and story are bad. That not even fixing the animation will make the cartoon better. True. The aesthetic feels pretty off. Yeah, it does. Ironically, this shitty art of Crossroad Chronicle is somehow more Japanese feeling than the high quality former Toei animation of that other thing.
Oh, you got Vivi. Nice. I had to get a text from someone telling me what you had.
Ouch.
Anyway, yeah, it's quite something. Definitely
Yeah.
something I want to back. There is no physical media tier, but I honestly, he's
It's all
done
good.
this. This is like his 9th attempt at trying to get this thing back. And at this point, I just want him to succeed. Anyway, Toei should get back to sell anime because anime studios might have computer hackers. Yes, that will solve all the problems.
Because
Paper cells and paint. are
because
safe
cells
from
don't
computer
go on
hacks.
computers anyway. That's right.
Unfortunately, you know what they're not safe from? Arson. as Kyoto Animation learned. You still cannot make digital anime like cell anime. Well, that is true.
But you can digitally scan it to send it to broadcasters, and then that can get hacked.
You might as well quit on having people who can paint on Ofuda and Tanzaku. Yep. Well, that's what's
People painting Fudas out there.
happening. Yep. How could a Western creator create a mishmash of Christian myth that's somehow even more cringe than anything I've seen from Japan?
Not hard.
It's really weird that it does still feel more Japanese aesthetically. How is that even possible? Right? Because an actual Japanese person drew it and not some fake former Toei. Like Toei's just the company that they made before they started it, so they could say, "Yeah, we're talking about the American Toei." It's really weird that it does.
Toei North America.
Digital cartoons are stiff and the body shapes do not change. Anyway,
Well,
so there's
that's
that.
not true.
Moving on. Okay, MECHA-UDE is getting a full anime series, as if this is
Have you
news.
seen Tom? He gets flattened in almost every episode of Tom and Jerry.
So I wanted to point out,
Can you guys hear me?
yes,
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
that just didn't make any sense to what was said.
You said the body shapes never change. Well, he went
In
from a
digital cartoons. Are there digital Tom and Jerry cartoons?
I mean, what do you call digital? It's-
Animated it in the computer instead of on cells.
Yeah.
Isn't the new Tom and Jerry like that? Or am I wrong? I haven't really seen it, but never
I'm
mind.
pretty
Anyway.
sure they do stuff.
So
I'm sure they do
so
something.
the MECHA-UDE is getting a series, and I couldn't help but notice, even though there's no fucking reason for me to ever remember this because the show is so. Well, it's okay. But what was the character's name again? Tokiko. Have you guys seen Buso Renkin?
I've heard the name.
I have, but it's been a minute, dude.
And this is a crowdfund thing?
It was crowdfunded originally.
Oh, okay.
And they made a homemade box set for FDD and M&I. Kissed with lipstick on, much
And
love.
glue.
A burned disc with the paper cover glued to the top. Fucking awful.
No.
Then this
I thought I was
bitch,
feeling bad before I joined this stream. Now I want to puke.
This bitch dubbed the anime and put it on
After.
YouTube for free. Fuck her.
For a limited time.
So I just gotta
they
point
didn't
out
even
the
send
fact-
us a link for download for the dub.
I just got to point out the fact that this girl in Buso Renkin that's fucking ripoff. It's literally her.
Huh.
It kind of reminds me of Tokyo Ghoul, like the Queen K. And how fucking dumb is it? Moving on. Also, remember, Robert J. Woodhead was asked, whatever happened to the announcement? Is it canceled or just delayed? Delayed. Some weird stuff happened. It's taken a while to sort out. Referring to AnimEigo's next
Kickstarter.
Kickstarter.
That was 2 days ago.
Yep. I am very put off by this image.
What is it of?
Eat your damn strawberries.
Covered
is
in jizz.
Cream.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is.
Creamy strawberry.
Why is she so sweaty?
Look, man, it's hard work.
That's the most liquid whipped cream I've ever seen.
It
It's not
very
whipped
much
cream, it's just
resembles
cream.
what I saw on Shinji's hand. I'm just saying, like,
Look, look, man, it's like sour cream when you leave it in the jar for too
No.
long.
Sour cream is at least thick.
I mean, depends on how old it is.
all right. Anyway, convention news. Let's burn through a couple of these. So first of all, I just want to point out that Crunchyroll has 2 articles, and it's the exact same fucking animation sequence. It was reused in both trailers that have been put out so far with a different background. They're recycling that shit. Anyway, so
Why they think
Thousand Year Blood War is going to be making its North American debut at New York Comic Con. The year's event announced plans to screen the North American premiere ahead of the simulcast debut. No news as to what it will be simulcast on. Disney Plus? God knows.
God, I hope not.
Bleach 1000 Year Blood War TV anime starts October 10th. It will be a 4-season run, though not consecutively. Reese, do you want to explain?
Split core.
Split cool. So
So,
basically, it's not.
Fall,
They're not.
spring.
It's not
fall,
going to be.
spring.
It's not going to
Yeah.
be running from all 4 seasons of the year. It's going to
Yeah.
be run and then maybe not the next season, but then come back.
Yeah, fall, spring.
That's what you
fall,
were
spring.
supposed to say. Stop.
Well, like,
stop
that's
looking for. Stop looking for your Adam's apple.
There's
and
going to
get
be
your head in the
period
game.
breaks.
I would say it's fall, spring, fall,
Yeah.
spring.
Right. It was a joke. Okay. Now, also, the new Bleach season's impressive cast list has affected other anime series. All the at the advanced screening for Bleach 1000 Year Blood War television anime on Sunday, voice actor Noriaki Sugiyama revealed that the series' massive cast list has affected recording schedules for other anime series. Sugiyama shared that there is a list that explains which actors will appear in how many episodes, and that at its peak, there's about 80 people recording in a single day. I heard that during the time on the days of the week when Bleach was being recorded, other productions were not able to get a hold of the cast. Fellow cast member Masakazu Morita and Fumiko Orikasa agreed and said they had heard the same thing Morita nodded and then chimed in that when he went to other job sites, the staff complained a lot about it, including various production companies and Morita's manager. Morita added that with a wry smile that all he could do was apologize. So basically, the Japanese cast of Bleach has gone on to become quite sought after from the original show, and they had to reunite them all.
Have you not noticed that all? So unlike in the West, you see the same like 5 voice actors on the top billing of every popular show.
I guess what it is that Bleach
it doesn't matter
has
which
so many characters.
publisher. Yeah.
And they're all going to be fighting together like Avengers Endgame, right? So they have to be all there together for the Blood War. Anyway, in live action news, Gran Turismo, the live action film, has cast Stranger Things star and lands District 9 director for a summer 2023 release. You could be filming that fucking fast if you're going to get that done for a summer release.
Yeah.
So David Harbour of Stranger Things, which I'm a little bit sad about because I thought it would have been really funny if Steve Harrington was the guy in the car. And then I just happened to have seen this right before it went live. Apparently Orlando Bloom is going to be opposite David Harbour in it. So probably the young hotshot who's going to be the antagonist, right? That's how we're going to do this.
Orlando Bloom is going to be the young.
David Harbour plays Hopper.
Yeah. Anyway, also, star of the Lupin live action thriller has been cast in a live action Yasuke adaptation. Now, I would just like to point out, if we let the black guy play the French character, why can't a French guy play Yasuke? So anyway, they said here, Yasuke was previously adapted into an anime series produced by MAPPA. The new live-action series will also feature 5 parts with Yasuke anime series writer Nick Jones Jr. returning as the head writer for the adaptation. Unlike the Yasuke anime adaptation, the forthcoming live-action series will be more realistically grounded. Goodbye, mechs and magic. In the forthcoming novel African Samurai, written by Craig Shreve, optioned by attached production studio 21 Laps as the basis for the new series. Right, because literally all they know about this guy Yasuke is that he existed and there's a picture of him, and they've constructed an entire fucking life around him. Also, for additional Hollywood connection, actor Forrest Whitaker of Ghost Dog, Way of the Samurai, a movie I have actually seen, is attached to the new series through the aforementioned studio. I rented it back in the day. I'm pretty sure Netflix shipped me the disc. And I didn't hate the movie, but I can't by any stretch of the imagination say it's good. The literal only thing I remember about it is that he has a part in his house where he goes to the ground and he pulls out like a plank of wood, and then he goes shh, 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 and he does like this Japanese like.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
You seen it?
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the only thing I remember about it. Anyway, so let's see. Effing Anime Addict says, Lance, sorry to burst your bubble, but the new animation for a lot of cartoons sucks.
You're not busting my bubble, dude.
Sorry to bust your nut.
Taste their own.
Okay, but which Yasuke story are they adapting? Well, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the anime is horrible. Speed Racer existed and it did not feel like Mach Go Go Go. Some say it is like the 1997 reboot. Not me. I thought it was fucking awesome. Anyway, moving on. Streaming news. I've got some wonderful things to tell you. Studio Trigger on Cyberpunk Edgerunners. Quote, the lolly must stay. Colonizers BTFO'd.
What the hell?
So I would like to play a clip for you.
With that intro, I am terrified and amazed.
With audio.
All
And
right then.
we actually talked about it a little bit before we came onto this segment, but I really want to save Rebecca.
Same.
But I feel guilty. Yeah, because she's the best girl.
Best girl.
But I feel a little bit guilty to say it because what happened was I was one of the people on the creative team to actually vote Rebecca out of the original cast during pre-production. Because what happened was that CD Projekt Red first got the character design for Rebecca, and they were like, "She's a lowly. Lowlies don't exist in Night City. It doesn't
Revoke
fit the
her
Cyberpunk
weep card.
2077 aesthetic."
She is banned from fandom.
But Sugar was like, "No, the lowly must stay."
Look at all these people.
And,
What the
you know,
fuck? With
ultimately,
his
she's
faces
the
on the
best girl.
side.
So it-
Who pronounces lolly lowly?
Right?
They do
I
that
mean,
in
the
Rising of the
Japanese,
Shield
maybe?
Hero. You know, what's his name? Not Naofumi Iwatani. He says it that way, and it irked the fuck out of me. And I'm like,
you know why? It's probably because in Japan they pronounce like
Rory? Well, it's because it's short
K-
for Lolita.
It's like K-own, right? You know,
Right.
they pronounce their O's as O, not as O.
No, it's because
usually.
Lolly is short for Lolita.
Right.
So
which is the appropriate pronunciation.
right. So people like to overly emphasize it because they don't know the culture or whatever. They don't have the otokonoko fetish. No, they don't know they don't know the ways of the true fandom.
True weeb.
Anyway, so
yeah, well, it's funny
The
that
true
started
fetish
with a,
connoisseur.
no,
that started with a
we
weird
do not
ass
fetishize
book.
lollies. They are wonderful for who they are.
I mean,
they don't need to be
it's-
sexualized.
There's a book out there that's, I think it was an English
Yeah,
writer.
Lolita.
Yeah,
it's a
like
French.
that's the French. Okay, I
Hence,
knew
hence
it wasn't
the French
Japanese,
word Lolita.
which to me is like people will often think, oh, it's Japanese. You might want to look at that a little better.
No. So anyway, Random 11, you finished this show. How much is Rebecca best girl?
I don't think she's best girl. I think
Get him off
the
the
main. I think the main girl is best girl.
course you are.
Even though she's a little bit moody, but I don't know. Like, I don't want to spoil it, but there's a.
All I'm saying is the second I saw this character in the original trailer, I was like, it's her. She wins. She's fucking insane. I could love this. Literally, this is all I needed to see to be like, I need to sit down and watch this right now.
I will say that overall the anime is good. So anyone considering watching it,
Do you
go
need to
watch.
have anything to know about Cyberpunk to be able to get into
Have
it?
you played it, Random 11?
No.
Okay,
So-
well, I'll say on his behalf, probably not, because it sounds like a completely separate story.
In terms of story wise, I believe it's pretty much on its own, but they do take for granted that you know some of the like lingo.
Gotcha.
So they
like
they
what?
kind of like Eddie's, like you can figure it out, but like I think
Honestly, I
Eddie's
don't
is,
even
like,
remember the game explicitly telling
Like they
you.
would
I was just
mention
kinda like,
locations they expect you to know about without having to explain what it is.
not so much locations, just lingo. Like Eddie's is what they call the currency. They don't explain that, but like it's
I mean,
obvious.
in what movie
you
do you
watch
want?
it.
Do you want them to walk up and say, "Yep, here's a euro"? All right.
No, exactly,
What type
that's-
of money is this?
Well,
You know,
obviously
like,
it's
in this
euro.
particular, that's one example.
They
of,
sure as fuck
you know,
don't explain Gil in
Yeah,
Final
but
Fantasy.
we're talking about
you are
real world
completely missing
currency
the
and
point.
not
He has
fictional
provided you
currency.
one example.
Yeah,
One.
it's
Okay.
that is one example. There are other examples of
Yeah,
just lingo.
fair enough.
I can't remember what the name of it is, but they
Like for example, automail in
Fullmetal
Full Metal Alchemist. Like imagine that, you know, there's a whole bunch of things that they treat you like you already know.
Already know, yeah.
And they're talking about them without making it clear that the automail is the thing that
The
it
thing
is,
that's on his
right?
arm. That's his arm.
Yeah.
You know, a movie that actually did it pretty well, and I agree or disagree, but Detective Pikachu, if you knew nothing about Pokemon, but you went into watching that movie, it give you a good walk-in.
Well, they
Like
also fully explain everything in the first 2 minutes.
So that's the
with
complete
voiceover.
opposite of like
Of what's happening here.
Cyberpunk's approach is we're gonna act like it's normal so that it doesn't feel like this jarring.
But-
What is sorry? What is Eddies again? Oh, Eddies. That
Well,
is our
like,
currency, man.
When they
that'd
talk
be
about
so
eddies,
dumb.
they could at least like show them holding currency. Like,
You know what,
talking about it.
That's a really good idea, Reese.
I mean, is that what they do in the show?
Well, I mean, it's just contextually obvious what they're talking about.
Okay.
But some of the stuff isn't as contextually obvious until a little bit into it. Like you got to give it a
That
second.
floor
So,
manugan
I just
sure was
need to know-
terrible.
Do any of the characters have various sizes and combinations of genitals?
Oh
I
my
thought
god.
you were gonna say various sizes and boobs. I was like, well,
No,
One's just walking with
Genitals.
his dick dragging in the ground behind him.
genitals do not
That's a
change
direct
shape.
quote. That's a direct quote from when they were making the
Their
game, and
promo.
they said the game contains nudity and sexual material. Players can select the gender and customize their character. Customization can include depictions of breasts, buttocks, and genitalia, as well as various sizes and combinations of genitals.
oh wow, is that what you?
No
is that what you
genital
had
changes
put this
shape.
for?
But there are some
Well, they censored it.
there are some swapped out genitals in the show.
I was
Oh,
gonna say, how
God.
many genitals are in there? Because
Well, definitely.
that
They don't-
YouTube trailer looked like they basically showed
Fuck,
it. I'm
dude,
like, what?
the YouTube trailer is like I should never worry about showing fucking anything on YouTube after seeing.
Well, I
that
mean, it
trailer.
is age restricted. But
Fuck, I
So
don't give a
is this
shit.
stream usually.
Yeah, I age restrict the stream occasionally because of shit, and like
if I recall correctly, 2 of the girl characters show their boobs, and 1 guy.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, boobs. Oh.
in the
Oh,
trailer,
oh,
I
God.
saw pubes and vag. So I'm just throwing out on YouTube.
Just
that
saying,
trailer
did
is
you
sitting
beat
there.
off later?
I don't remember that. Scene.
There was cyber coochie, okay? Let's make that very clear.
Oh, that must be why it's okay, because it's not real coochie.
That's
Yeah,
what I mean.
there
Like,
mean,
there
like
is a
you-
cyber dick in the
Oh.
in the show.
Okay, wait a
Um,
minute. So when it gets excited, does it make that whole like
No, it doesn't get
telescope
excited.
sound?
That does not
Is
happen.
it Goku penis syndrome?
No, but
Maybe
you
when it
barely see
basically
it.
inverts into the body.
Cowards.
no,
I don't-
it's that Twitter thing I referenced before that you don't want to bring up syndrome.
To be honest,
So-
I don't even know if you
Random
see it or if
11.
it was his hand. But because I
he
wasn't like
use his hand?
looking at it when it
I'm
happened.
just gonna post a tweet in the private chat.
Oh no.
So just an example of another thing where they're
And the
using
regular chat.
terminology
No.
that yeah, okay.
I'll throw it in the
Okay.
doc later for anybody who's
Sure.
curious.
Um
If you feel like
so
raping
just
your
another
eyes,
example
please
of
pick it up.
terminology that they use is like in the first episode he keeps calling this person by a name and I'm like, what is that? And then he calls this other person by the same name and I'm like, wait, this is a different person. Why is he saying the same
No,
name?
it was probably you just weren't listening. It was Madoka and Madaka, and you were just sitting
No.
there going, "Who? What?"
No.
So are you saying
Um,
it's a cyberpunk version of "Hey amigo, what's up"?
Yes.
Homeboy, how you is, bruh?
So
So is it like
and-
the cyberpunk version of the N-word?
probably. And it
Sup,
might have
homie?
even just been Spanish. I honestly don't know because he's like a Spanish type.
Mi
of
amo es
character.
Let's.
In the
Um,
game, your companion's like kind of Spanish, I think.
Oh,
But,
Is this your
um,
companion?
yeah. What the fuck?
But
I
don't-
can't
I
help
don't
but
really,
notice
Something
we've got the game on one
I
side
would
and the
never pay
anime
attention
on the
to their-
other.
No,
I
that
don't
chick
really
is
know
not
to
your
their,
companion. The
Good, she looks
companions
like
that
a real
do-
bitch.
I don't really know Spanish, so I'm not sure if that was a cyberpunk thing or if it was a Spanish thing. Anyway, doesn't matter.
It could have
there
been
is
Klingon
nothing-
for all you knew now.
Hold on, I think I know the one you're talking about. It's like it's
Chuko.
something.
something like Chuko or something like that.
Chuko on these nuts. What?
All I can
anyway.
think of is that character from Breaking Bad, Chupa, or whatever his name was. Chupo?
Yeah.
Is it Chica? Like
Is
girl
it
and Chica
Choom
boy?
or something?
Choom? Yeah, it might be Choom actually.
Choom.
I apologize if that's a racial slur, Spanish community. Please don't-
Apparently, Chupo is Portuguese for suck.
Oh,
Wow.
Wait, is that why
Chu-
Is that why the
Chupo
Chupo
these
Cabra
nuts.
is a hooker over there?
Chew put
Hey,
back
I got
to?
it. Hey, I got
He
it.
says it's Jew. So I don't know if that's a cyberpunk thing or a Spanish thing. Either way, nothing is
Tuco. Damn it, I was wrong.
nothing in the game or nothing in the anime requires you to watch the game. They just use some terminology.
Nothing in the anime requires you to watch the game. Whenever
Yep.
you don't play the game.
I don't watch the game. I play it. Thing.
Whatever. Play the game. Watch the context of the game. Know the game.
Read
whatever.
the subtitles.
It's
Waggle
a
your
good
joystick.
anime.
If you were to literally just erase that guy's hair, he would look like a normally portioned bald head.
What?
Okay.
AC, are you
oh.
okay?
Oh, I see
thought-
what you mean. The
I thought you meant
real
the
guy.
2D guy.
No, this
Yeah.
guy. If you were to just
I
erase
thought there was a
this,
woman on screen.
his hairline
There's both.
looks like he's got the best of both worlds. He's bald and full head of hair.
He's got a modern day mohawk, motherfucker.
Anyway.
Anyway, back to the story. The article. The character that they're talking about is an okay character. She's fine. She's like a pepper, like a spicy character. She's short temper.
Pepper.
Short temper.
She looks like
is she a grind? Is she the pepper grinder or the shaker? Because
she kind of reminds me, like from what I saw of her, she kind of reminds me of Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
She's just fucking insane, right? And she just jumps into extremely dangerous situations.
Well, she does have moments of like where she gets like normal. So she has this outward like burst of emotion, but then she's not insane. She is a sane character. There you go. EC says it is cyberpunk slang, so not some Spanish thing. Yeah. So and there was one character plot point where it was kind of out of left field where they kind of introduced this thing. I won't spoil it, but
sorry about that.
It's like, why is this happening with this character? Anyway. That I didn't really understand.
I love how he reacts immediately when you show the feet. Why is this happening with these feet?
I can't wait to watch it. I'm trying to get my wife to watch it, but every time it's like she's got work in the morning because new job anyway.
Yeah, I have a question about the Lolly Must Stay thing. I was talking to a couple of my friends, or a friend and my brother, who have both watched the show, and they maintain she is not a lolly.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I would agree, actually. I mean, in the sense that she's just petite. Like she looks like she's probably like Jesus.
FBI, what up?
I don't know.
You okay?
A fucking lamp just fell on me. I caught it like as it was. I don't. Okay.
Someone please put the camera on him.
That was weird. All right. I think that's gonna happen again.
Okay, so make sure.
Anyway, I moved the desk.
Moved the desk down.
She looks. Yeah, like it would be like you could argue. She's not a lolly in the sense that she's clearly not like 8, but she's also not clearly 20. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
She could be 20.
Most people just throw that word out there because they don't know what the hell they're talking
Maybe
about.
she got the cyber surgery to look older.
Can we just for the thumbnail this image but with pedo bear?
Oh jeez.
Well, I guess it depends on what your definition of lolly character is.
Right.
I have a question.
I don't know. I seem to think it qualifies. They didn't. People on Flashcast also
the purpose
said
of the purpose of the vetoing and the censorship was that they're like it's problematic to have a little lolly.
I have a question.
Yes.
If lolly is for female girls who look young, what's the male version? What's the male
Shota,
version?
that's what you are.
No, Shota is just boy, like young boy.
No, it's not.
Isn't it?
Shota.
No, Shota is the.
Is specifically it's the same thing, but for girls.
Yeah.
Or for boys. Sorry.
But for boys, yeah.
Hmm.
And I'm trying to think. Like there's better examples of like characters that are legitimate Lolly or Shota, because most people don't know what the characters actually would look like to legitimately be that. They're just fucking retarded.
Asks, is she cute and funny? Depends on what you just determine is cute. Is it cute for someone to say "fork it over, cheapskate" and flip you off? Because if so, the answer is yes.
I mean, I think Revy's cute and funny. Just saying. Definition changes again. Be the person.
It depends on your perspective.
We need.
There's
damn it,
like
we need
two
we
things
need
they
my
might
clip.
laugh at, but she's not like a comedic character.
Right. Anyway, I think she's great.
She's not intentionally being funny, but it's absurd that it makes you laugh.
Now,
yeah.
Can we?
That's a good way.
Is there anything we want to say to wrap this up?
Can we just move on? Because I just think they're idiots.
All right, cool. Is that anything else?
No.
All right. High Dive is going to be streaming Love Flops. They're going to exclusively stream it. This once again is the anime with the banana in the pocket. Is that one?
Oh God, I don't know why I don't know why that opening you just gave that made me think of. I watched some of Girlfriend. I know slightly off topic, but man, that show sucks.
Okay, not that one.
Let's not talk about it then. 2 hyperdimensional Neptunia, the animation OVAs launching on Steam. Nep Festival and Little Purple Sunshine are available for a limited time. So this was news to me that Steam gets like streaming for anime and stuff. Along with other video releases on Steam, these OVAs will no longer be available for streaming or purchase as of November 1st. So you'll need to grab them while they're still up on the platform. Even after that date, you'll still be able to watch your purchase videos via your personal stream library. Okay, I'm going to read that again. Along with other video releases on Steam, these OVAs will no longer be available for streaming or purchase. But it's okay, though, because even after that date, you'll still be able to watch your purchase videos.
As long as you have it on your hard drive.
Yep. As long as for people who didn't get that, if you don't go pick this shit up after November 13th, you're not getting it. First?
Yeah. Even if you bought something previously and you deleted it from your hard drive, you will no longer be able to access it.
It seems like Steam.
I don't think that's accurate.
Hold up. No.
Steam did do video, then they stopped. So it's ending on November 1st. This is like a very limited OVA access here.
So Steam, I don't think Steam allows you to actually download the videos you purchase because, I think it just essentially gives you a perpetual streaming key to the video,
which seems weird because it sounds like it's saying, you'll still be able to watch it, but also you'll no longer be able to stream. I don't know. It's weird. Hopefully, it's a physical release.
Luckily, Steam doesn't have a history of delisting stuff typically. So
I believe it will work just like any other game that gets delisted from their library, and that as long as you buy it now, you will be able to watch it going forward.
Yes, probably. That's wow. Otherwise, sue them. So, Japanese slapstick comedies Paper Fan canceled from Japanese TV. So it's called the Harisen. The giant paper fan, known as the Harisen, has been used as a tool for slapstick-style manzai comedy for nearly 6 decades in Japan. But its time on TV appears to be nearing an end.
Bullshit.
Now that the folding, smacking paper is considered non-compliance in broadcasting. Screenwriter Hinori Tsuji brought the situation to light in a tweet. Posted a picture of the Harisen. Finally, this too has been hit as non-compliance.
That is so stupid.
The screenwriter elaborated in another tweet that he was told that the Harisen was no good when used as a punishment or penalty in a game show. He also explained that around April of this year, it was still considered safe to use, but its time appears to have caught up. Hironori Tsuji tweeted, quote, "I see people saying TV just got more boring, but I was thinking more along the lines of we must think of something that can replace the Harisen. However, it still saddens me to see the end of a cliche. By the way, Chambara Trio disbanded in 2015. Chanbara Trio was a veteran comedy group led by Shinsuke Yamane, known for pioneering the usage of Harisen in Manzai comedy acts, in which the Tsukomi, straight man, hits the bokeh, fool, in response to their idiocy. Japanese internet denizens commented about the Harisen being canceled from TV. So these are the ones. I love this. Thai kicks are okay. I bet that Pico Pico hammer will be the next to go.
Oh, God.
Just start smacking with your dick instead.
Hell, teacher.
You
That
guys
redo of Healer
complain,
Magic.
but probably wouldn't even watch if the Harisen was still around. Aren't those in Smash Bros?
Yep.
So you're still allowed to smack with your hands, but not this thing that doesn't hurt? Incomprehensible. At least make it okay to smack butts then if heads are no good. They're going to eventually make it against the rules to even look at someone and laugh.
Somewhere's already done that. I'm sure.
So anyway,
Sensual staring.
Didn't we cover a bar that was?
yeah, we covered
doing
that bar in
consensual
Australia that made it. They banned.
Oh, it was in Australia.
non-consensual
Oh, okay.
staring.
I'm not even surprised.
Are they gonna replace the fan with the Chinkon?
No, listen,
Whatever the
random. What they're trying to
1,000
do.
years of pain.
Oh, that's
Oh God, where they stick
That's-
your fingers
oh,
up their
fuck.
ass?
Yeah.
Kakashi's
that's
move.
not what it's called.
Whatever. I don't know. What
Fuck,
it's
I don't know
called.
the full
You
name
just
of it.
erased it from my brain when you pronounced it wrong.
Oh, he pronounced it right. You didn't use the official name.
Anyway, so live
The hand
streamer
sign is
filtering, live streamer filtering malfunction exposes the truth. A rather classic accident has been earning attention in Japan and its neighboring regions as a Chinese live streamer who was using the service's many filtering features accidentally revealed the truth, costing her many viewers, as those in a similar situation likely try to avoid recreating such a fatal mistake. Live stream services, including ones in the communistic country of China, contain filter functions that can enlarge eyes, change hairstyles, or even make a person's skin look beautiful. One female live streamer in China forgot to turn their filters on before starting the live stream.
Oh no.
Are you ready for this? Concho, yes. Are you ready?
不会跳别的。哎，忘记开美颜了，开一会儿啊，开一会儿。
The question mark.
Oh God.
Like, oh, you think we didn't notice that? What the fuck was that?
That sounds like one of those, like, you know how you have your big nightclubs and sometimes they'll have like their
Am I kawaii desu?
I mean, at the very least, it's better than what is it, like a VTuber, and then it's like some neckbeard guy.
It's a fat guy. Yeah.
You don't know that that's not a guy.
Well, what was that voice? It sounded like an old lady.
No, she wasn't singing.
Guys, don't worry.
Oh, no, that's when she said something.
The singing is the part that sounded young because she was lip syncing.
Yeah, no, you
but,
guys don't understand. You guys don't understand. She has an old person's face app thing to make her look old. That's what it is.
Chinese social media site Weibo quickly spread this video around, and many were surprised at how fast she pretended nothing happened as she turned the filters back on, leading some to theorize perhaps it was intentional. Commenters were shocked at the fraud level that such filtering technology has reached, and some wondered if it was actually a beautiful woman who was live streaming and she instead turned on filters to become an old woman. That's called cope. That's called hopium. Regardless, the woman's viewer count fell as a result of the incident.
That's like watching lesbian porn, but you find out it was actually a transgender dude, and you're like, that definitely wasn't a dick. That definitely wasn't a dick. That was a strap on. Then later on, you're like, nope, No.
Well, Lance
was
is
a
getting
giant cock.
canceled
Lance,
shortly.
I'm sorry, but that you're the only person that would happen to because you're blind as a bat.
I don't know. I've heard other stories of than just mine of like, damn, that looks like nope.
As the one who failed the which of these are men challenge, I can
The
see why
lightning
you would
round of
make this
smash or
mistake.
pass.
Yes.
I still
so are
have
we
to live
done with
that
this article
down.
now?
What's
I think
up?
Random 11's eyes are hurting.
Are
Yeah,
we
we are.
done with this article?
That's
okay.
it. Yeah.
So this reminded me of something else. I don't know if we covered it. I posted in the private chat. I don't know if we covered it or if you guys covered it on the podcast. But I seen a video
Aren't you a part of
on
this?
TikTok about this guy who is a biker and
Young
used the
female
face app.
Japanese biker turns out to be 50-year-old man with face app.
Oh.
Yeah. And so the way they
That's right.
figured him out, he didn't screw up. The way he didn't screw up
The
like she did.
reflection?
Yeah, there was a reflection in a mirror in one of the pictures he posted.
Nice.
And he didn't notice.
You forgot to Photoshop that fat ass.
So my understanding of this story, unlike the other girl, is after they that's the mirror. You can see the picture.
And it's in the mirror of the motorcycle.
Yeah.
Is it up the one he's riding?
This is some
Yeah, it's
CSI
his
enhanced shit right here.
And so my
Okay, I
understanding.
would just like to point out once again how betrayed the Japanese were that you made Bridget female.
My understanding is that his viewership on Instagram or Twitter or wherever went up after he revealed
yeah,
and
no
embraced
shit.
that he was an old guy.
Yeah, no shit, because
So
now people have something to make fun of.
He thought he would lose people because he wasn't.
Yeah,
an
I find it
attractive girl.
amazing that they're saying that that her views dropped off. Because if I saw this, I'd watch the entire thing to see if it happened again. You know?
Yeah, you'd be glued.
I'd be fucking glued to it. Like, oh my god. My wife comes in and she's like doing the cat like tongue thing. I'm like, no,
She's
you don't
doing the
understand.
cat?
This is an old bitch.
Your wife starts doing that while you watch the.
No, you didn't. You're blind. You didn't see the video. The woman in the video when the face
Dude,
app comes back on.
I'm with. I didn't need
You're
to
blind.
see it. I'm with you guys though. I follow you there, but I am fucking with you on that. Continue.
Anyway, that's funny. That's really
Yeah,
funny.
I honestly, it's like Reese is right. This is CSI shit. But the thing is, you got to understand, don't fuck with nerds because they'll do this just for the hell of it.
Kiwi Farms isn't the only place where with weaponized autism, apparently.
You have a bunch of fucking nerds sitting around watching this kind of shit.
That's awesome.
Dude, they notice every little detail.
All right, in theater release news.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of unattractive ladies.
Oh no.
Chibi Ham, Juicy and Me anime film is hitting Japanese theaters in September. So get this. The culture shock comedy movie featuring motion captured animation. Doesn't even look 3D, does it?
Doesn't even look good though.
It doesn't even look 3D, does it? Oh wait, yes, it fucking does. Tourists Run Wild and Chibi Ham, Juicy and Me anime movie trailer. It looks so trash.
I'm amazed.
Mokapu anime.
I'm amazed at how much people are like just embracing this CG bullshit, because the Dragon Ball community is going over to that heavily because of the whole like they've just completely adapted everything trying to over CG, and the new Breakers game just looks awful.
What
And it's
the
all
game?
CG.
The game is CG? Is that
Dude,
not,
have you
like,
seen the
expected?
characters? No, it's just like for some reason like there was CG, but now it's CG times 9,000 and just keeps the characters look terrible. I'm like, the Xenoverse models didn't look this bad.
I think
Okay.
You're conflating anime using CG with a video game that typically uses 3D anyway.
Dude, the CG models in Xenoverse had less like movement into like some of their like details, but it was at least better.
For the sake of,
but whatever. But I
let's
just think
like
CG sucks.
stay on topic, bro. So the story of Chibi Ham, Juicy and Me follows Paprika, an American exchange student on a homestay in Japan, and her friend Juicy, who have to deal with the arrival of Paprika's obnoxious cousin Chibi Ham. Chibi Ham is determined to have a good time while visiting Japan, but she's oblivious to culture differences and runs roughshod over the locals, complaining about the food, picking fights with store clerks, and otherwise making a nuisance of herself. Will Juicy's mother be able to set Chibi Ham straight?
The hell is this plot?
How the fuck are you named Juicy and you're not a stripper?
Juicy,
so look,
Chibi Ham, and Paprika.
Right, and I love
sound like stripper names.
I love how it's like Paprika, an American exchange student. The American exchange student's cousin is named Chibi Ham. All right, here, listen to this.
Great voice acting.
Juicy and
I like how you can hear the distance with the mic too.
Yeah, I know, right?
That last one sounded like a webcam.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Anyway, so that's the
for all of you listening, we're sorry and not responsible for the rape you just endured.
I'm not sorry.
That sounded awful.
There are a bunch of comments that you didn't read.
Witchcraft referring to. I can't. Star them if they're good. I gotta keep going. Crunchyroll to bring Mobile Suit Gundam Kukuru's Doan's Island anime film to theaters in September. So this is coming to theaters in the United Kingdom, United States, Canada, Australia. These are the dates if you're interested. Moving on. Rose of Versailles is getting a movie in honor of the 50th anniversary. So they put
there
out...
goes our box set. Oh wait, no, it was Discotech.
Well played.
So this is the promotional visual or whatever they're called. And after 42 years, there's a new Rose of Versailles anime on the way. Details are scarce at the moment, but given the historical context of the setting, as well as the movie's tagline of "They lived intensely and beautifully," it's probably safe to assume this is going to be a retelling of the Rose of Versailles plot and not a sequel. Ikeda herself offered the following comment, quote, "We have often received requests from fans for a new anime, and it is a happy surprise that we are able to make that wish come true. I am very happy that the manga has been read by people from across different generations." So people want a new anime, and I'm happy to surprise. It is a happy surprise we're able to make that wish come true. But if you're just gonna do a fucking recap movie, who fucking gives a shit?
Hey, do you think they got for the character designs? They got that guy who redid the art for the Blu-ray.
I still follow that guy on Twitter for the sake of eventually getting some merch made using him, the notorious discotheque BTFOer. Right. Also, the Regal's parent Cineworld has filed for bankruptcy.
Really?
So I hope you enjoy watching streaming shit.
I love this news, but I also hate it at the same time.
So I didn't read this, but you did, and you told me to highlight these. So if you have any additional context, go ahead and throw it in. Cineworld expects to emerge from Chapter 11 in the first quarter of 2023, and meanwhile will pursue, quote, a real estate optimization strategy in the U.S., i.e. some closures or sales of theaters, along with engaging in collaborative discussions with U.S. landlords to improve U.S. cinema lease terms.
AKA they're being bitches.
Cineworld expects to operate its global business and cinemas, including Regal, Cinema City, Picture House, and Planet, as usual, without interruption during the process, and honor customer membership programs, including Regal Unlimited and Regal Clown Club in the United Regal Crown.
I was like, what the fuck?
In the United States and Cineworld Unlimited in the UK.
So basically, this is just restructuring. It's not. They're not closing.
The bankruptcy is entirely to consolidate debt and everything, rather than actually shut down.
Actually lose everything.
With movie theaters closed for months, exhibition was among the industry's hardest hit by the pandemic, and a string of tent poles that buoyed attendance earlier this year. Box office trailed off into a soft slate for August, September. Okay. Exhibitors with the highest debt were hardest hit. Cineworld took on significant debt, acquiring Regal in 2018 for $3.6 billion. While the chain made some progress paying it down, it didn't enter COVID on great financial footing. It carries debt of about $5 billion. Separately, Canadian judge ruled late last year the company is liable for more than $1 billion in damages for back out.
Hacking.
Who the fuck wrote this shit? Deadline? Jesus. Nobody proofreads. How? I see these ads for like, hey, you can get this AI to write copy for you. And it's like, you fucking need it if your people are this fucking brain dead. AMC Entertainment survived bankruptcy in large part due to its odd genesis into a meme stock, which inflated its share price and led to a series of beneficial transactions. I am partially responsible for AMC surviving, and AMC's parent company, also called AMC, buying Sentai. You are welcome. As a holder of AMC stock, Cineworld is taking steps to position our company for the future. Our cinemas remain open on the world. We will continue to welcome guests to the best place to watch a movie. Is it the best place? Is that the one where I have to sit through Maria Menudo for the whole thing? Because fuck no. Also, there was this. Cineplex says it will push on secure payout from Cineworld despite bankruptcy. Toronto-based Cineplex was awarded $1.24 billion in damages after Cineworld walked away in 2020 from its $2.18 billion deal to buy the Canadian theater chain, while Cineplex filed documents earlier this year pushing for an even higher payout. A hearing on Cineworld's appeal of the judgment against it and Cineplex's cross-appeal is scheduled for October 12th and 13th, but Cineplex knows that the bankruptcy proceedings add extra uncertainty to the outcome and Cineworld's ability to pay any damages awarded.
So basically, Cineworld, I can only assume we're doing shit in 2018. And so a lot of companies, what they'll do when they're in like a rut, they'll just buy another company to try and make it look like they're profitable or, in good business order. So they bought Regal in 2018. They still were in shit. And when they buy these companies, what they do is they just take a bunch of loan out to buy it. It's what tanked Toys R Us in the States. A company took a shit ton of loan, bought Toys R Us, and was like, oh, I can't do anything with this loan, and now we're crushed. Bankruptcy. And generally what happens is the CEOs walk away with like millions of dollars and anyway.
Pump and dump.
Yeah. So that's what Cineworld's doing here. And so they bought Regal, spent a bunch of money on that, never paid that off. Then Cineplex, the Canadian brand up here, was looking for someone to buy them, and Cineworld's like, oh, we'll buy you. And then so they made this deal, and then basically right when just after they signed the paperwork to say, yeah, we're going to go ahead with this deal, just as long as we get all approved and everything, the lockdowns happened and COVID happened. And so when that happened, because everything was shut down, Cineplex and a lot of other, except AMC, because they were saved by the
AMC
stock market stuff, everyone else's stock tanked, right? And then so Cineworld's like, well, we agreed to buy you out, assuming your stock was X price. Now it's in the shitter. We don't want to pay that price anymore. And so they backed out of the deal entirely. And Cineplex was just kind of left holding the bag. and I remember, I think Cineplex made some moves already, like assuming the deal was going to go through. So then they sued, they won the money, and then just before, and then Cineworld appealed that suit, saying, "Well, no, we think Toronto judge erred in granting the 1.8 billion or whatever it was." And then Cineplex, just like the Vic case, was like, "Well, if you're going to appeal, well, we're also going to appeal. Fuck you, we want more money." So we'll see what happens to that. And that court hearing is due in October. But just before that court case comes out, Cineworld is being bitches, and they're like, "Oh, we're going to file for bankruptcy. Fuck you guys." So I hope the bankruptcy courts don't let them off easy. Because it seems like it's very much like we fucked up and we want to get saved and let off the hook for these this money that we owe the Canadian brand Cineplex. So obviously Cineplex is, despite the bankruptcy thing, gonna try and still get the money, but we'll see what happens. But I hope they hurt for fucking around like they did. Cineworld.
So Luigi the Metal 64 says movie theaters should start showing anime movies since those are able to bring viewers and money. Nobody watches bad movies from the US. Malls can come back if they are not so corporate. I mean, nobody's stopping them from showing anime movies. A lot of anime movies are getting put in.
They're just too stupid to show anything other than the same few movies, like the hugest mainstream, like the larger mainstream ones. They're not going to get anything.
I think there's a reason that they don't show anime movies. They probably don't get that much attention.
Because they're racist?
No,
No.
they probably don't get that much attention.
I mean, depends on the
they
anime movie.
Well, sure. Like, obviously...
Demon Slayer and Broly.
Demon Slayer probably, Broly for sure.
My Hero Academia.
The big ones, yeah.
Yeah.
They'll put them in theaters and it'll be wide. But like,
I gotta take a phone call. Be right back.
Cineplex generally will do like screenings of Studio Ghibli movies, but it'll be like just the Toronto showing. Yeah, it'll be just Toronto. Like you got to go down there,
and just for
it'll be
2 nights.
Yeah, 2 days, and that's it. And it's because they're not gonna be able. They know they can't fill the theater with that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and I guess
they'd consider it a big risk.
Yeah. So if people were showing up more to not like the mainstream big budget anime movie, then I think they would be.
The fairy tale movie Dragon Cry did pretty good, didn't it?
I'm not sure. I didn't hear anything about it.
Would anyone disagree that fairy tale's a mainstream, anime?
Well,
it's pretty
there's
good, right?
there's a difference between mainstream anime and mainstream movie. Like the One Piece movies.
Well, fairy tale's just as big as One Piece. Like it's at least known.
That's what I'm saying.
Like my theater, the one that's closest to me, is pretty damn big. Like it'll get like Dragon Ball. It got Demon Slayer, but for some reason, I went in there and talked to the manager at the time. They were like, "Yeah, the fairy tale movie wasn't really big a thing." And I looked at him, I was like, "You're nuts!" And the girl who was selling the tickets was like, "The Dragon Ball Z fucking Battle of Gods. You better have pre-ordered your ticket, or you were gonna maybe get standing room." And we had this whole conversation of we couldn't understand why this theater was skipping the Fairy Tale Dragon Cry movie when every other anime movie that had come to the area was just fucking packed.
You know why? Because it's a limited screening. So like, of course it's going to be packed because they're only it's like 2 days, and then they have.
Well, yeah, but the Dragon Ball movies got extra days because of how
Hold on, Lance. You're missing the point that it's not just on the theater too, right? It's on the
licensing,
licensor and publisher, or whatever. So
okay, so what
fairy tale they might not have chose. What
person is retarded enough to not want to license it to a theater?
The they don't license it to a specific theater. Generally, what will happen is the licensor says we want to put this in
Theatrical
theaters,
rights.
and then they'll they might sell some companies will sell the rights to a company that then goes off and puts it in theaters. Like what happened with Ghibli, right? They sold the rights to
We got Ghibli
Disney
movies.
originally, and then eventually G Kids.
Mhm.
But some companies, I'm assuming, like Biz, would probably just handle it themselves,
Got the Pokemon movies.
and distribute it directly.
Mhm.
But they still have to choose to give it to the theaters, because the theaters aren't going to put the movies in their theaters for free. Like
Yeah.
generally, you have to pay the theater.
The host ship, basically.
Yeah, and then like they get a cut of everything that you
Because they have to maintain their theater. They're our business. They gotta make money.
Still doesn't make a good excuse though. I follow everything you're saying and I get that from the go, but it still doesn't make a good excuse.
I mean, Lance, as the consumer, it's really easy to say, why don't they just put in all these anime I like? But like, there's a lot of stuff.
I've got something for you, Lance. So I mean, we talked about like My Hero Academia, Jujutsu Kaisen, Demon Slayer, like these big mega hits that get widespread releases. But like the smaller ones, like G Kids, like the recent ones, like Don Glees and that Masaki Yuasa one, like they're more selective. Like in my area, like the next town over is a 12 screen movie theater. They'll get like the My Hero Academia, Demon Slayer, Jujutsu Kaisen, but I had to go down like to the capital to go see like the smaller ones because they have more screens on it. Because like they're more like they're not more widespread. They're not known to be like be a heavy hitter. They're not going to make as much money on selling a screen. So they put it on less screens so that the people who do want to go all congregate to one instead of one theater having maybe two people at a screening.
And they're
Fair
also
enough,
seeing the
but
numbers
I'm not gonna like dox myself, but it's not exactly a tiny theater. Like this is a fucking big theater that'll get a ton of shit. But like either way, like I mean,
they also see the numbers from Japan, and I'm sure they use that to.
I don't know if that's even the case. If that's going to really affect a American studio going, we're going to get this, because it's don't like most anime movies when they air them in Japan, it's not very long that they're hitting the U.S. theaters. Like it's very brief generally, right?
I mean, the freaking Demon Slayer was in there for like 5 months, wasn't it?
Really? I didn't.
Demon Slayer was in Japan for like a year. I swear.
Oh yeah,
basically all of COVID.
A Mugen Train?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that movie rocked.
I mean, if it's still making money, they're gonna keep it in theaters.
Yeah. Because I remember the Dragon Ball movies. Like I talked to them about that one, and they told me that like, yeah, we're just gonna keep giving it theater time, so people could just keep renting the theater, like
if they know they can sell it.
But again, it's still the thing of it's like I still don't see any of that as a great argument as why this one movie, when all the others seem to do well, why this one movie was just overpassed.
But again,
no one I talked to at the theater could explain that, because they were like, yeah, we could definitely show this movie. Everyone
they don't know the industry.
I was talking to the fucking manager and people.
Do they know the anime industry?
Oh,
Dragon Cry or whatever from Fairy Tale. But Lance, you have
neither of the Fairy Tale movies got theatrical releases. Did they?
What?
I don't think either of the Fairy Tale. Not even the
double check yourself on that one.
Yeah, Dragon Cry did. Dragon Cry got a theatrical.
I know damn good well Dragon Cry did, because everyone I know went but me, because I couldn't go.
I didn't hear about it.
Yeah, bear in mind, it was limited release.
It was limited release.
And in terms of like big franchises, what I was trying to say earlier was, for instance, with One Piece,
what?
It's not until just recently, like just in the last couple movies, where they've tried to push Oda as like having a bigger role than he actually does in the movies. Where they even bothered to put it in theaters at all.
They do anything they can.
Most of the movies they don't bother with, because most of the fans don't bother with the movie.
No, well, they don't give a damn about whether or not a movie is good or anything. They're like,
most of the time they care if a movie is canon.
Exactly. And people don't understand what the hell canon is anymore either. So, oh no, this person said this. Okay, cool. The writer might just be putting their name on it, but hey, whatever.
Okay.
Welcome
Thank you
back,
for
Grandma.
talking while I ate, because my wife never. I asked my wife this morning.
Oh no!
I have to do a show tonight. I cannot put this off anymore. I work the next 5 days straight. I cannot put it off. What can I do to make life easier on you? Well, you can take out the crock pot and fill it with chicken. So I did. And I didn't get to have any of it tonight.
I mean, I hope you just didn't put a raw chicken in a crock pot and forget about it. I'm guessing there was more to this, but all
no,
right.
I mean she made it when we got back from the chiropractor right before I went live.
Does she not approve of you doing the podcast tonight?
Well, it's difficult because if I'm doing the podcast and
she's
the kids, she has to put the kids to bed and she's got to get up for work. I have to get up for work in a couple hours, kind of thing when I finish. So I'll be real with you guys. What's up?
Let's move along then.
Well, I'll be real with you guys. It's very difficult to continue to do this show in my current situation. And that's why if you would like to make sure this show continues, please fund the Patreon.
Yeah, donate, definitely donating. I don't, damn it.
I really cannot stress enough how
The
much.
easiest
how
way to
important
use
it
the
is.
affiliate links.
How important it is that if you want this show to continue, we need the support, especially right now, because I went from that neck problem that like crippled me and took time off of me going to work, and then immediately after that I got hit with like a 2-week. I probably had COVID. The test was negative, but I have never been that sick and just fucking unable to move. Some days it was so bad. My voice has barely come back, right?
My doctor
because of how
literally
bad it was.
told me that he's like, we can't trust these fucking tests.
Right.
And they
So
quarantined me.
The point is, in the last month and a half, I have missed a ton of work. And that's work I'm not getting paid for, right? So continuing to do this show while my bank account is suffering and it's rough. I'm just letting you guys know it is not easy. And legitimately, I didn't know if we were going to be able to do a show this week, And last week I was like coughing up a lung sick and barely had a voice. So anyway, I'm just saying your support is appreciated. And I would really, I would very much appreciate it if you wanted to keep the show going, to find a way to support us. Even if it's just, like I said, bookmarking the Amazon affiliate link. So every time you shop on your computer, you throw a little bit of cash our way at no extra cost to yourself. Anything helps. Anyway, back to where were we? Let's do some. Did you guys address this? It has been over a year, and there is still no Sailor Moon Eternal US VD.
Stop saying video disc. God damn.
He means physical media. There is no physical media release of Sailor Moon Eternal. That is what happens when
Netflix
Japanese
has like
Netflix deal.
an average 3-year.
Yes. This is what happens when Japanese companies let Netflix have their anime. Netflix has a contract with companies that they hold the exclusive rights for, what was it, 3 years?
Roughly 3 years, yeah.
3 years, right? So you aren't going to see it for a couple more years. Obviously, Netflix has an incentive for that because they want you to have to go to them to watch it.
Yeah, they're rental streaming, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Anyway, and then these are movies. I'm going to skip right over this because you guys talked about this. So okay. I want to come back to this. E. Castro says Lucy is definitely the best girl, but Rebecca is a fun character for sure. Well, I didn't even see Lucy in the article. So
Lucy's the main girl. Rebecca's the
the side hoe.
Did you see Urza in that bunny outfit?
E. Castro says you don't need to know anything at all, but there are some references and aesthetic flourishes that refer to the game. I kind of referring to the idea
Edge runner.
of utilizing the terminology without explaining it right off the bat. eCatcher says, I kind of like that sort of presentation because it feels pretty immersive to have to discover the words through context.
That's kind of what I was saying before, that it's
Okay.
way better than the inorganic. Oh,
Look.
so this is
No, you're missing the point. Yes, this is called world building, but there are ways to do it that signal to the audience what things are with exposition and whatnot without getting overboard with it, right? You can do it in a way that is clear. One of the things that I really liked in the live action Netflix Cowboy Bebop was they had that sushi company called Synthshi, right? And the logo was like a DNA strand fish thing, right? And you look at it and you immediately know what it is. It touches on the fact that it would be very difficult to have sushi on Mars because there aren't any fish, right? You know, and whatnot. And it's just like stuff like that. There are ways to do it where it is clear right away what it is.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like I've never actually sat down and watched Star Wars, but I know there's a moment where I think it's Obi-Wan is trying to pay this some kind
Credits?
of pirate dude, and he's like, you can take credits.
Yeah.
And they're arguing about that, and you immediately know from that conversation, yeah, that's money.
That's got to be current. Yeah, but that's because in the context, it's about paying.
It fills it in. Yeah, but it fills in that blank without being
and that's
on the
that's
note.
what we're saying is that you can do it contextually in ways where the audience learns the terminology as they go, and you don't actually have to hold their hand, but contextually you conveyed the information necessary.
What does one more do?
Anyway, and then he also said, I think that they use that as an aesthetic term, but I got the vibe she was at least older than the main character, referring
In reference
to
to
Lolly. And Luigi's the Metal 64 says, Trigger is not to be trusted since they support Monica Rial and Jamie Markey voicing Panty and Stocking.
What?
If they support that, it's because it made them money. Shit talking and anime fans in Japan when being caught as liars and changing dialogue.
I'm almost certain the Japanese have no idea who they are, and they're just like, yeah, that's the voice actors, and they chose them. Like,
they probably approved of them, but they approved of them
the voice
before they came and started changing shit and lied about Vic and all that. And even still, they still wouldn't have any reference for that or know why or what it means. Anyway, back to articles. We're at almost 4 hours in. Where are we? We are into anime news. Oh, let's not scroll all the way down and ruin that. Whoops.
Oh no.
I just want to quickly go through this while you're doing that. So Film Red, Oda did have obviously some say over that, along with Strong World and was it Gold or Film Z? Anyway, one of them. A few of them. They're definitely trying to push it, but even with Film Red and the added like canonical characters that they're like half baked making canon, like they.
Dude, I guarantee you, this push to get the creators' involvement is entirely because they realize, it bumps our profit sales by such and such a degree if we just tell people that so and so was involved.
Spoiler warning: the author's involvement a lot of times is actually just the author going
based on the works by.
So I take money from this. Is effectively what you're falling for.
There's a classic story of Marvel doing an event that had never been done before, as far as I remember, of like a team up, like everyone was in their own books, and then they decided to do Secret Wars, where everyone like teamed up into one book, and well, I mean they've done team up books before, but like this was
they got like
event.
Ruby with
a single
someone
event
now.
thing, and famously it's where Spider-Man gets his black suit.
Yeah.
And
the one you're wearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, my avatar. And
no. He wears that in real
yes,
life.
I'm sitting here in my
while he gives
chair
jobs.
wearing this suit. So when they did that, they had to deal with the toy makers, and a lot of the changes, like they decided to make Spider-Man black because they thought it looked cool, but they added like a car or something, and they changed a couple other suits because they
added
had to
the
deal
suit?
with toy manufacturers to make new toys, right? And so it was like the toy manufacturers were forcing them to make canonical changes to their characters, essentially. And there was some deal where they had to like contractually use the car in so many chapters or whatever. So I think the same thing is happening here with Oda, where the anime production team are like, we need the films that aren't canon don't sell. We need a film that's somewhat canon, and so please just give us a character that you can kind of work into your story.
Yeah, and that's kind of what they did with My Hero Academia, where that first movie, Two Heroes, they actually wrote it into the story, where they had in the middle of their training arc like an episode that like tied in to try to promote the stupid
where they were
movie,
heading,
And it's like literally the thing is, if you tell your fans of the series, isn't it weird that of anything, movies in any other culture that's the thing, big budget, big actors, big name, all of it's like all out, right? But in Japan, the series, the TV show is what gets people hyped. Right. Yeah. And so in order to get people to go to the fucking movies, you have to tell them, well, it's canon. You have to see it. You have to see it to know what's going to happen or where it goes from here. Right. And then they fucking give you that shit like the second My Hero Academia movie with the breathtaking ending. And they're like, haha, just kidding. Right.
Well, technically that takes place during like the 1 month that between arcs that they skipped over in the anime. So
yeah, but I'm talking about giving you something
amazing.
The problem with anime movies is that, with the exception of the disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya, or more importantly, Take on Me, I Love Chinibyo and Other Delusions, nothing fucking changes with their existence. Everything that happens, there is no consequences.
The disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya is an actual novel in the series,
right?
So it's not like it's a made up side story.
And it's also KyoAni, which is Love Chunibyo and Other Delusions and Haruhi. KyoAni so far is the studio to do canonical movies where things actually matter. Going to see these movies makes a difference in the experience of watching the series. Whereas if you watch or skip the My Hero Academia movies, who fucking cares? Nothing important happens. Same thing with the Dragon Ball Z movies. It's like, they can be fun to spend more time with the characters, but
the Dragon Ball is
the
Dragon Ball is a bigger what's the word I'm looking for? Not
franchise.
Culprit, but no, it's not culprit, but they're a bigger offender in this.
They're guilty
because because they don't just not have anything that matters. They're no, we're gonna take the movie and we're gonna drag it out for 2 fucking seasons.
Yeah, and see that's the thing is that the ploy, it's a bait and switch. It's canon. It's like, no, you decanonized it by making the fucking show.
It was Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods. And then they're like, oh, hey, no, Dragon Ball Super.
Well, the reason they did that is because Super didn't exist as a brand yet. So they
needed to wind over.
Yeah.
Yeah, so fair, anyway, but I still think it's a bigger offender.
Also, Seb says, last time you did a show, it was as long as a full work day. LOL. Look, I'm just saying, last podcast was 8 hours. 2 podcasts before that was 8 hours. I am done with it. This is literally the reason I'm so sick often is because this show is killing me. It's very difficult to do this. I do not want this to be 8 hours. So let's move on. Okay, let's keep going. Take on Me was great. All right, back to this. So in anime news, Trigun Stampede dives deeper into its striking world with new anime concept art. I don't fucking care about the art. The fucking thing itself doesn't look as good. I'd watch this, but that's not it. Anyway, there you go. There's your art. Also, Genshin Impact getting an anime coming courtesy of Ufotable.
That studio you said was Coom.
Actually, I didn't use those words. You used those words. You put that in my mouth.
You put that Kuma in your mouth.
Swallow it.
You put that coom in my mouth. So so it looks a little uncanny. Like it looks like you're looking at a game.
It probably is. Honestly,
I honestly don't think it's actually going to be an anime. I think it's going to be more like cutscenes for a game.
It's probably it might end up being.
They said it was going to be an animated series. The developers did.
And so these two characters, this is the female or male version of the character, the player character.
No, they're twins. You just choose which twin you play as.
You just pick.
So
you pick the one that doesn't get kidnapped.
Okay, so I saw Fire Sister B had tweeted this out. Me telling my parents I'm dating their son. Me telling my parents I'm dating their daughter.
Oh my god.
It's Folgers in your cup.
So
I don't know. I still think the CG looks like it sticks out enough that it seems CGE.
It's
I mean, it
definitely
does have good
CG.
quality
It's
stuff.
100% CG here. You
I
don't
know,
have a
I'm just
camera
saying
move
that-
like this.
I'm just saying that it's not the quote unquote immersive theater mode where you can't tell it's CG.
It's
it
camera
almost-
moves are honestly it's what does it. But I will say this. For what they did for this portion, I was really impressed with one part. Right here.
The hand holding.
No. The boy, I fucking hate that. The tracking on where the characters are in the 3D environment, and they look more or less 2D animated. They might not be. That's 2D.
I'm pretty sure they are 2D.
Well,
what I'm saying is that they animated them turning with the camera move very well to where sometimes you notice
doesn't
it because
look
they do a
like-
real lazy job, you know. But it looks, God damn it,
It looks integrated really well.
Well, Genshin's good about keeping the characters where they should be, and opposed to the situation
Lance,
in
this
camera.
isn't the same studio whatsoever. So like,
That looks like live 2D almost.
That's probably 3D.
Wow. Fuck you
Alright.
both. This is live 2D. This is definitely 3D.
Live 2D is
Well,
like
guys,
a
which one is it?
platform.
Live 2D creates 3D assets, but they're 2D, but they're in 3D space.
It's the technology they use
Anyway.
for a lot of VTubers.
Anyway,
But,
it looks interesting. We don't
Just
have
wait.
much to say about it yet. Like we don't have
Well,
much
the
to see.
TLDR is that everyone was kind of seeing this coming, but like it has a lot of questions. Like, okay, which protagonist are they gonna go with canonly?
Is
and
this
also,
character going to narrate everything?
Yep,
But you're assuming that they're gonna follow the same plot as the game. This could take
Well,
place after the game.
This could be the end. That end that we're nowhere near.
I don't know, or just non-canon, whatever, some alternate story.
I mean, that would be kind of confusing because they have so many friggin' characters in the game and the show that it'd be really hard to tear them from the existing lore. But anyway, the questions are which main character, and is Paimon going to narrate for the main character and he's going to be a silent protagonist?
They will not talk at all.
I'm not
Fucking
saying don't
Comics
talk at
Wave
all.
is
I'm
really
just saying let
pushing
the
the standard
let the dude
of-
or chick speak and
they've
not
got
feel
really
like
good
a
VAs.
husk. And
I would love that.
Hear more about this in Greenline's video.
Oh yes,
Oh,
yes.
we're not simping for that or anything.
We're supposed
we
to.
are.
I just can't
We're
wait till we
hard
see
simp.
the PS1 style graphic chibi characters like we do in Demon Slayer.
I'm supposed to put this back in the chat to remind you to open it in a new tab and check out Greenline's video with fancy, expensive editing by FDVN.
There is one what the fuck moment in there that made me lose my shit. So yeah.
Oh, was it? Oh fuck! I'm on the wrong tab.
It might be a chibi version of Ganyu as well. Who knows?
Oh, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Yeah,
this.
fuck that.
If nothing else, though, I think at the very least the anime will give us probably more, I guess, character moments like with the playable characters. So that'll at least be nice.
Look, as long as it's not locked by a gotcha system in the game, I'm all for it.
As long as it's not pay to win.
roll your 50-50 to know if you're going to get to watch the movie or a copy of Chi-Chi.
Guess what? That was also KyoAni. Sad Euphonium movie was a sequel to season 2.
Okay.
Well, the main character of Genshin animation even had a face.
Mugen Train.
Also, the first one that came to mind after this was the Violet Evergarden movie. That's also
KyoAni. Yeah, I'm telling you.
I was literally had that on.
And then
earlier.
it's like you could say, well, Mugen Train, that was canon. But then they did the fucking Dragon Ball thing where they're like, yeah, I'm just going to reanimate it into the show.
Yeah.
I will
reanimate. Literally just.
I will point out.
And they made it extended, thus making it even less reason.
Right, even less reason to see the movie. Yeah. Anyway,
that movie was awesome.
Any thoughts on Genshin Impact before I?
No.
We've thought.
And it's not even like Dragon Ball, where Dragon Ball had the better animation in the movie, and so there's still like an argument. Wow, the movie had better animation. Mugen Train, it's like straight up just the same animation. It
is the animation, yeah. So an herbivorous dragon of 5,000 years gets unfairly villainized. ONA sets a January 2023 broadcast with key visuals. So,
I just thought of one. Sorry. Psychopaths the movie.
Which one?
Psychopaths the movie.
Oh shit.
Steins Gate as well, but
Steins Gate too.
No, Steins Gate doesn't really have anything. No, Steins Gate is one of the things where at the end of it, you're like, that doesn't need to exist. It ends off with the stakes don't change.
Well, he disappeared.
Fairy Tail Dragon Cry is actually canon too, oddly enough.
But
yeah,
the ending
definitely
of Steins Gate, the movie, ends up basically where it started.
Yeah, basically.
Nothing changes.
Was it a theatrical movie though, or was it just an OVA?
Steins Gate, the movie, is a movie. It's right there in the title.
Get fucked. Okay. Tearmoon Empire begins a new reign in TV anime adaptation in 2023. So I thought this was kind of funny. Surrounded by the hate-filled gazes of her people, the selfish princess of the fallen Tearmoon Empire, Mia, takes one last look at the bleeding sun before the guillotine blade falls, only to wake back up as a 12-year-old with time rewound and a second chance at life dropped into her lap. She sets out to right the countless wrongs that plague the ailing empire. Corrupt governance? Check. Border troubles? Check. Natural calamities and economic strife? Check. Seems like a lot of work. Hard work and Mia don't mix. So she seeks out the aid of others, starting with her loyal maid Anne and the brilliant minister Ludwig. Together, they strive day and night to restore the empire. Little by little, their tireless efforts begin to change the course of history, pushing the whole of the continent towards a new future. And why did the selfish princess have a change of heart, you ask? Simple. She didn't. She's just terrified of the guillotine. They hurt like hell, and Mia hates pain more than work.
I would honestly applaud this if it had the whole twist of fate thing, and regardless of what she did, she still ends up in that situation.
Am I supposed to read this as Tearmoon?
Dude, what the hell did you say the name of this was?
Tearmoon Empire. You must mean you read the manga, but I read this as a meta joke about the new Zelda,
which isn't even in the doc.
Is not in the doc.
Rip.
Anyway, am I actually the strongest? TV anime announced.
Lazy naming.
Yes. Not so lazy. I'm not even going to tell you anything. Oh no! Pop Team Epic to restart its reign of terror. I love you, Crunchyroll, for writing it that way. With season 2 on October 1st. You know, there's only one thing worse than that. Rent a Girlfriend gets a season 3. Jeez, no.
I forgot I even have season 2.
I got a friend of mine who is watching that religiously.
Yeah, but is he watching it for the
and yes.
Oh, sorry, she.
Oh.
Is she? Does she like it? Is she thirsty for it, or is she just watching the pain and suffering?
She's enjoying every minute of it, and I'm just like, I picked it up.
Does
and
she
like
have
I
a
watched
cuckolding
season
fetish?
What?
What do you mean? What? That is. The
what
show.
did he say?
Does she
A
have a
cuckolding
cuckolding fetish?
A cup holding fetish? You mean like
Cuckold.
G cups? I
I
don't
mean,
know.
it's called rent-a-cuck for a reason in
Yeah.
certain circles.
It's I don't even know where to begin because I can't for the life of me understand what anyone likes about that series.
Right.
Like they could say the art's great and everything, but it's still like no.
I'll point it out to you. She's right here. Best girl.
Like I watched season 1 and felt like I was blacking out while watching it, and I just couldn't get myself to go into season 2.
All right. So the gang's all here in new season 4 Golden Kamuy TV anime key visual. You know what's going to really suck is if we
Dude.
go from season
Yes.
1 was only Ellie,
Mm-hmm.
season 2 and 3 were
Standard
standard
edition
Blu-ray,
only.
And 4
Right.
is Ellie again.
and then 4 is going to just be no slipcover.
Right.
Oh, it needs
What-
to be
what-
fucking Ellie.
What
It's-
sucks is that season 1 still hasn't gotten a like a standard
Re-release?
regular. It's
I
out
bet
of print.
you
You
there's
can't
going
even
to be
get season 1.
a complete collection eventually.
You know,
The manga has finished, so that is
Yeah.
probably something that they could do, but I don't think they'll be able to finish it in
All
season
right.
4.
So we're doing Haven't You Heard I'm Sakamoto next for the Watch Club?
yes.
And then we're doing
Wait, aren't we
Pompo
doing?
the Cinephile?
Aren't we doing Berserk
After
2016
Pompo.
next?
After Pompo, we're gonna do Berserk. And then
Holy shit.
I wouldn't
Yay.
mind Golden Kamuy season 3.
No kidding. Yes.
and then,
I will watch that again.
After that, season 2 of Dragon Maid will probably be out by then.
That's November. I don't think we can be there yet.
Are you sure?
Yes, we will.
Yes. Well, that's
I don't know.
fair.
You're a
That's
good-
fair.
you're a-
I
you're a
guess.
good-
I don't
You're
know
a
if you've
good-hearted
noticed
person, Reese.
that
Yeah, that's fair.
we're on podcast 204, and podcast 200 was the 1st of July.
That's fair.
So it's been quite it's been
You guys
quite
don't
a
even watch
challenge.
it every week, so sometimes we skip the
Right.
watch club.
That's fair. So we're straight up skipping Spooky Month.
Yeah. Okay, we'll figure it out anyway. Moving on from here, My Dress Up Darling has a sexy second anime season coming.
Yay.
If they didn't make a second season of this, I would call them all a bunch of dumbasses. Because this show is literally nothing but money.
I think, to be honest, in my opinion, where season 1 ended,
There's some feet. Sorry.
we already had feet before in this scrolling list, but where's-
They've literally got that foot fetish image.
Get down,
you
get
know,
down,
of
down,
her.
down, down,
No, it's not
Lower feet.
here.
down, 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 down. What's that?
A hand?
Are you sure?
A
I guess
fucking
it is.
hand? Are you
I thought he was
insane?
holding her ankle. Never mind.
Reese-
I didn't
Reese is
realize
really-
that her fingers were really long. I have bad
I
Reese is
need to
really-
get this image and just put a foot down here.
Now, look, I know I bring up being
but
blind all
where,
the time,
but
but
where season 1 ended was great. You knew that they were going to be in a good spot. You knew that you absolutely understood these two characters were absolutely crazy about each other.
Mhm.
And you didn't need to see more.
I mean, I'm not going to fight you on that.
But with I'm glad we are getting more, to be honest. I mean, all
No.
said.
I
I wonder if the
100% agree with
mangaka is
what
gonna
Reese
watch-
pointed out, though. Season
wonder-
1 did wrap up really nice.
You wonder if the mangaka is going to watch it 20 times or whatever?
Yeah, for 12 hours straight again or whatever it was.
Dude, imagine
I-
the
I
new
mean-
gifts we'll get.
We could
shit.
watch this for 10 hours straight and then do a charity stream for AC.
Yeah, except for the fact that last time we played that for too long, the video got blocked or
Oh,
what do you call it?
Age restricted.
Age restricted. Yeah,
that's
wow.
it was too hot for normal YouTuber viewers to handle.
even though like freaking Cyberpunk.
Right? I know. I also have felt the sting of corporate privilege. Otaku strike back in Magical Girl Destroy Us TV anime teaser trailer. So I want to remind you again, the magical girl named Anarchy I have never been more excited for an anime about magical girls in my life.
I'll agree.
Dude, Magical Girl Destroyer. I mean,
Did you ever watch? Oh, go ahead.
Madoka Magica? I did, yes.
No. Lance, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Magical Girl Destroyer. All right, so are they destroying the Magical Girls? Or the Magical Girls?
It says Magical Girl Destroyers.
I wish I didn't let you.
Oh, I didn't hear that. What?
It's literally right there in the title.
Well, fuck you for me not reading it. But
I was gonna say, did you watch Magical Girl Ore?
No.
Oh god.
The one where it's like
where it's guys.
Like, is she a guy or she's just really? Yeah, I think she's like guyish, but yeah, she turns into a guy.
Ish? What was that swole thing I saw in Discotek's release?
No,
I think he's saying
like she still has like pigtails.
Yeah, I think he's saying that a girl turns into that when they go magical transformation.
Yeah.
Anyway, so moving on from here. Okay, do you guys remember one time in like podcast 64 or something we covered? Oh no, this wasn't podcast 64. This is like podcast 1. This is the one after Migi's out for Harambe. Anyway, Love Live Superstar staff apologizes to local cafe over negligence in getting likeness rights. So when I read that on that podcast, I had mentioned that it sounded at first like the local cafe was apologizing for using the likeness of the characters, but it turned out to actually be that the cafe itself is featured in the show and one of the characters lives there and they never got the rights to use the likeness of the cafe, right? Well, once again, Love Live Superstar creators deny replication of Northern Star Lodge.
You go in there and like it's literally the same tier styles and everything.
Well, there are slight differences.
Right?
There are slight differences.
Those behind the currently airing 3rd season of Love Live Superstar, have addressed concerns that were apparently being spread about as they confirmed the anime, quote, didn't reproduce the appearance of the Northern Star Lodge, despite the fact that many anime replicate famous places throughout Japan. Screenshots comparing the anime's lodge with the Northern Star Lodge in Nakafurano.
I take issue with them calling it 3rd season for some reason. Well, I know why. Because Love Live
exists.
Well, Love Live, you have Love Live, School Idol, and
Sunshine
Project.
exists.
Well, okay, whatever. Stop going in that direction. I'm just saying that it's not really seasons in the way it looks. What?
Well, they do have an explicit season 1, season 2.
But I mean, they're
this
kind
is
of
Superstar season 3.
Okay, let me, since you're blind, I'm just going to read it. Those behind the currently airing 3rd series of Love Live. That was on me.
It says season. Did you misread it?
Motherfucker. I am trying.
Okay.
Take a damn hint.
Wow. Anyway, back to the building.
Guys.
Clearly, they made changes because the top half of the building does look different, and the porch looks different.
Yeah,
but
they took away the part that was like identifiable, like the fucking cobblestone area.
All I want to ask is this: for the Devil's a part-timer and all that, like you got Whack Donald's and some of the animes and all this shit. Did they actually get McDonald's and Burger King and all that shit's rights to flip the W or to call it Burger Queen?
I guess they have to.
So
right?
to be clear,
I don't know if they did.
To be clear,
I honestly not know.
To remind you, the problem last time.
Okay.
I'll read it to you. In a statement from the cafe, the staff explained that around a year ago, Anime Studio Sunrise had contacted the cafe to use its likeness for an upcoming anime series. The brief 5-minute phone call ended with the cafe agreeing to its likeness being used and expecting to meet the staff from Sunrise the next day to take photos of the exterior of the cafe. When no one showed up, the cafe staff thought that Sunrise had decided not to use the cafe for their anime project. The Love Life staff owned up to the miscommunication, saying that they, quote, would like to apologize for the inconvenience caused to the cafe due to our negligence. So what basically happened is the cafe got an influx, inundated by the influx of people who were rude to the staff and everything. So the problem here is that because Love Live is so popular, the locations they put in the show based on real places end up getting mobbed by the otaku, right? So that's why it's an issue for this. Whereas who fucking cares about a fictional McDonald's? Nobody's going to McDonald's to go like, oh, this is where main character Kun sat, you know?
Fair enough.
And generally, no. If they flip it over and it's called Whackdonald's, it's generally fine.
Okay,
if you made an actual company called that, they might get sued. But McDonald's.
Well, it's a company where you go in there and you whack off. You don't actually get it.
I mean, it'd be what's called Whack Don, right?
But Brad, didn't you say before that
it'd be owned by Donald Trump, of course.
For parody in Japan?
For parody, I don't know if it has anything.
Oh yeah,
to do.
it might be different in Japan.
You need okay. So American Dad, also known as Osomatsu, that first episode got yeeted because they had a bunch of parodies of other anime that they did not secure the permission to. In Japan, parody requires permission. Now, parodying a brand like McDonald's to WickDonald's and stuff, I don't know if that's
or from Burger King to Burger Queen.
Yeah, I don't know that has the same problem behind it.
I mean, it's different enough to say it's not Burger King, but you obviously know what it is.
Yeah, I think that it's more like if you have a character go Super Saiyan, you need to get Akira Toriyama's permission to do that.
Right? I wonder if they did that for Aquaria or whatever hell it is, but continue.
Well, it's very common that they let you do parody, but you have to at least go through the proper channels and ask. It's pretty much a rubber stamp. They're like, yeah, go ahead, right? But if you don't ask, it's just like the bureaucracy behind it causes things like Osamatsu-san to have that first episode not appear on the Blu-rays because it was banned.
Okay.
So the Love Live Superstar team issued a statement on the matter whilst requesting Unruly Otaku to once again behave. Hey, don't you go there. That's not the place that we put on the show, right? Apology and request regarding the setting of this work. Thank you for supporting Love Live Superstar. Love Live Superstar's second anime season takes place in the Omotesando, Harajuku, and Aoyama areas of Tokyo, as well as Kozushima and the Dohoku region of Hokkaido. Concerning the building that appeared within the story, it has been confirmed that a large amount of direct visits and inquiries have been sent to the Northern Star Lodge in Nakafurano, Tokyo, but we have not reproduced the exterior appearance of the Northern Star Lodge. Please avoid directly visiting the establishment, entering into private property, and taking photos, as there is the potential to cause trouble. In the case you are visiting as a guest, please adhere to the establishment manager's wishes. We would like to notify in advance that the establishment manager requests avoiding excess photography and submissions of social media within the building. We sincerely apologize for the concern and inconvenience caused to Northern Star Lodge, local residents, and others who may be involved, and all the people who support Love Live Superstar. We thank you for your cooperation and understanding. Project Love Live Superstar. Internet denizens might furiously debate whether the production team took inspiration from the real world location or not.
I don't think there's a debate.
Sign outside saying no Love Live neckbeards allowed. Yeah, the high school in Keon is actually an elementary school. Live in Japanese does usually mean concert, like it's the recording of the live show.
So it's not Love Live.
Yeah, Seb, I'm with you. I want a show where there's an assassin that targets magical girl. I agree. I am hoping that Anarchy can give that to us.
What about Assassin's Pride? Where it's
I don't know.
literally, you know, have anyone watched that? I mean, kind of, they're trying to kill her.
I don't know.
There's a show to watch.
In
Maybe I'm
games
right. Maybe
news,
I'm wrong.
or in manga news, rather,
Okay.
I would like to point out Square Enix Manga Up app censors explicit content less and removes the crotch has been guys. No longer do you go
What the
there and
fuck?
have to see censorship. You can now. Oh, I guess I didn't change the fucking backdrop for this one. You can now go there and see this guy's knee uncensored.
No,
Wow.
I'm gonna nut. Oh, it's too explicit.
You're gonna knee it.
Ah.
All right. Anyway, so Square Enix has announced they have to that they have removed the obstructed black bars blocking up the manga pages available on their Manga Up smartphone app. Wasn't it called Manga Plus or something when we covered it before? I
I
don't
could
remember
have
now.
sworn that just the name doesn't sound right to me. But all right.
No, I
But
think it's
also-
manga up.
But also revealed that censorship will remain for the more explicit content using more subtle censorship instead of black bars. I can't wait to find out what it's going to be. Light beams?
Is the Gene camel toe still gonna be in there?
The what? Oh,
The
that's
Gene-
camel toe.
The blue Gene camel
this
toe.
one right
Gene.
here.
Is that still in there?
I don't know. I assume not. The application allowed users to read through various English localized manga, but it was learned that several pages were covered up by obstructed black bars, which were also positioned over odd areas that had some theorizing that an automated system might have been used to implement the censorship. A message from the Manga Up team explaining their actions while also rewarding users with XP to encourage them to participate in the manga app's absurd gamification. Update regarding modifications to artworks on Manga Up. Hello, Manga Up fans. Thank you for sharing your feedback on Manga Up. We heard your comments and have issued an update to the app that removes the use of black bars from all content. Starting today,
Read your voices.
suggestive content has been restored to its original artwork, and explicit content has been addressed using blurring or shading techniques that are less intrusive
Oh,
to the reading
yes.
experience.
Oh, that's exactly what I wanted. Different censorship.
Just blurring. In the future,
the whole bottom
just the
of the
fact that
panel is dark gradient.
The fact that you can't see it is all that matters to us.
In the future, we will do our best to only modify artwork when absolutely necessary and to do so in a manner that is as seamless as possible to the storytelling. We hope these changes will improve your overall experience and would like to offer existing users a gift of 300 XP, which automatically has been issued to your accounts on September 5th at 11 a.m. Japan Standard Time. We are committed to delivering the best manga reading experience. Well, you fucking failed at every step so far. So we hope you stay tuned for future updates and enjoy the works available on the app. Thank you for your support. Sincerely, the Manga Up team.
So we're still gonna cuck you. We're just gonna try harder to make sure you don't notice.
Yeah.
I bet the XP is just to buy, like, isn't it like you pay like $1 for a chapter and then it's over?
And we joked that you could remove the black bar per XP you use. Like 1 pixel. Kagami Yoshimizu's Lucky Star manga is returning from their 8-year hiatus this November.
I'm missing volume 6 of this, so now it's incomplete again.
Yep.
It's double incomplete.
Good luck.
Anyway, that's the thing. New Elden Ring gag manga is launching with publication in 12 languages. So
I didn't ever know how to feel about this.
yeah, so it follows a character named Aseo, a tarnished wrench who finds himself cast out in Limgrave, naked, penniless, hopeless, and maidenless. His only hope is his harsh, unforgiving new. His only hope in his harsh, unforgiving new home is a mysterious woman named Melina. Oh fuck! I thought it was Melania, or whatever her name was.
Don't even try. Continue.
No, because she's pictured right here, right?
Okay, Elden Ring's weird. You're good. Continue.
So I would have thought, I legitimately thought that the gag was that the girl who let me solo her is famous for killing was going to be his companion.
That would have been hilarious, actually.
Fuck! Now this
I would
is
have loved it.
stupid. I feel
It's just
stupid.
It's just to kind of a play off of the story.
It's
Lance,
being published.
Can you give AC your glasses?
You mean the ones I can't get?
I have glasses somewhere.
I mean, I can give him my shades or eye patch. Which one do you want?
Oh,
No, the eye patch will do.
Except
All right.
that's probably goopy.
We'll put one over each eye.
Melania is the sword lady. Damn it. See, this sucks, man. I thought that was going to be way funnier. I thought it was going to follow. A character, and then because it's a gag manga, right? So I thought that eventually in the storyline, Let Me Solo Her was going to show up and just kill his guide.
I like this.
In one fucking hit. Anyway, it's being published in Italian by Panini.
Shows up.
All right, moving on from here because I just feel. So Frieza surpasses Goku and Vegeta with a new transformation in the latest chapter of Dragon Ball Super.
And spoilers, it's a shitty, lazy color change.
Oh no!
Let me. Okay, can I break this
down?
He
shows up.
Picture.
Yeah,
can I break this down,
he shows up to kill Granola and Gas.
Yeah, basically, some dude trying to save his, like, gonna spoil but not spoil, wishes to be the greatest in the universe. But Frieza's found a way out of this.
Yes,
he's
so
not in
Frieza
the
says.
universe.
Frieza basically acknowledges the fact that he wasn't in the universe at the time that the
wish was made.
The wish was made. So therefore, he's not stronger than me. And it turns out that because he did a little bit of training, he turned into Black Frieza.
10 years, by the way.
Yeah,
Frieza trained for a few months and became golden.
No, so I saw this. I had to share it. If Frieza had jogged 5 minutes before coming to Earth to take revenge on Goku,
yeah, I know, right?
And then I couldn't help myself. I had to say, honestly, I got to hand it to them. Daman Mills was the perfect replacement for Chris Ayres. Can't wait to hear him casually throw around the N-word as Black Frieza. And then I made the realization, dear Lord, how do I actually have a clip on hand of Frieza saying the N-word from the Lamar Rose Franklin compilation
Jesus
I did?
Christ, really?
Jesus.
Oh, I want to say something about your comment just then about Frieza and them training on Earth. Wouldn't him have been like being a cyborg or shit kind of inhibit that? So technically, Goku and them killing him and him coming back to life technically made him have a Zenkai fist.
I don't necessarily know why you were thinking the cyborg Frieza would have
not been benefited from training like his other, like him being back.
He
in
would
his
have had
original
one
form.
arm that was. I mean, the key blasts and stuff. I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyway,
I had to do it.
In games news. Oh fuck! I could have sworn I removed that.
Was that Daman Mills doing a fan Frieza voice in that compilation?
No. But
AC
the voice is extremely good. All right, so Utawarerumono's game translation omits offensive dialogue towards women. Look, women, we're going to ensure you have absolutely, positively no negative experiences in games that will prepare you for dealing with people who are bigoted in real life. We just want you, when you meet somebody who's going to be a misogynist to you, we want it to come completely out of left field and have you have no idea how to handle it and just collapse and into the sky over the fact that you were not prepared for this moment.
Exactly.
That artwork is very
fucking
bad.
Awful. Yeah, I agree.
Oh my lord.
Utawarerumono Prelude to the Fallen removes the mentioning of the word woman in every instance where it could be deemed offensive. One instance had the English translation removing the word inferior from Reto Shuzoku, or inferior tribe, as in Ishuzoku reviewers. That's that word.
Shit.
Another translation changed the phrase onatoshite no shiawase, or happiness as a woman, to remove the word woman. Hereafter, I beg you, seize your happiness as a mere woman. Please find your own happiness.
Isn't that more just? Isn't that
I
more
would just change it.
discriminative? Just
Bitch, get out of
take
here.
their name, like take woman out. Isn't that technically more discriminative than putting a finger on it? Like, oh no, woman is offensive, so you're offensive because you are one. Is
No,
effectively all I'm
I
hearing
think
here.
it's the fact that he says, "I beg you to seize your happiness as a mere woman." It's belittling. So
Well,
they're like,
I mean,
"We can't have that."
okay, wait
This
a minute.
guy,
Now, the Masu
this
called us
guy
all
could
mere
be a
mortals,
bad guy, but God damn it, he will respect women.
But I mean, what about Zamasu saying we're all mere mortals? I mean, like that's offensive, isn't it? Like we're all that's all of us.
I'm offended by it.
Like, come on. Have you seen him and his other counterpart like belly dance as they fuse together in
Have
fighters?
you heard like how offensive it is to acknowledge the existence of Adam's apples?
I really want to know what the fuck this is about.
Oh, that's right. You weren't here for that.
I'll watch
More
the VOD, I
strange
guess.
translations were also made, likely due to potential suggestions. So they said, "Stop. When a man puts his own life on the line, there's no place for women to interfere," which has been changed to "Stop. When a man puts his own life on the line, there's no place for bystanders to interfere."
And now, if you're offended by being a bystander, make sure to bitch about it.
So now, saying that, Karura grabs my hands, bringing one to her chest and the other below her abdomen.
Oh God!
Which has been changed to saying that Karula, that's how they Kurulau, what the fuck, grabs my hands and forces me to embrace her. Such censorship for the sake of political correctness removes personality from characters, even if they are negative personality traits, and lessens potential themes in the process, taking away from the player's authentic experience.
So what? She's kind of aggressive. That's something that makes her bad and a bad person.
Even more dialogue
It's
changes.
evil to be horny.
It's evil.
Off the horny jail. So more here. This one says, Aruru claims she's pregnant with Hakuoru's child.
Yeah, fuck that.
Aruru and Daddy's baby now has been changed to what the fuck? Oh, no. So that's what she says, right? Is it now you've done it, which is the English translation versus Anchan. Nice one. Like
What?
so basically original, he's saying like congratulations. Like, wow, you knocked her up.
Congratulations, Shinji.
Like you know what I mean? Like you know how you say congratulations when the pregnancy is announced, right?
Yeah.
Oh, congrats. Like good job, you know? But now now you've done it, as though it's like it went from being a celebratory congratulations to you fucked up by having kids. Kids are the worst. You can't have kids. You know.
Well, I mean,
whatever that-
usually it's congrats for her and a beer for him, but it's like at this point, it's they're literally making it into a negative connotation and not a joke.
So then there was also this weird one that I don't. What else are you gonna fucking put? So cheapskate.
What?
They say Kenchibo, Chinbo. So it says miser, penis, right? Like it's it's basically a
So basically, they know she's knocked up, and all of a sudden, all they say is tick, 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 tick.
No, it's basically it's what do you call it? A tongue twister that they fuck up and starts. It's not even a tongue twister. They fuck up and start saying penis, which I thought penis was chinpo, not chinbo.
Ugh.
Oh, Jinpo? I've been saying it wrong apparently.
Penis expert 8C here.
he is quite the dick sucker apparently.
Let's change your name real quick.
Oh, come on.
The penis collector?
I mean, that's what you're wanting, right?
Ha! I don't know if I should be happy that I was correct.
Wait, were you involved in all those like 50
See, you're living up to your name. You are the penis expert.
All right.
Does anyone know me remember that article that was covered about all those that I think it was Black Market or something where they were selling all of the dicks, and we all had a discussion of whether or not that was a legitimate article. AC,
It wasn't.
You want to talk to us? You're a penis collector.
Chinbo. All right, let's see this.
Oh, okay.
Stingy. Yeah, so I think they.
Oh, it's wearing off.
Oh, it works with that too.
Mm.
Anyway. So, touch, feel, pat. Do you really not have any injuries? Poke is what it was changed to, right? Instead of touch, feel, pat.
Rub.
Tickles. Tickles. Anyway, so I don't mind if you're going to change the onomatopoetic words to something. It's like, I don't know. Are you interested in boys, Hakuro-chan? It's all right. Even if you have unusual preferences, I would not mind. I don't mind if you're a Shotokan, is what it actually says. So now it says, are you interested in men, Hakuolo? It's all right. I don't mind if you are. So alter the after the twins reveal they are boys to Hakuora and ask him if he wants to check.
Oh god.
Anyway, so young master, would you like another? Thank you. I'll have another. Seems like I've made quite the racket. In the morning, we were all laying on the floor, bare naked. From the shadows, two gaze at Oboro with concern, while seemingly oddly flushed. Apparently, I wreaked some kind of havoc. In the morning, we were all laying on the roof. I had my mask on. No, you were bare naked.
Wait. I mean, does a mask even count as covering? So if you have on a
The point is
map,
that in the Japanese, Oboro mentions he's bare naked, and in the English, they put clothes on him. They put coverings over him. This is a complete betrayal of the Japanese.
Okay, hold on. Maybe it was a mistranslation. It was supposed that he was butt naked, and they just covered the top of him. They just cut the suit around the top of him and left his ass hanging.
Anyway, I don't even want to read the rest of these. It's in the doc if you want to read it. I want to move on.
I don't want you to read them either.
Boom. Soul Hackers 2 agonizing English translation mentions taking L's.
Here we go.
Kill me with this language.
So in the game, this is somewhat early on. This is like, I guess you could consider it the first boss. He's a rapper, and the line that they used as the finishing move when you kill him or whatever is, as she's about to say, I can't read the line where it is, but it's like,
I'm no Reaper, but I can send you to hell. So face the music, RS, and take the L.
So, as much as it pains me to say this, I actually kind of give this a pass, because it must be so stupidly difficult to translate something that rhymes. That's both
send
somewhat.
You to hell?
Yeah, that's the whole point. He's a rapper. She's rapping back. That's why
I didn't find any problem with this.
Also,
I found a problem. It says take the L, but
how is she so ugly?
What do you mean? What's wrong with that, Lance? I know you don't you don't look at the integrity of the game, or sorry, the translation.
That one thing
says,
is not a big deal. It's literally a rap. She's trying to rap.
I know, but they don't use the phrase "take the L." That's
dude. Have you seen listen to a lot of mainstream rap?
You know what else rhymes
trash.
with
At
hell?
least that rhymes.
Mainstream rap in Japan.
Smell. Dave Chappelle.
If they inserted Dave Chappelle, would that be better or worse?
Anyway,
oh well, I'll send you to hell. Join us here, Dave Chappelle.
Like, I mean, they probably could have thought of something.
Take it away, Dave Chappelle.
You're as canceled as Dave Chappelle. That would be so much worse.
Raise your finger. What's a smell your wife? I mean, what? But no, I didn't have. I don't see anything wrong with that.
They could have chosen probably something else, but I'm not gonna bitch too much about it, because it's like, let's be real. This rap is cringe. Anytime you're trying to translate something that rhymes, that's a song, from Japanese to English, it's going to be cringe. It always sounds juvenile, like ha ha ha. I can't think of an example, but
so do you give this the L word
just
pass?
One more minute on it though. Like,
Think about that a little slowly, is what he's asking you, Japanese studios.
All right. Anyway, multiverses changes Velma's attack to no longer use.
Oh yeah, she doesn't.
vehicle.
She doesn't call it on a. She specifically doesn't. She doesn't call the police on Shack anymore.
You're wrong.
She doesn't call the Popo
She
anymore.
doesn't call the Popo at all anymore.
What?
Warner Brothers mascot brawler Multiverses changed a special move of Scooby-Doo character Velma because of the fact that she calls the police to arrest her opponent, with some suspecting the change was done because the attack could be used on characters like LeBron James, leading some to call it racist.
That's a little different than what I was. A friend of mine was playing this because they wanted me to play it, and I was saying no, because you can refuse kids. But the thing is that it changed the one on LeBron. It had already like done that, but it would still work on some of the other characters. I haven't had a chance to verify this if it changed on all of them, but this kind of blows my mind.
Okay, so in the patch notes for 1.02, they mentioned that they were changing the attack to replace the police car with the mystery machine, which honestly makes way more sense if you think about it.
But it's funny because it's not the rape fan.
Yeah, but I was
so
gonna say, but
police-
it's also extra funny now because it went from being, I'm calling the police to
So you're getting
responsibly take care of my problems, and now I'm just calling my friends to come throw you in the back of a van and beat you up. All right,
Or suck your dick, one or the other.
Well, they drive off the cliff, right?
Yeah. So I've got a video of it here.
Beat you up with the suicide for good measure.
Sorry, Reese.
Oh no, which is worse?
Okay, I'm gonna play the video.
Okay.
Feel free to unmute yourself.
Glad to see you made the right choice.
The right choice. What a bitch. So yeah, you get caught, and then look at the character icons. They're behind bars. See?
Yeah.
For the player.
What was wrong with that? I'm just being legitimate.
See, this is what's wrong with it, is you could do it to LeBron James, and that's racist.
Whatever. It is racist to leave him out.
Seriously.
He has every right to be arrested.
So this is how it is now.
By Velma Dinkley.
He's still behind bars.
Yeah. Hey, at least they don't have a knee coming up from beside the screen on top of his neck.
I don't take me wrong. I don't think he'd say no to Velma Dinkley. Just saying.
I mean, it depends on if she's played by Mindy Kaling or not.
Do they have a big Chungus skin neck? Chungus skin?
Did WB copyright that?
I doubt it.
So,
I'm pretty sure
Shaggy.
I heard a rumor that they were going to add that. Maybe it was fake.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You know what's really alarming to me is that my kids have somehow learned who Big Chungus is, but to them it's a fat rabbit. That's all they.
And isn't I'm pretty sure Big Chungus is like in the cartoon, like.
Yeah, it came out right before Hitler, so technically he could have seen it. And that's the question in life. Did Hitler see Big Chungus?
Did Hitler do what he did because he
Chungus told him
saw
to.
Big Chungus and had to rid the world?
Oh, no.
Hitler did what he did because he was a vegetarian, okay?
Wait, I thought he ate his own meat. Never mind.
Anyway. I think we are very quickly going to get banned off Facebook again.
No, nothing of what I just said was positive.
What Hitler did. Hitler is bad.
We're talking about Adolf Hitler Unona. The South African man who won in the Ompunja constituency for Oceania, who just happens to have the same name as the German dictator. We are condemning out right whole cloth.
You know, that reminds me of the time when I had to explain Kamehameha versus the Hawaiian ruler Kamehameha.
His name is.
Have you guys seen the videos of the Fortnite people? The people that
Oh, I've watched it live. where Goku just destroys
trying
the
to
squad?
pronounce. No, the streamer's trying to pronounce Kamehameha, and they
Oh,
don't know
God.
how because they didn't grow up with.
Kamehameha.
What was it? One of them was like Kamiyamama or something.
Oh my god.
That could have been on purpose.
All right.
Come in your mama.
Since you brought it up.
Kamahama Wama.
I guess this is going in the doc now.
Kamehameha.
It's not what I was talking about.
I
Master
know,
Roshi.
but it's still happening. Everyone shut up.
I will say this. Like I shit on Super a lot, but Master Roshi's Kamehameha in Super
We're
and
about to watch
is
it.
legendary. Oh, what? Why did he break?
What did you just
You
fucking
Oh, what was he gonna say? Oh,
what is he doing?
You
What is he
fucking
doing?
bitch.
What is he doing?
He's just
Emulating
filming
sound
himself
of
doing a Kamehameha, and I guess his mom is
He
trying to
didn't
walk
have-
in.
He didn't have the flashlight between his hands when he did it, and press the button with his palms. This guy sucks.
It doesn't matter now. It's over. Carry on.
Like I might be wrong, and he
Next.
did, but if he didn't, I'm disappointed.
He's got to kill himself over the things you said about him.
Like, correct me if I'm wrong. Did he have the flashlight?
No,
between his hands?
Jesus Christ. Moving on. Master the art of exercise with fitness boxing, Fist of the North Star. So, yeah. Fucking Wii, what do you call it? Like the Wii Fit or whatever, basically, girl. She, that time I got reincarnated into the world of Mad Max and Kung Fu happened.
You're already fit.
Yeah. No, I died once already. Don't worry about it.
You can
We're
buy the
talking about-
motion
we're talking
controller
about the
rhythm
same-
game of Fist of the North Star now.
We're talking about the same Wii Fit trailer.
And
trainer?
it's super
we're not.
slow.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not doing the.
I mean, you
No.
are, but you might as well not be because it's slow as
Hey,
shit.
that's only optional, okay?
Anyway, you can watch the videos if you want. I could have
Watch
sworn I
them
took
slow
this out
mo.
of the doc, but I didn't. Also, I'm pour one out. Japanese fish that beat Pokemon video game passed away.
Oh,
Rip little fish.
I remember I watched all
Lance
of this.
spent all that time trying to expose as a fraud.
Yep,
Guys,
that no one
we
ever
need
cared.
we
even
need a
listened
moment
to
of
him.
silence for
Pour
Lala.
one out directly into the toilet. The fish was
In
flushed
the
into.
arms of an angel.
Fans mourn the loss of Lala, the fish that found a Pokemon glitch no human could in nearly 20 years. Was there a big censorship mark on it?
That's its
Lala's got a
That was
giant
his ooh la
dildo
la.
dragon behind her or something.
Anyway, so Muteki Maru reports that Lala went peacefully due to natural causes at the end of August.
No one
Japanese
swallowed
Twitter
it whole.
had this to say: "Rest in peace, Miss Lala. Thank you for everything, Lala-sama. This fish is now part of Pokemon history. Thank you for the wonderful adventures. I'll never forget you. She was such a lovely angel, and her gamer skills were as good as a human's. Proud to say I was watching the
Not a
live
high
stream when she
bar.
beat the game. Glory to the Pokemon Master Fish." God, these people are simping so hard. It's almost like they thought the queen died or something.
Yeah, the queen died. I want to see an anime adaptation about Lala's life.
I thought you were gonna say is the queen reincarnated in another world.
The queen reincarnated as a goldfish.
So Sentai announced the acquisition of the Eminence in Shadow anime. And because there's not much to look at here, I included this as well. Character pose for a portrait in the Eminence of Shadow. So this is a thing that Sentai is going to release.
You know, your Brayman will do that. I'll fill it in before he finishes the word thing.
No.
Okay. All right. Well,
I
I
didn't
won't
follow.
entertain
Can you say that
anymore.
again?
Oh, I just said, you know how when someone's saying something and before they finish a word, your brain will finish it up?
Oh, brain. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. When you said character poses for a port, my brain said a
For a
porn. I was
porn,
just
okay, I got
instantly. I was just like, yeah, this is definitely where it's going, but nope.
So J Novel Club announces the acquisition of 8 new titles. So they picked up Reincarnated as an Apple. The forbidden fruit is forever unblemished.
Don't
Wow,
turn
I
me
guess
into
it's gonna have one
applesauce.
episode.
Well, there'll
Like,
be a
they're gonna
virgin
get
in that world
reincarnated
forever.
twice.
No.
Peddler in another world. I can go back to my world whenever I want.
That's cool. But I think we already got something like that. They're selling military grade items.
An introvert's hookup hiccups. This gal is head over heels for me.
She's
He
gonna
also
me
thinks
too
the
him.
strippers like him. Making Magic, the sweet life of a witch who knows an infinite MP loophole. What the fuck? Why is there an apostrophe S? At least it's not in the actual title.
Wait, where's the apostrophe at? What word?
In
You
the
can't see it
loophole,
anyway. Why would you ask?
Because I'm curious.
it says an infinite MP loopholes, like with an apostrophe S.
Oh yeah, why
In
would
the-
that be an S there?
But in the actual picture, it doesn't have it there, so it's just a fuck up on Crunchyroll's part.
Oh.
The invincible little lady.
Oh, she's
Wow.
cute. Got white hair. and
White
everything.
hair, huh?
Oh, God.
You don't say. The Mythical Heroes Otherworld Chronicles. Campfire cooking in another world with my absurd skill. Sui's Great Adventure. Is that another slime?
Oh,
Looks like it.
it
Kinda
better be.
furry.
It better be half as good as the previous.
Or
one.
maybe slimes are just combustible and his skill is to light them on fire.
I heard they were delicious. Continue.
Also, Rebuild World.
Wait, that's the name?
Minecraft
another-
Isekai.
Wow, if it's called Rebuild World, it might be even worth watching considering the name's not a headache to say.
The manga.
Yeah, it's only 2 words.
No, it's got that gigantic subtitle you didn't read.
Does it?
ACKC kept it out to save me. He's protecting me.
That's not a subtitle. That says that's the manga credits.
Oh, really?
Believe it or
I'm
not,
impressed.
it is only 2 words.
Wait, why'd they
Oh,
put
that's what
that
you
there?
think.
They could have had a clean, nice cover with
They
only
could have.
2 words.
Oh, we're
Yes,
also
that's
gonna
a-
put it on the back cover.
And Yen Press announced the September licenses for 5 manga and 2 novels, including The Otherworlder Exploring the Dungeon, boring. The Villainous Stands the Heroes. Fuck that term.
What the hell? Is that the name?
No.
Okay, I
This
say
is
yes.
that is the term. That is the name. The Villainous Stands the Heroes.
Fuck that
Playing
name.
the antagonist to
Oh.
support her faves. Literally, this is a world where Eminem's song Stan exists to the extent that they know about it and use the term Stan to refer to how the villain. No.
Lance, this is why taking L's matters.
Yes.
So I was never a real fan of Eminem when I was younger. I
I'm
liked
not a fan of him
some
now.
of his songs, and that was fine. But I never heard Stan, or well, I did, but I never like paid attention to it to know the lyrics and to know what it was talking about.
It's fucking stupid. I had to look it up because everybody called everybody else Vic Stans. And I had to look up on Urban Dictionary. It is a reference to the song Stan by Eminem, which is the one that has the song by Dido playing in the background. And it's about the fan writing Eminem letters and Eminem being too busy to write back. And then once he does write back, he realizes that he found out that a fan had gone crazy and like killed his family. And he's like, wait a second, that was you.
I thought it was his girlfriend who stuck her in the trunk and drove off the bridge or something.
Something like that. Anyway, so yeah, and so the term standing or being a stan of something doesn't exist in the song, but the person's name is Stan, and the song is titled Stan, and he is a super fan of Eminem to the point that when he doesn't get a response back, he kills his girlfriend, and like kills himself in a murder suicide. right?
So-
So the idea is that being a stan of something means
like
that
a
you're so
Karen.
mentally deranged that you will murder yourself and your loved one over how much you love it or something. And
Which is
fucking-
why
I don't-
the Kick Vic users always call it Vic stands.
Yeah, but people
So-
use this as like a term they apply to themselves too.
So I don't know if it was, if Eminem intended it or if it was just a coincidence that people put on the fact afterwards. But I heard someone recently say that Stan stands for stalker fan. Like it's a combination of stalker and fan.
Well, you're gonna find that everything depending
That's
on
basically the same
audience
thing.
has
You're
a
not
changing-
obsessed with fans.
That's a fair argument. Damn.
Sorry. I read this like 4 times before I realized he was talking about Adolf Hitler. Ooh, no. The reason I know his whole scenario isn't for the reason I know his whole bio just for those scenarios. It's because I've worked on and doing a podcast clip for it, and I've heard myself talk about it like 1,800 times.
Oh wow!
I just haven't released that video yet because there's a.
He has
final
the
bit or
script written on a roll of toilet paper crammed up his ass, so whenever he needs to, he just unrolls it a little bit.
You have quite the imagination. Random.
Sunbeams in the sky, the reformation of the world as overseen by a realist demon king. See, the other one just did rebuild world, right?
And it
That
was
wasn't so
awesome.
hard, but no. I guess that was already taken though. So
This one's not so bad.
that's the reason rebuild world used it. Is they're like, well, we wanted to call it the reformation of the world is overseen by the realist demon king, but that was already
It was
taken.
already
we just
taken,
called it
yeah.
rebuild world. So Kiniro Mosaic best wishes. Call the name of the night. What is the name?
I don't know, but I want to read it. It makes me want to read it.
Hollow Regalia. Anyway, moving on because I'm tired.
That was pretty cool.
Seven Seas continues Wonderful Wednesdays with new manga licenses. So they've got Does it count if you lose your virginity to an android?
Well,
Does
guys,
it count
does
if you
it?
lose your virginity to a bicycle? You get your dick stuck in the spokes.
No.
You don't think it counts? Let me ask you this. What does it take for you to consider somebody losing their virginity?
I think a penis has to, cross the threshold.
Okay, so
Nice
can a
threshold.
lesbian retain her virginity for life if she's only had sex with women?
As long as she doesn't
If-
put anything in the hoo-ha.
If a dildo,
Are you still a
Continue,
virgin
Random 11.
if you've only masturbated with a dildo as a woman?
I mean, technically, are you even a virgin at that point? Because the job's already been
I
done.
think for
Hymen's been broken.
girls, it matters more because they have like the Heinemann.
The
so if you
Heinemann, yes,
break-
that's what it's called. Inside of every girl's legs, there's a Mythbuster with a walrus beard.
It's a different kind of busting, if you know what I mean.
All right, guys, where is it? We gotta bring that James out of his right here.
So my qualifications and definitions involves one very specific thing.
Your basically your definition is as long, if you bump fuzzies, you're not a virgin anymore.
Oh my god! I had no idea that we were gonna cover some bullshit like this tonight. Leave a comment.
I'm trying to
I'm
think
begging you.
about how do I incorporate this into some merch. I'll probably get in trouble for using Jamie Heinemann's face, especially in the context.
You have to bust the Heinemann.
You gotta savagely bust.
All right,
that
so
James
anyway,
Hyman,
dogs
whatever.
go to-
You know what I fucking meant.
I like how that just completely shut down the whole conversation about the philosophical how do lesbians lose virginity. It's like, oh, we could have mispronounced hymen, and it's just over. Oh boy.
It's
So
2 in the morning, okay?
Even dogs go to other worlds. Life in another world with my beloved hound. Your hound is big as shit.
Oh, good.
Orange to you, dear one. I don't even want to know. I'm fucking moving on. More 7 Cs. Because there have been 2 Wednesdays since last podcast. Soloist in a cage. Cinderella closet.
Oh,
wow.
It's only 2 words.
My new life as a cat.
You know, acceptable.
Okay.
I like how he's hiling Adolf Hitler Uno. All right, and then we've got Right Stuff.
I've got Right Stuff.
I believe in you, Reese.
You want to
Do
go
you have
over
Buy
it,
Anime,
or
though?
Shall I?
All right, so we've got Metal Skin Panic, the Metal Skin Maddox 01, the Normally edition.
I didn't know there was going to be a normie edition.
Yeah.
Would
While
you have gotten it?
I'm gonna go
instead?
get more food.
And Greenline has to get the Normie edition.
What was the... No, actually, yeah, the difference was you don't get the box, right?
Yeah, or the booklet,
art
I
box.
think. With the OVA,
Yeah, so I'm happy with mine then.
that's it. You just get the disc and the Blu-ray case.
Yeah, I'm happy with my art box.
Mushoku Tensei, Season 1, Part 1.
Oh,
limited
wow. All
edition.
right. Nice.
Fuck
Oh,
me.
spoilers. Why you gotta give spoilers on the box art?
Well, I'm guessing this is going to be Season 1, Part 2's cover, since Season 1,
Yeah.
Part 1's cover's on the back of the box.
I don't even know what that dude did. What were those art cards?
We might get...
Oh my. Okay.
We've got actual disc art, which is nice. But yeah, I like the look of it. It looked like an old-timey book.
That back cover though. Why'd they box it in? They're
You
like,
know
oh,
what they
let's
say about
be
a jock
fancy
strap."
and make it look like it's a picture, like a cover of not a picture book, but like
An
a
actual
photo
book.
album, like a photo album.
No.
Just give us the full art, like the cover.
And then we got Mushoku Tensei Standard Edition, Part 1.
With full art.
Yeah. Also, I did notice on the back of the box, if it'll load. There we go. So this is 11 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
And on the back of the info sheet for the limited edition, it says 325 minutes, which is the indicator for 13 episodes.
That sounds like a placeholder issue that they
Yeah,
just didn't
it's a
modify.
typo.
Either that or
And
they're
because
including
on
some
the
kind of
standard
trailer.
edition, it says 275.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's definitely got to be a placeholder.
50
issue
minutes
then.
of special features. Like all the openings and endings, I'm guessing. Maybe.
Yeah,
Because
but
each-
That can't possibly be 50 minutes.
that'll never add up to 50 minutes. I'm
Either
also,
they put the
Well,
OVAs
there's
on this
a
one.
voice actor Q&A.
Oh, that's got
oh, that'll do it.
So I can't imagine that would be, 50 minutes.
It could be 30 minutes easily.
Something, yeah.
And they're
Like
overshooting.
11 openings and the one ending song. Because they don't actually have a standardized opening. They just play the credits throughout the show with a song.
Remember when they had commentaries? I remember when
love
they had
those.
commentaries.
I missed those.
Remember when you actually listened to a commentary? I don't.
I listen to every one of them. I can get my hands on.
But commentaries for anime is kind of stupid. Unless you're going to
I
have the
highly
Japanese
disagree.
commentary.
Unless it's on the Japanese side, because
I enjoy
Like,
Big
what are the
Whistle.
voice actors going to say? Not much.
yeah. Oh, I like this show. Oh, I like this scene.
Well, it's a real toss-up. It's 50-50. When they give insight into the behind-the-scenes of the show, that's kind of cool. But if they're just trying to fill air because they have no idea what to talk about, yeah, that's kind of...
Yeah, I agree.
So next up
Are
we
you
have
saying they
the
just
case.
sound like an angsty YouTuber?
Next up we have the case study of Vantas, season 1, part 1.
Hmm.
You think this will get an LE, Reese?
I don't know. I've never watched the show. I don't know how popular it is.
I highly doubt popularity determines LE releases.
I was surprised this one got an LE release. The Banished from the Hero's Party. I decided to live a quiet life in the countryside.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I feel like the popularity.
Well, that's what I was going to
doesn't
mention. Because
suggest it.
Case Study of the Vanities, I've heard of, but like this one, I haven't even. What is this?
I believe this was a Funimation title, wasn't it?
We got a lot of stuff here.
Well, they probably have back end numbers that they look at for determining like, did we get a lot of streams for this one?
Yeah. I watched it. It was all right. It's one of the. I was kind of surprised, like at the literally like the first couple of episodes, these two move in with each other, and we actually see them start kissing and implying that they're gonna do it.
Oh god.
Well, they're fiancés immediately.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Is that the reason you had to continue?
Well, no, I watched it because it actually sounded kind of interesting, and it's not an isekai, so.
All right, let's get through this.
Next one.
All right, and here's a standard edition, and we have Deep Insanity: The Lost Child. So I'm guessing complete season. That's kind of neat, I guess. And then Demon Slayer Entertainment District Arc Standard Edition. Surprised that we haven't gotten an Aniplex of America solicitation for their release yet.
I hope we don't.
They will. Don't be an idiot, Lance.
Shut up. I'll be happily blind. Continue.
Well, you can still buy this one even if they don't. Even if they do get one.
Yeah, but Aniplex needs to stop getting their hands on things. Is all I'm saying. Please continue.
That's not going to happen.
He's crushing my dreams.
My Hero Academia Season 5 Part 2 Limited Edition, which I love that they did the My Villain Academia on it.
They put all the villains in I want it, but it's not going to coincide with anything else I own of My Hero.
I think the box art looks kind of cool, but like I did put Season 5.
At least it still does it on the spine, so it's not going to fuck up your shelf.
But just why didn't you put the Season 5 bit like to the side?
No, it is because I don't own any of the other LEs. It absolutely is going to fuck up my shelf.
I think I have up to Season 3 of My Hero Academia. I think that's where I stopped last. I was picking them up.
Like
I forgot to mention.
Are the other LEs? Do they have the season thing like plastered right in the middle?
I'm pretty sure. FTM, you got those right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do. What else are they gonna say? I'm in my office.
Okay, I forgot to mention.
I see a green screen, Lance. There.
I forgot to mention that this release is coming with the 2 OVAs that just came out in like August. The Hero League Baseball and Laugh As If You're in Hell OVAs. Those are coming on this set, which is awesome.
Except for what about all the other ones?
Pretty interesting.
Yeah, exactly. They cut us out of the Season 4 ones. And then the 2 that came with the manga volumes early on that could have gone with Season 1.
I'm not going to go through looking at all of them, but like I looked at a couple and they're not dabbed smack in the center of the thing. I guess, maybe one of them are. Yeah, okay. Some of them
I enjoyed these 2. The Laugh As If You're in Hell is really funny.
That's just stupid, though. Why would anyone buy it that has that center like that?
And we got Requiem.
You go okay over there, Random?
Requiem for the non-binary king.
Requiem of the Rose King, Part 1. Scarlet Nexus Season 1, Part 2.
Oh.
And 7 Days War movie, which is only like, it's in this full, like 8 minutes. Yeah.
7 days.
She professed herself pupil of the wise man.
The girl from the ring gets you.
What's with using wise man in it?
Yeah, I know the wise man's grandchild, all that kind of stuff. Although that one's actually fun. That was kind of fun. I remember enjoying it.
Is this a Toei mascot?
Puss in Boots?
They were made for walking.
And then they also had the Sunny Chiba collection that was just added, and Mobile Suit Gundam Destiny. Oh, we're gonna go back.
Destiny's Child.
Control Shift T.
Okay. This one?
Yeah, scroll down. Keep going. Does
7
it say
films.
limited to? Oh, it's just Shout Factory. Never mind.
Limited to infinite.
It looked like an Arrow video at first.
Are you eating
Shout
peanut
Factory.
butter?
No, I'm eating.
Ash.
I'm eating a jalapeno artichoke spread on toast.
Oh, you're
Mobile Suit
spreading it
Gundam
wide?
Seed Destiny Collection 2.
With habanero sauce on top.
And I just find it so weird that a Gundam set doesn't
I
have
hate
a
that. That
Gundam
sounds awesome.
on the cover.
And has the stupidest, worst looking fucking suit. Like, he looks so uncomfortable in that outfit. Hey, just throw this blazer on for the photo shoot. Oh, are you sure? Does it
This
really
thing
feel
I
like
never
that?
did.
And I guess the first set for Seed Destiny also did the same thing.
Mhm.
And then, of course,
Yeah,
this
there aren't
monstrosity
any
at the
Gundams
cover.
in that Gundam, actually.
What?
Soundtrack from the Netflix series.
I like how they were so
How they
ashamed
used a
didn't even
picture
use-
of actual Spike.
Yeah.
Right?
They didn't even
Like,
use
look
the
at
Netflix.
look at this. The only
Right.
actual pictures from the show are these three down here.
Yeah, and the rest of them are him doing the shower bath shower.
I have had a lot of people. I've had a lot of people tell me that the Cowboy Bebop show was amazing, but they'd never actually seen Cowboy Bebop.
Well, then they're
So,
idiots. So
they're
they
like
can't say
they're like telling me how great it is. I should watch them. Like, guys,
and
have you ever
this
seen the original?
this shot was never none of these shots were actually seen in the show. These were
Yeah,
all
the one on the right was from that promotional thing
yeah.
from when they're fighting Pierre LeFou.
And then these two, which maybe that one
That-
might have been in.
I don't think so. No, and then that other one, the middle one, might be from the first episode.
I remember her dancing with Ein at one point. So I don't
The
know.
only thing I remember from it is since she.
All right, cool. That's it for right stuff.
All right, cool. Back to me.
Nice speed run, Reese.
I'm trying to remove it. Okay.
Blink,
All right.
blink.
So,
blink.
Dabu David said, building Gunbuster Blu-ray. Shit, we're 4 gigabytes over capacity. That's how crazy this disc is. From Justin Savakis. Well, we'll make it work. Narrator, will Justin's encoding magic be enough to save the day? Find out next on Aim for the Unbelievably High Standards we set for ourselves at Discotheque. So that's pretty cool that they're...
I believe in you guys. Make it happen.
Yeah. Oh, and I didn't realize this was a reply to that about my record for re-encoding a disc is 5 times. I got that notification. I didn't realize it was related to this.
Shit.
Anyway, Magical Princess Minky Momo is celebrating its 40th anniversary with a complete Blu-ray box set. Woo! Woo! It's so great, Blu-ray. Except for the part where WTK says SDBD. So who knows? And then we had this monstrosity. JBE Books is creating a limited 1,900 euro version of One Piece in a single 21,540 page volume, making it the longest book ever created.
I would hate to try to read this. Could you imagine the spine bending? Yours trying to hold it.
To read it.
Yeah, imagine
I'm
trying
making
to
a joke,
like
dude.
you like taking your books to read on like the train, maybe, or imagine just trying to carry this thing around.
You just have to have like 4 people carrying it with you. It's like the dude who brought like a 550 to what was it, 1,000 card Yu-Gi-Oh deck to the duel, and there's like 6 people shuffling the damn thing.
I like how this person's response is, "I don't buy trash."
So a giant gap.
It says One Piece by Ilan Monarch.
Yeah,
One
One
Piece
Piece without any spaces.
That's not Oda.
Yeah.
So I looked up who the fuck is this guy, and in the art section, I found the One Piece spelled without a space. Every time it comes up, no space.
Okay.
Right. Now, he also did this thing I couldn't believe. He took that graphic novel Mouse and literally called it Cats. Cats is a pirated edition of Art Spiegelman's seminal graphic novel Mouse. Cats is an exact copy of the French edition of Mouse, with the difference that all the animal characters have been redrawn as cats. The book was printed on November 11th and it is seen in public for the first time January November 2011. Boy, anyway, so yeah, just seems like a grifter. I'm an artiste. I set world records. The longest book ever made. So I bet you what he did here is he just had a complete collection of One Piece manga and he just cut the spines off and bound it himself.
He took all like the copyright pages and checker pages and all the ads and stuff.
Because if you look really closely right here, this looks ass like he did it himself.
Hold on, AC's receiving a package.
And yeah, he left an opening here for that final book.
Oh, this is just an expansion for future volumes. Don't worry, guys.
Just in case Oda decides to make one more.
I think you can make a little bit.
Actually,
more.
I'm pretty sure that's for a finger hole, so you can pull this shit out.
Probably. So that's
why it's so fucked up on that edge I was showing you, because this is the part where he pulls it out from, and every time he pulls it out, it damages it.
You don't need a finger pull if there's that much room, or it'll just come out because it's so loose.
Anyway, it's shit. And we were noticing that in one of the images, where was it? It kind of I guess it's not here anymore.
There is 103 now.
Did he fucking remove it?
Go back one.
What?
It's that one.
No, that's not what
You're
I'm
talking about the page yellowing? No.
Oh yeah, the page yellowing. You're right. Up top here, it looks like the pages are yellow in the older one, right? But up here, it doesn't look so yellow. I don't know. So
because the top of the pages, depending on how you have it, the top of your shelf exposed.
That's true, because this would be the bottom of the pages. So the idea was that his older copies, because remember I was saying it's like he owned it himself and he just made this himself to set a world record. And then we were noticing that all the flashback arcs, Random 11 was saying, were black outlined. So you can actually see every flashback arc.
Most likely.
Right. Anyway, that's a thing. Moving on. Let's see. If you would like to support this show, there is merch at stealthweave.com that you can buy. Even if you like Rent-A-Cuck. God damn, it's on page 2. Even if you're a fan of Rent-A-Cuck, there are shirts from that as well that I have put together. Maybe more in the future. Who knows? You can get all sorts of stuff here. Anyway. Then there's also the OCA podcast merch, which Reese stuff is on. I'm making that. Okay. The Reese stuff.
I want a free t-shirt for that one.
And in random merch news, Goblin Slayer's Sword Maiden stands sensuously for new figure.
Near Automata, anyone?
Now, you know what the hottest, most like elusive aspect of this is? You can take off her blindfold and see her actual face.
Oh, that's so sexy.
Oh, nut. I'm going to come.
Actually, and you can actually take off the blindfold.
Anyways, that's the thing. Moving on. Saken Yatota maid, whatever the thing is.
The maid I hired recently is mysterious.
So Lilith is Bunny Girl, and She's carrot colored. Look at me, I'm a whore.
And dude, seriously though, like she looks like this, and the kid, he's like 12 and an orphan, and it's just those two in the house, and he's basically deeply in love with her.
When you say she looks like this, you're talking about the whole outfit, right?
No, not the whole outfit. Like the sexy. I mean, I put the picture of her in the Finer Things Club, I think. I might be able to grab it and upload it real quick. No.
I feel like we're getting cucked on that perfect. Oh, no, there it is. It's a good. See, Men of Culture removed the thing she was holding before taking the photo.
Yes. Okay, and brand.
And then, holy shit, 15th anniversary Hatsune Miku figure emanating a holy brilliance. Jesus. Look
She's
at that hair.
only 15?
Mm-hmm.
I thought she was older than that.
I thought she was legal, officer.
I thought she was an AI. So
No, I meant the software. Like I swear she's been around for more than 15 years.
I say before we get any farther away from it, here's Lilith.
Mm-hmm.
As you can tell, I stitched these two shots together because it was a panning shot.
Uh-huh.
Where's the panties?
The panning. You can see that they
Oh,
have a
I thought you
vignette.
said it was a panty shot. I'm like, where's the panties?
Why are you cucking us, Reese?
Clickbait.
So let me guess. Does it start at the face and go down to the boobs, or it starts at the boobs and go up to the face?
I can't actually remember. I think it starts at the boobs and goes up.
I don't think so. I think it starts at the face because the boobs, I think, there's a greater distance from there. And if you were to start at the boobs at the correct aspect ratio, you're seeing, I don't know, man.
Part of the cleavage on the way down.
I like that mole on the left one.
That's a mole? I thought that was on my screen. That's a freckle, if anything. It's 2 times. Anyway.
Delete that.
Anyway, and if enormous twin tails with like strawberry themes isn't your thing, boom. Vampire Hatsune Miku figure eager to suck something out.
Oh, yeah.
She resembles
I remember
Toga.
hearing a couple people saying this one looks incredibly cringe.
I'm getting hard Toga vibes from this.
It doesn't look anything like Hatsune Miku.
Yeah, it looks like Toga cosplaying as Hatsune Miku.
They should have sold it as that. That would have been kind of funny. Guess
Zoom
whose
in
body
hand.
she stole this time?
Pardon.
Excuses.
Is that a cheek or?
Ooh.
I think that's a JPEG artifact.
Did we convert Brad into an ass man?
What is going on here all of a sudden? Oh, I'm zoomed in all the way. What? How am I in this? No, what the fuck? Hold on.
Why are you in the mobile version on?
No, I'm zoomed in. I'm zoomed
What
in,
the
so
fuck?
I'm reset that. Please be at the top. Oh, thank God. Ooh, that was close. So she's like wearing a face mask too. She's pulling it down just to tell you.
Yeah, just like Toga's scarf.
Yeah. That's why. Anyway, moving on. Cute Konosuba Megumin hoodie figure, undeniably precious. So there's.
Aw, he's even
I've
wearing a
not watched
Chomsky
Konosuba.
hoodie. And there's Chomsky too. Wow.
Oh, damn. Lose the hoodie, okay?
They're all inspired by that one figure from Ashoka Tensei. Multiple figures in one.
And then somebody shared this on the Discord, and fuck
think
me if I don't want it. Yes. Although I'll tell you, something I've learned from Final Fantasy is characters look really weird when you don't give them wristwatches or something.
Oh, you don't give them something like
a glove or something
break
to
that
separate.
monotonous of skin.
Yeah. It just looks a little odd.
I
think
always
it
like.
looks more odd here because he has one glove.
And the ass? Was he wearing a thong?
Ass man? AC?
He's not wearing anything. He's just got his armor on.
Maybe he's wearing a slingshot.
Yeah, that's right. For it to for it to be authentic to the show, he needs to go into battle naked. All right, and then if that's not really your thing, there's also this character from Bastard. And I'll be real, I'm not feeling this figure for the same reason as the feet. There's no separation in the skin. So I'm gonna come. We need one where you just need to cut in. I'm not.
I'm not gonna come.
And AC be like,
all right, I'll come.
Okay. So Random 11 shared this amazing otaku lamps thing. It's supposed to be this character pulling down her stockings, but I don't know. You tell me. Does that look like what's happening?
they kind of forgot to include the part where like the stockings show up in the lamp. That's somehow
right. Like this should just be like
They
all
totally
white.
forgot it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, granted.
I mean, they do, but you know, you can't really make it look like that. I mean, either way, I don't care because
it's probably because they didn't draw panties on her.
I don't
If they
care.
gave
I
us
like
a panty shot, we'd be able to tell.
Yeah, it's way more. Well, I don't know. If you tried to put in that extra line here, then all of a sudden you're like,
I'm gonna get the wrong
wait
idea.
a minute.
I think they knew exactly.
I think they knew exactly what they were doing. This is the
maybe not from the beginning, but like halfway through, they were like, "Oh shit, this looks
They're
like." Who's
oh
gonna
yeah,
care?
yeah, this is gonna work.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Oh yeah.
This is gonna get sales.
You are correct.
Yeah.
They do not look like stockings coming off.
All right. Thief attempted to resell Pokemon cards to the store he stole them from. Now, I couldn't help but remember that we covered this before. 5 South Australians arrested for returning to a game store where they allegedly stole the Digimon cards. So apparently there are, in fact, more than one person on the planet dumb enough to try this. So a thief who stole about $20,000 in Pokemon and Magic the Gathering cards made the not-so-clever decision to revisit the same store he stole them from to sell the stolen goods.
How the hell did he get away with that many?
Immediately leading to his arrest. The 37-year-old male culprit stole the cards from the Cosmic Game Store in Washington State by shattering the shop glass's door at midnight on August 9th, with Pokemon cards and Magic the Gathering cards being some of the items thieved. About a month later, on September 3rd, the criminal returned to the same store attempting to sell the cards he stole. But his rather poor decision led to an employee recognizing him. Becoming confrontational after being caught, the criminal allegedly stated, quote, "I'll rob you again, expletive!" as he left the establishment, leaving his stolen goods inside. An employee sadly asserted that the $20,000 worth of cards were reduced in value significantly due to the way the thief had handled them.
Were they opened?
It looked like around $6,000 to $8,000 at first, but after actually getting a chance to go through them, it was closer to $1,000 worth. It all had sustained damage from the theft and how they had been stored and handled in the weeks since, and it is now possibly a few $100s of original value due to that. Police eventually captured the man, finding even more Pokemon cards as well as fentanyl and methamphetamine in his possession, and charged him with a second-degree burglary, first-degree theft, second-degree possession of stolen property, first-degree trafficking, and malicious mischief.
Okay.
The criminal was released from jail on personal recognizance a day later.
Okay. Here's
a happy ending.
A question, not a question, but pontificate this. 1, were these cards open when he returned them?
Yes, I'm
and
sure.
2, okay, I mean, not return them when he brought them back to the scene of the crime. But let me ask you this much: how the fuck did they know what cards were in each pack?
Because they knew
Because
it
you're
had been stolen, and
assuming-
because like they all came in bulk back to the store at the same and all at once.
You're assuming that he stole packs.
Yeah.
No.
He probably busted in and stole the
Grabbed the
cards
singles.
from the glass counter that they advertised, the rare cards with the price tag on says $650.
Okay.
He stole
that makes
those.
a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Because I was about to say, like, that's the
the
major pack measuring, which you should not be doing.
I mean, granted, it would be more easy to steal packs and then sell individual holo cards out of those.
That was what I
Point is, if he had just gone to a different fucking store,
right, and sold maybe 3 or 4 at a time.
The
at different stores.
methamphetamines might have had something to do with his life.
we don't know. Maybe he stole from all the stores in the area.
Who knows?
I can't go back there. They recognize me at that one and this one.
And this one. And that one.
The
And
pawn
Toys R
shop
Us down the
doesn't
street.
give me good return. All right. Anyway, miscellaneous news. We got a couple more here. They are pretty awful, so prepare your butts for SpongeBobbing.
No.
The hidden meaning of the U.S. Air Force's Shake and Fries patch in Japan. I just thought this was funny.
I'm listening.
For newly arrived foreigners in Japan, navigating the country can be a challenge, even once you get over the difficulty of remembering place names themselves in a language unfamiliar to you. There's still a matter of remembering the kanji characters they're written with. If you don't already have a background in Japanese linguistics, oftentimes it's helpful to remember/recognize kanji by associating them with a picture of some kind. So basically, the cup and fries looks like the kanji here. If you squint really hard for Tachikawa. So it just helps them to know which, remember which train exit to get off on, basically, to get to the base. Morale patches, by the way, aren't official uniform components and are instead optional gear accents. Honestly, though, I just love the idea of having all these patches and like awards and like, you know, bravery, valor, and then you've got your McDonald's patch, you know, like so in there.
Go to McDonald's 3 times in 1 week. Here's your patch.
This is my membership card.
I go one time and get a free soda.
In other news,
Oh,
Chinese HIV spreaders are terrorizing Ikebukuro red light district. You know, it's almost like they thought they were in California.
You know, I was thinking that it's just below me.
3 Chinese men who are known for demanding rough sex have been terrorizing Ikebukuro's red light district, not with their insatiable appetite for sex, but with their sinister plot to infect as many Japanese as possible with HIV by targeting popular escorts and sex workers. Joke's on them. The Japanese aren't having sex. And now, more than 1,000 people in Tokyo area are already in danger of developing AIDS. Literally, look, honestly, this is the worst plot you could possibly do because in Japan, the population is on decline. Nobody's having sex because they're too busy with their tangas and beating off the dojin. And so the few people who are having sex now won't have sex with each other out of fear of AIDS. This is how you kill Japan in 1 generation. Good job, China. According to an unnamed Ikebukuro sex shop staff member, the establishment started an investigation, given that it was out of the question to go to the authorities with such matters.
Really?
Under the guise of a campaign aimed at all customers, the staff found the culprits after distributing 10,000 yen discount coupons to 3 suspicious Chinese men. The first culprit was a man who introduced himself as Yuan, who was sternly questioned by the staff when he showed up at the hotel for his reservation in early August. He revealed that he was bisexual. And the other 2 were, in fact, his friends with whom he participates in monthly orgies with 10 other students from Southeast Asia.
Students.
At the start of
fun of me for Heinemann. Jeez.
I just love
breaking
that.
her James Heinemann, dude. It's okay.
they shouldn't even be worried about the AIDS. What about the monkeypox these guys are undoubtedly distributing? At the start of 2022, one of the 3 returned to China, where he took an STD test that came out positive for HIV. The other 2 also turned out positive for HIV. And while the threesome fell into despair at one point, it all worked out for the best. They decided that they did not want to restrain their sexual desire and looked for Chinese-friendly brothels while hiding their HIV infection status. Well, if you wanted anti-Chinese sentiment in Japan in the red light district, you have got it now.
It doesn't take much in Japan for them to fucking...
One HIV positive Chinese man ruined it for everyone. Anyway, so Chinese-friendly brothels, Yuan and his friends found out about the establishment after consulting an individual from Ikebukura's Chinese community familiar with the local sex shops.
So everyone planning to go to Japan and get their dick sucked is not going to be very disappointed.
Yuan
Hey, what if it
explained...
adds to the experience, okay?
Yeah, the thrill of, I might die from this.
I'm blacking out from the HIV that's pouring into me.
This BJ's to die for.
You can't get off with that old near-death experience.
Right. It's a rush, I'll tell you. Your whole life will flash before your eyes before you nut.
She's on you, cowgirl, then she all of a sudden starts strangling and says, I have AIDS.
Yuan explained that the 3 Chinese decided to go on a rampage after one said, quote, "We're only going to be in Japan for another year either way, and we'll have to return to China after graduate school. Our hometown doesn't have any decent sex shops, so let's have fun while we're at it. We've been infected with HIV, and there's nothing we can do about it. We might as well spread it around through sex shops and bring down a bunch of Japanese with us." I thought the Japanese were known as kamikaze.
I feel like they should be arrested for that.
Banzai. There was clear malicious intent that went beyond satisfying their libido as the party strategized by targeting popular women who perform sexual acts without contraceptives for higher chances of transmitting HIV to other customers. 24-year-old Mireille was one prostitute whose life was damaged by this malice. And since she and her colleagues were infected by HIV by providing illegal services, they were unable to consult with the police or lawyers. They took matters into their own hands. The women continued their sex work for 6 months after being infected by the Chinese men in January.
Oh, God.
Wow. Between Mireille and her friend Karen, they saw over 1,000 customers who may have contracted the virus. Hope for those afflicted might not be lost, as people taking anti-HIV drugs can maintain their immunity without the risk of infecting others with HIV. Although the virus cannot be completely eliminated, the development of new drugs has made it possible to reduce the incidence of AIDS by nearly 100%. Moreover, HIV treatment is covered by insurance, so those infected can further reduce expenses and live their lives without financial trouble. It's like, yeah, so basically, in Japan, having HIV just ain't no big deal.
Hear that, guys? Don't AIDS shame me, God.
I'm disturbed at the idea that, well, one, prostitution's its own thing, but it's like, man, you're not gonna wrap the sausage for any of this.
What?
You just
they might have paid extra. Maybe that's what happened. I don't know.
The cool 2T regards to, does it count if I lose my virginity to an Android? Says depends on the Android. Also, E. Castro says, I'll definitely be getting one of those Capsule Corp shirts soon. Dude, that shirt is one of the best sellers lately. Like, it's going places. Also, her thighs are insane. Does she look like that in the manga, referring to Lilith? That's a question you can answer.
That is a question.
Yeah, anyway.
I believe she does.
All right. So I would like to take you to SpongeBob Land.
Oh.
Encourage women to smell their poop to be more inclusive to trans women. Some women have a hole where their penis used to be, and that hole often shares a microbiome with the colon, creating a distinct transitioning odor. In solidarity with trans women, this month you can make a difference by putting your olfactory system to use while going number 2. Yes, it's not a joke. We are sincerely asking all women to please spend more time smelling their poo during bathroom breaks and to critically examine what many of our gender have to endure as part of the cost of bottom surgery. It is time for us all to do the work to truly empathize with the sights, sounds, and smells endured by every member of our large and beautiful gender community, including those with distinct transitioning odors.
Greenline's having a stroke, guys.
No. Okay, first of all, it was your choice to cut off your dick. Do not accuse us.
Women have to pay the price for their decision.
We're all in this together.
We're all in this together. No, we're not. You're the one who cut off your penis.
Wait, they don't cut off the penis. They flip it outside.
Yeah, they literally
cut
it down the middle and flip it inside out.
Oh, guys, you'd have been better off getting. Look. I'm
gonna come.
This.
No.
This is insane.
Not anymore.
I'm gonna throw up.
One. They're encouraging women, trying to use a broad term, to smell their own shit. You know what? Next time you use the bathroom, guys, make sure once you're done, don't flush. Bend over and stick your nose in it. That's what they just
their heads are already so far up their asses, they should be able to smell it just fine.
That ends up behind them. I think whoever wrote this article needs mental help.
What is this? Based on Graham, stain the majority of smears revealed a mixed
microflora
that had some similarity with the bacterial vaginosis microflora and that contained various amounts of coochie. That's what I'm going to call it. Gram-negative and gram-positive rods, often with fusiform and comma-shaped rods, and sometimes even with spirochetes. Everything I just read was disgusting.
What do? Check their fucking underwear for brown stripes?
Hey, what do you call a female to male transgender who had bottom surgery? What do you call their penis?
I don't know.
Harpoonani. Like a harpoon.
Oh.
It's a terrible joke. I'm sorry. I invented it. So the social taboo around
I have done nothing during this podcast to deserve you hitting me with that. I have done nothing, I swear.
You have interrupted so many fucking times.
And you love me for it.
The social taboo around frank discussion of smells is already quite strong, but doubly so when it comes to the ones that can come from male to female neo-vaginas. If you are a regular on advice and trans subreddits, you know you usually don't have to wander too far down the feeds before coming across anonymous posts carefully prodding for advice on neo-vaginal smells like this one. Quote, one night... Okay.
The night steamy.
One night I was going to go down on her, she washed her bits before she came in the bedroom and laid on my bed. I was about a few inches from her face when I noticed a foul smell that I can best describe as stale urine, cheesy, and a bit like feces.
That sounds like a poem.
Oh, God. I've heard of post-op male-to-female smells, but I've read most people saying that they go away quickly after transition. Anyway, I backed away.
Just get used to it.
Anyway, I backed away and decided to eat ass instead. because I was so put off by that smell. She kept asking what's wrong, and I finally broke down and told her what's wrong. So I just want to remind you guys, if anybody out there, if we were correct earlier in our discussions with Bridget and everything about how a lot of trans men are actually just closet gays who can't admit it, it's not worth it, guys. So just go gay. Like, fucking nothing about this is going to be worth it. She was confused and kept smelling herself, saying she didn't smell anything. She said she just washed it too.
God knows blind.
Fucking go down on me. Suck the girl dick. No, okay. It's been a fight between me and her, and she's self-conscious about it. I asked if it could be an infection or her hygiene habits, lifestyle, or diet, because I know those things can affect the smell of the vagina. It's called the neo-vagina, bro. She told me that's just the way her vagina and all vaginas smell. Bigot. She told me it didn't smell like what I described it as, and it just smelled like vagina, not stale urine and cheesy poop. I tried asking my mother. Oh dear Lord. I tried asking my mother about what it could be, and she couldn't give me any answers because she's not informed on this topic. I tried asking my gay cousin, but she didn't have any answers either. Wow, I wonder, they've never encountered a neo-vagina before. I was wondering if anyone in here could give me some advice on this. Do transgender women just have a different smell down there than cis women? Is that just her natural smell? If so, what can I do to get used to the smell?
I think after reading that, Brad, this accurately describes the audience.
We've all got cancer.
Oh, I didn't hear any of that.
Well,
I got half
watch
of
the
it.
VOD. No.
It said, we've all got, and then it ended.
Okay, how about one more
We've all
time?
got cancer.
Yeah, okay. All right, but before we get, I like how they just had to stop it. You've probably seen posts like this one. Includes almost the entire post. But before we get to the cultural impact and science of unique genital sense, read on to learn about the sad story that sparked a poovolution in a Canadian public school. What is wrong with your country?
I'm sorry.
I think this is a joke.
This is why Canadians are always apologizing.
I think this is a joke article. There's no way.
Is this why they're baking his shit?
Quote, as I was transitioning, I found it triggering that my cisgender female friends didn't smell like poo. The top of the fateful note read, it had arrived by way of the Trans Express. That's what they call it there.
No way, bud. No way.
The relatively small but respected Canadian school had just set up an anonymous tip box for LGBTQ folks to alert the faculty to issues faced by their community. I am triggered that the other girls don't smell like shit. I would like to motion that we rectify this immediately.
Make them smell like shit to join me. Yeah, that's going to solve it.
It was a lavender wooden box decorated with cheery handwriting, plastic flowers, and other colorful accoutrements. Accoutrements, that's how you pronounce it, I remember. Discreetly placed by the janitor's closet near the main bathrooms. 3 times a week, the woman describing herself as the school's trans mama bear ceremoniously poured its heart-rending contents on a table in the faculty lounge. I have to log in to read the rest. No, I'm not.
I don't think we want to read
I
anymore,
think
please.
I've thrown up enough already. So once again, just suck the guy dick. You don't need to become trans. You can be gay. It's all right. We won't judge you. Also, this man shoved an 8-inch deodorant can up his butt and left it there for 3 weeks.
So
So
that's
this guy-
the solution.
Yeah, this
That's how
guy.
you get rid of the shit smell.
Yeah, exactly. He had he couldn't take the shit smell
Oh, what the
any
fuck's
longer.
going on in that little video there?
They're removing it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh,
I didn't really want to see that.
it's like the snake that was in the toilet. It's just this got where it was going.
So I'm sorry. You're gonna get a little bit more cancer for this joke. He tried to use a deodorant and ended up with an anti-poospirant. Ah! I raped thee in the name of the Lord. A 27-year-old man in India had to be hospitalized after allegedly shoving a deodorant canister up his butt, where it remained for 3 weeks before doctors removed it. Doctors shared a graphic video of the emergency backdoor evacuation, noting the team was shocked to witness the patient's case. This was a big deal for us, said Tapish Ghosh, the superintendent of Burdwan Medical College's hospital, where the patient was treated. We treated him with the utmost care. The unnamed patient had reported to the medical facility located in West Bengal on Wednesday after experiencing severe abdominal pain. Do you think that he maybe like he bent over and like the cap, like it shot, you know how like the spray deodorant, like it's so cold and he like accidentally shot it into his colon?
Oh no.
Why
I don't
is it
want to
so
think
long?
about any of this.
Bro, 8-inch, dude. He
Well,
took
why?
an 8-inch can up the butt.
The deodorant I've seen
Did
is
he-
way
did
shorter.
he take the little
This is
spray tip
India,
off
dude.
that
It
makes it
stinks there. They need
right
a lot
in?
of deodorant.
Did he take the little tip off? You know, the one that could get lost up in him?
See, that's what I'm suggesting is that it came off because it was up there for 3
it
weeks.
came inside him.
And then he accidentally, like, he turned the wrong way and it started spraying and it was like liquid nitrogening his, like, colon.
Oh, God.
So there, doctors conducted several x-rays which revealed that the poor soul had a 7.5-inch. What? You said 8-inch.
Stretch
like
hole.
bait.
This is the wish deodorant.
Oh, this
bottle.
is because the cap already came off by this point. That was the extra
So
half.
so he put it in end first.
I guess so.
So whenever he bent over, he was like spraying.
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting.
Just like that one scene in
It's like
Austin Powers 2.
It's like a fucking it's like an air freshener, you know?
Yeah.
That every once in a while you look over and it just goes and it shoots out into the room. Except that it's happening every time he bends down to put his shoes on or something.
But wait, you guys are okay. Look, I guess I'm interrupting again, but you guys are on the same page here. AC's saying it's spraying inside him. Reese is saying it's spraying out of him.
Because we were thinking that it was like
Both options are equally funny.
I know. I yes, truly. I'm just pointing out that neither of you guys are on the same page.
because you thought he was saying that maybe the cap came off, so it had to come
Inside of
off.
him.
Well, dude, I'm just saying that if I was going to undertake this endeavor, I would definitely go in from the side that's like rounded on the edge and not like the hard metal, like ridged end.
Well, maybe he didn't even have the cap on when he shoved it in.
I can tell you right now, I definitely would not take that approach.
Anyway, it'd be going off as you're trying to shove it up there.
Right. So doctors conducted several
Although it would give you some lubricant.
I don't even know if it would. I think it would be like liquid nitrogen coming out of there. So doctors conducted several x-rays which revealed that the poor soul had a 7.5-inch deodorant can inexpressively lodged in his colon near the anus. That looks like it's really far from the anus, just saying. That looks like...
Can you like scroll past the next part really quick?
Picture.
Oh, do it
Oh,
slow,
they had to
please.
go in, like open up his stomach to get it out instead
Yeah.
of coming
Doctors
back out
were
the way
able
it
to
came in.
retrieve the deodorant can during a 2-hour operation.
Yikes.
Doctors believe
He wanted something long and hard in him. He just wasn't expecting all these guys' hands.
Dude, I hope the next picture is them with thumbs, all the doctors with thumbs up while pointing at his ass.
I would just like to point out.
It met his stretch goals. I could say that.
I would just like to point out that this podcast is, in fact,
brought to you
the
by
perfect podcast to cover this. Oh fuck! I went to the wrong one. Hold on. Because it is interdimensional Goatse after all.
Oh my god.
So anyway, doctors believe that the patient had wedged the antiperspirant up his anus. I mean, I don't think he swallowed it.
I don't think there was any doubt in that.
Although his reason for doing so remains unclear. Excuse me.
Can it me?
What possible reason could he have?
Maybe it's just a case of his eyes being too big, his eyes being bigger than his anus.
Maybe he like sweat on his ass a lot. So he was like, maybe if I just spray some.
Yeah, fuck that.
Friggin' Lancons or something.
We're getting a lot of mileage out of that one.
Dude, I need that just to be my text notification. I thought just walking through Walmart. Yeah, fuck
that. So, although his reason for doing so remains unclear, but likely did not include remedying a smelly bum. To make matters worse, the can was reportedly up his can for 20 days. That's almost as long as we didn't do a podcast. During which the unfortunate fellow was unable to relieve himself. So the entire reason he had to go in is because he couldn't shit around it.
Dude, you would have so many issues. Like,
dude, the gas would be so unbearable if you're an Indian guy and all you eat is Indian food, and you just can't get anything
else. This just shows you how resilient the human body is. Good God.
Look, if he'd only had Taco Bell like twice a week during that situation.
No, seriously, like, don't show that picture.
Okay, hold on. So,
oh my god, this
is unable to relieve himself. Medics believe that the young man's life could have been in jeopardy had he not reported to the hospital. Thankfully, doctors were able to remove the deodorant during a 2-hour surgery, as seen in literal stomach-churning footage given to Jam Press. The graphic 45-second video shows the team of surgeons slicing open the man's stomach lining to unveil a silvery spray can, which they then remove and hold up to the camera like a bowling trophy. I like how it's going to be like,
don't show the picture.
You're getting intimate with your girlfriend, or you're freshly married to your what are that called? Not betrothed. Like, what is the thing? Your arranged spouse in Indian culture, right? And she's like, "Oh, how did you get this long scar?" Well, one day I went 20 days without pooping.
YouTube doesn't like excess blood.
AC, that's
blood.
Talk for another day.
Oh my god!
Okay, hold on.
I just want to point out, this is my.
It has the cap on it.
My favorite thing about this. Well, you don't know. They might have put the cap back on.
They might have got a new cap.
Why can I not zoom in?
I want to know something about this.
Why?
Since he took that long hard thing up his ass.
Right click on the
random image. 11. Is he still a virgin?
Right click on the image.
Oh shit! Oh shit! StreamYard is zoomed all the way into 500% right now.
One test questions, random 11. We need answers.
I think he's gone above and beyond the duty.
He's transcended virginness.
Yeah, he is no longer a virgin.
My favorite thing about this is the look on each person's face.
They're like, yeah, that's right. We did this.
Like, this guy's like, Jesus, dog. Like, I cannot believe I had to pull this out of your ass.
He's the one who's like, why do I have to hold it?
No, he's not the one holding it, though.
The proud guys in the
This
middle
guy,
holding it.
he's like,
They're
some
probably
ass.
look, man. If they're
Where
gay,
your mouth was at.
they
Like,
just
he just looks
realize
like
just how
the
much the suit can
disappointed
handle.
father. And then
Yeah.
over here, she knew why he did it.
She's interested.
She wish she had done it.
He's like, this
That's
is a new record. Look at how big it is.
Hey, do you think he could get in the Guinness Book of World Records with this?
Dude, what? Sandals!
What?
They're
They're in
scandals.
fucking sandals!
All right, delete this cursed picture.
They're not
Put it
even
away.
they're not even in like the protective booties that they put over the shoes in a surgical room. Like that.
Dude, they gave up on sanitization long ago. There was
like that's really no, seriously, that's a really big safety concern. Like when they give their next patient a foot job, imagine all the transmission.
I can't believe that.
Random 11. Just look, man.
Whoa.
You can download the image on your
End
own
the
time.
story, please.
This was a big deal for us. We treated him with uttermost care, said Tapas Ghosh, the superintendent of the Unfortunately, the patient didn't emerge from the operation unscathed. He reportedly sustained damage to both his esophagus. And did he deep throat it all the way down there?
That's incredible.
Maybe the buildup of all the shit started creeping up.
Maybe it was just like coming out the top.
Yeah.
No, the esophagus is probably because they put him under for the operation.
I don't know.
The latter
They
injury
could
of
have
which
done
will
it
likely require surgery in the future. Doctor said.
Like all the fumes were coming out of his mouth.
Dude, the acid reflux he would have been experiencing for the fact that his
Can we
stomach
let Brad finish this and we can move on from it? I'm grossed out.
He will also need to be monitored by medics for the next 7 days in case of further complications. Despite the surgical side effects, the man's family said that they were happy with the treatment provided by the hospital.
Okay, we're done.
Government hospitals usually delay the process, they said in a statement, but they were very prompt. When you tell them a man hasn't shit in 20 days, they get right on it. What's 20 more? This isn't the first time someone has gotten an unlikely item stuck in their derriere. In April, a Brazilian man had to undergo emergency surgery after reportedly shoving a dumbbell up his rear during an ill-advised attempt at self-gratification. No. No.
At least they didn't fail. It was like for no
Hey guys,
for unknown
the wait
reason.
is over.
Oh, we've seen this one, didn't we?
I mean, that one's at least reasonably dildo shaped. So
Dummy shoves 4-pound dumbbell in anus, needs emergency surgery 2 days later.
I'm just gonna put it here in case there's some violence on screen.
Oh no! It's the same. Man.
The amount of time that these people suffer after they shove something up.
All right, let's not make this 8-hour stream, right?
Oh, okay. Well, I'll read this and cover it next podcast if it's lulz worthy.
I thought we already covered it because I really remember that dumbbell.
Yes, let's go with that. We've already covered
Anyway,
it.
back to this. I have another uncomfortable thing to share with you. So I couldn't help but notice I saw this thing. Hey, a fake baby that you can put up your ass so you can give birth as a trans woman. This world. It's called the Butt Baby. And I found it on Wayback Machine. It's a website called Weapons of Ass Destruction. Part of the MPreg collection from male pregnancy, so that those who identify as non-conforming can experience the miracle of childbirth reimagined.
Yeah, it's
The
not
MPreg
compatible with the female variety.
I kind of doubt that these trans characters are pro-life and would want to enjoy the miracle.
My friend, it is a fetish.
But still, like, why would they want to even I don't know. Whatever.
Reese, let's not question it.
Carry on.
Reese, you're thinking a little too much about the logic behind why somebody would shove a full-grown baby up their asshole.
The less you question it, the quicker we're done with it.
Reese is pulling a me because I'm being quiet.
Just
Good
drop
job.
it all at once, AC. Let's go.
The MPreg collection consists of silicone baby dolls inspired by anatomically correct children's dolls and utilized to simulate childbirth for those who otherwise would be unable to bear a child. The MPreg collection provides a harmless and therapeutic emotional, physical, and psychological comfort to non-traditional gender-identifying members of society. No. Every person who shoves this up their asshole is not trying to get some society denying them of having a baby. They are getting off every step of the way. Now, I would like to point out some of the reviews, if you don't mind.
God damn it.
I would like to point out they are all 5 stars. From Anal Man. I'm a white guy. Finally gave birth to a black baby from my big black husband. Got me pregnant. He has a son now. I finally gave birth to my 2 superior black twin baby boys. Yeah. So
no, I detect a trend over here.
Yeah. So
I'm starting to see a
I'm pointing
trend.
out once again, this is a disgusting fetish. This
A
is
big black, baby.
Yeah. From Pregnant Slut.
Do they give the reviews on BBC?
And then we have this one, 1 star, from Daniel Carver. This is degenerate and borderline pedophilic. Anyone who has this is a fucking degenerate. You F-slurs are shoving a virtual baby up your rectum and LARPing as though you're giving birth. Acknowledge the fact that you cunts will never be able to reproduce without the help of a female. No, not a tranny female, a genuine one. Reproduction is between a biological female and male. Understand that. Also, the fact this is emulating a nude baby, I originally thought it was some type of fleshlight. Frankly, the design of this and the fact that people are inserting it inside their rectum is borderline pedophilic.
I think it's worse if it was a flashlight.
I hope you cunts seek shock therapy.
There's more random. Don't worry.
It's not a real kid.
Shut it.
Also, it's God damn it! It's a fucking. I don't even want to touch this anymore.
I'm on the last line here. I hope you cunts seek shock therapy, which zaps the gay away. Follow God's path or feel Tesla's wrath.
Why are they on this?
You ruined the delivery.
Wait, isn't there more? Isn't there another paragraph to that?
There was a reply from the.
That was a
owner of the
reply
website.
from them, and they basically just say like,
Damn.
"What a flashlight? You're gross." Or
Well, I'm glad we're gonna get banned for that last thing being. They'll think you're saying it as a.
For the
I mean,
record, I was
you.
reading a review I do not agree with, nor do I support, or I have no opinion. I am Switzerlanding this topic. Look at me, I'm a whore.
Let's move on
did the
and
pose.
forget
We're done.
we ever had that.
Let's pretend we didn't experience. What was it that Tracy did? Mutual masturbation on the couch with our friend. The bro jobs, right? You guys ready for your watch club?
No.
3 weeks too late.
Wow.
No.
Look at this asshole who didn't even bother to start watching it yet.
No, I
But
did
he watched
bother to
3
start
episodes.
watching it, but
Last night.
You guys are such wonderful.
I'm sure that he found it the same way I found it, which was a tweet or something like that, and then reverse searched it back to it. Oh, it's a flip-flop season in the operating room. Oh no, no. They must have been laughing about this one the whole time they were operating. Dude, I would have been busting a gut. I'd have been like, Mahmoud, stop laughing so hard. You're holding the scalpel. Yeah, the doctors look so smug. Can you lose your Heinemann to a deodorant?
I mean, I guess, yeah. I don't see why you can't.
Why not tie a string and pull it out?
I'm pretty sure the string would break and you'd be in the same situation, so they just cut to the chase. Why bother with the string?
Oh my
Cut
god.
the string, Maurice.
There was a book I
Oh,
used
the
to
love
have as a kid that my parents would read to
How
me.
to shove things in your ass 101.
Why not to shove things in your asshole?
I forget what it was called. Something like I don't know. Anyway, it was
Locating
about
the
a guy.
prostate.
It was about a guy who was walking down the street and yawning, and he didn't cover his mouth when he yawned. And so a fly went down, or a fly went in his mouth, and so he swallowed a fly. I think that's what the book was called. The man who swallowed a fly.
Wow.
So to get the fly out, he swallows a spider.
No,
And-
this is there was an old lady who swallowed a fly. I don't know why she swallowed the fly. Perhaps she'll die, right? That's the nursery rhyme.
Yeah.
Well, this was a guy. It might be based off of that.
Yeah.
Is it called the guy?
So the song goes. So she ate the spider to catch the fly, swallowed it, yeah, and it just keeps going and going, and then she eats a cat to get the
Yeah.
Bird.
So it's the
Yeah,
same
yeah,
thing.
bird and cat and-
and then eventually, he's
It's the
like,
Canadian ripoff.
he maybe he swallows the dog, and then he swallows a dog catcher, and then he says, "If you all don't get out, yeah." And then
Well, he
says,
did get a dick in his mouth.
If y'all don't get out right now, I'm gonna swallow a bear, and then they all run out of his mouth.
well, at least they ran out of his mouth.
But
You see, this all started with my joke being
That's
completely justified.
yeah, so if you start shoving stuff up your ass in chase of the can, you might wind up having to shove a bear up your ass.
So that's what kept you from doing it. Gotcha. Thanks for the story.
I don't know what this was in reference to. Gasha said, I think I learned more new words in the last 5 minutes than I have in. Oh, that was all the shit
That
I
paragraph,
read on the neo vaginas and
the gar stuff.
Oh, God. Well, that was massively too much information. I gotta say, this is a +1 for Fudas. At least they would not have this issue. Oh, boy.
Fuck, we deleted the more you know thing. God damn it.
We never used it. I'm sorry. Oh, how about this one? Oh, no! Okay.
Not quite.
Oh, all right. So I watched
Land of the Lustrous.
Land of the Lustrous. I'm like, wait a minute. I couldn't come up with it.
The Land of the Lustrous.
Okay, I found out why I was mistaken it.
Are you gonna tell us?
Yes.
No, Reese, it's not the Land of the Lustrous. It's just regular Land of the Lustrous. At least correct him correctly, bitch.
The Land of the Lustrous.
Searching anime.
There.
Land of Lustrous.
Get ready.
But Land of the Lustrous.
Click on it. Click on it.
TV.
Click on it.
I know. When you click on it, the title says Land of the Lustrous. But this is where, this must be where I saw it and thought, oh, that's weird. I always thought it was Land of the Lustrous.
Well, Anime Planet worse than Mal. Confirmed. No.
Confirmed.
Yeah, because on Mal it's Hoseki no Kuni.
There on the one third-party app, you used to be able to change it so it displays the English name, but
Oh, really? So anyway, what did you guys think of Land of the Lustrous?
I thought it was all right.
So there were parts of it that I thought were
That's
really
great.
cool. In that I thought it was cool that when she got the new legs, I thought it kind of felt reminiscent of in Mega Man X when you get the power-ups, right? And I kind of liked that she was changing. And what I really liked that was kind of interesting about it was the more she got the upgrades and changed, what was actually happening is that she was losing parts of herself, right?
Losing her memories.
Well, not only the memories, but the upgrades were causing her personality to change.
Yeah, which and her personality is molded by your memories and experiences.
But the point is her day-to-day operation, her temperament, all that was changing because more and more of herself was being lost and replaced by something else, which I kind of felt like was when you're a kid, you're sort of bright-eyed innocent. And the world has all these possibilities and you have all these dreams. And as you become an adult and you just get the shit kicked out of you on a daily basis, you kind of change, you know, you become a lot more dejected and whatnot. And I kind of felt like that was sort of, I don't want to say metaphorical like for that, but I felt like it resonated in that regard. And, the only thing I really did not like about it, other than the ending just not existing, was the fact that she got that ugly ass haircut when she decides to cut her own hair and she looks fucking horrible. My daughter watched the whole show with me and she loved it, but she fucking hated that hair.
Did she tell you that in those exact words? Dad, I fucking hate that hair.
Apparently, my daughter, I don't know where she heard it from because I don't think it was from me, but apparently she dropped an F-bomb the other day.
Oh, dear.
She's like, what the fuck? Or something like that.
Daddy's a little girl.
I didn't like when she got
her favorite character and mine was
Diamond.
But she's so like brittle and useless of a character.
I thought diamond meant you were stronger. The hardest.
Diamonds are strong, but they're brittle, so they break.
And they're pretty.
They're sparkly.
I do recall her being referred to as a woman.
There was also different kinds of diamonds, so there was a stronger diamond.
Black diamond and
blood diamond.
But
oh yeah, there's a butt.
The main girl, I forget her name now.
Her?
They're
all girls, okay? Let's get beyond that part. I understand they're technically genderless rocks, but they're all girls. So the main girl, Bossio,
I thought they said boss the first two episodes. I'm like, wow, everyone calls her boss, but she's like the lowest on the totem pole.
It's like a mafia nickname, like Fat Tony or
hey boss, what's going on here?
Tiny.
When she got her new legs and they were like spirally, I'm like, wow, now we have to deal with the spiral legs. And then like at some point they're like, oh, well, do the powder on my legs, and then they powdered her legs.
I hated that. I was like,
and I was like, no, I like that. I'm like, okay, now we're back to the like smooth whiteness. But then I was like, it wasn't until then that I had like comprehended the fact that they would be the color of their rock if not for the powder all over their body.
Mm-hmm.
But they choose, let's keep the hair so the anime looks pretty and not, to be tactically advantageous so the enemy doesn't see, oh, that's the valuable one.
Yeah.
It probably also saves some confusion not having to paint them all a different color.
So Sarah Wiedenhaft was Foss. And Bort was Genevieve Simmons. I don't recognize any.
I want to say Wiedenhaft is in the Chainsaw Man.
Oh, okay.
Cast. One of the main characters. One of the main.
But yeah, overall, I mean, the look, the animation style, it's CG, annoying. The character designs are good, though. I like the character designs.
One of the things I really liked.
The one chick looked like, what's her name in Tenchi? Washu. Yeah, the red
Cinnabar,
Oh.
I think.
I think they need sunshine. So if they have powder all over themselves, they can't get absorb the sunshine, which is why they have their hair open.
So one of the things I really liked about the hair
missing why
was
they
that
need
they
that.
put the caustic refracting light casting on their like shoulders and stuff.
Mhm.
I thought that was pretty cool.
I thought Cinnabar was the best one. The one that was walking around at
The
night.
poisonous toxic one.
Yeah. I seen a pretty cool garage kit of Cinnabar that I would have bought had it not been a garage kit. Because I didn't feel like I could deal with painting it and everything.
Oh, I just remembered how I hated the body proportions, how it got like really thin and then got really wide suddenly for the hips.
Hips don't lie, dude.
It just looked wonky though to me.
Even for Congo.
Oh man, this guy
His
beat
hips
the
were
shit out of me.
Why
Every time they battled,
he just feels like the pimp.
Right?
He did nothing though. Like every time he battled, it's like clear that he could deal with it by himself, but he just doesn't. And then he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go sleep."
Oh, I'm gonna go meditate.
I think my impression when I started this show a while ago as well and didn't finish it, but my impression was that I don't understand why I care about there's what are they trying to save? Because if they weren't being pursued the whole time, what would they do? They literally seem to exist just to defend, or
Well,
what life
apparently
is
they
there
would
to have?
just have like orgies or something.
Orgy,
Yeah.
rock orgies.
I mean,
Well, they're the evolution of life, right? So humanity evolved into 3 separate species. One were the moon people.
No, it's always rock hard.
The other people. The second is those jellyfish things with boobs, and the third are the rocks. And
It just
supposed
felt
to
like
be-
such a barren world. Like what is worth saving? Why? And also it was just so quick that you quick to turn to, I guess, quote unquote tragedy, even though it's like baiting you into, oh, they're not actually dead or whatever. But it's like, oh, well, okay, I guess they're dead now. So I'm like, whatever.
Well,
like
the beach
Go
of the resurrecting people, where like half-formed people are just there on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
That was a little weird. It's like, are these people alive? Or are they? When does the soul get into them?
When did this air? Like what? This came out like what? 2017, 2018?
20, probably something like that.
I'm trying to remember
Maybe
because
2018.
wasn't Brittany Karbowski? Oh, go ahead.
I don't think Brittany Karbowski was in it.
I think she was one of them. I was listening last night. I thought that the squid, not the squid thing. What is that
Oh,
thing?
yeah, she was Zircon.
Okay, I knew I watched it because I knew someone was in it.
Well, Juliette Simmons was in it.
I mixed her up with
Lucy Christian plays.
yes, that's who I initially
Oh.
thought might be Brittany, but I'm like, oh no, that sounds like Lucy Christian. And then I heard someone walk by that sounded like Brittany Karbowski, so I'm like, oh, okay, I guess they're both in here.
Yeah, it could have been either of them, but I was trying to think of who I would have been who I would have actually watched this for. At the time,
I mean, there's quite a few.
Yeah, Juliette
apparently.
Simmons was this character.
I thought the dub overall was pretty good.
I
Yeah.
remember enjoying it.
That the ice character, is that Gosh Knight or whatever?
Antarcticite.
Antarctica, yeah, that was the other character that I liked.
I do not
You
remember.
really
this
like them
character.
stoic girls, huh?
I guess so.
This is why you didn't like Rebecca. I gotcha.
He wants to be stepped on.
Who's Rebecca? I don't even.
From
Oh yeah,
from Edge Runners.
Cyberpunk, yeah.
He likes
mean-
those stoic girls that will step on you more than anything.
I thought that said hermaphrodite in some
Right, that's what
weird
I thought
way.
at first. Sure. This character had the best hair.
See,
Right.
that's the one that
What about the
Washu.
redhead who was in the coma, or like
Yeah,
didn't
with
have
the one with the like enormous, like a bunch of hair.
That one.
Her.
Yeah.
Pad Paradatska. God, these names. Ugh.
And
then
it,
I just-
like that didn't make sense to me either. Like this random character is just like awake for 12 minutes. They get like the rare mineral that they need to wake her up, and she's up for literally 12 minutes and then goes back to sleep. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe the person who wrote this is like a super autistic, like otaku of minerals, and there's like something to do with the actual mineral that would make sense. Like it's only vibrant for some time out of the year or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
Can't say I've ever heard about any minerals like that.
Where's the I like diamond? There you go. Now everybody can know.
Yeah,
Now-
that's a
Gender
diamond.
question mark.
Oh, jeez.
What about the guy character?
Abort?
Is that also genderless? Kangoro?
Is that a rock? Is that dude
Congo?
a rock as well? I mean, I assume, but
Male.
Yeah, he's for sure male.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if he's a rock or not. He seems to be because he's super hard. Like when
Yeah,
they
like
hit
they
him.
tried. Like, they showed the one trying to wake him up and he broke her arms off or something.
I'm trying to remember because there was one dude who, God, I can't remember his name, but he has that like deep voice.
there's
It's
like only
fucking-
one dude, right?
Bort.
Yeah.
You're thinking of Bort.
Yeah, he's got that really deep, like super, almost smooth growl voice, and I was like, okay, this dude's
Bort.
kind of badass.
Bort is not a guy.
I
What?
thought that guy was it. So the one green haired girl said, "I'm the second hardest or whatever."
Yeah.
And then, and if the other diamond, I'm confused though because you'd assume that diamond would be harder than her, and then the black haired diamond one is also probably harder. But what about dude? Because he's like harder than the hardest. So would she
I
not
think
be
the
number
one
3?
who said, I think that was it Hemi Morphite or Jade who said I'm the
Jade, I
second
think.
hardest one here.
Yeah, she was the second hardest.
Was she played by Jade Saxton? No.
No, it was
not.
Heidi Hinkle.
Heidi Hinkle.
I like I said in the other podcast there, we're slightly talking about it. I just think this whole anime has no purpose. The plot
That's what I'm
doesn't go
saying.
anywhere.
So,
unless
yeah.
they do a season 2, there's literally no reason for anyone to pick this up, unless you're or you're gonna willingly.
Unless you
go
already like the
read
manga and have read beyond it and want to see it animated, then yes, go ahead and pick it up.
Yeah,
So-
if you're only gonna watch the anime, there's no reason why. You
felt
have
as
to
though-
assign yourself to reading the manga.
I felt as though the story had enough mystery and it was so unconventional as a story that it kept me invested.
But there's no payoff.
Yeah, but there's no payoff
for any of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I mean. It's like even if they succeed in their dream, it's like what? Now what? You just
Like
ordered
we still get the mystery of like who the dude is and why she
the pimp, and he's gonna smash them when they
no,
achieve
like
world
what
peace.
what his connections are to spoilers.
So real quick. The cool 2T says they need sunshine. If they were covered in powder, they would go dormant. They are a colony of microorganisms, so the bodies were incomplete colonies. The manga starts going in a very Buddhist direction. And yes, the monk is a rock, sort of, but what he's made of is revealed later on. So it seems like this was something that everybody of our viewers really enjoyed. So I'm happy we picked something they really liked enough to read the manga. Unfortunately, we didn't. We didn't read the manga. I did like it though. I thought that it was.
I did buy the manga. I liked the character design so much that when it was like an ad. I think it was One Punch Man. I generally pick up like volume 1 of manga that I like.
The trial.
And so it might have been One Punch Man that came with an advertisement for this at the back of it or something.
I'm
And I
pretty
was
sure.
like, what?
I'm pretty sure Land of the Lustrous is released by Yen Press, so it wouldn't have been One Punch Man.
Okay, whatever it was, it might have just been in like the
Who's the
chapters.
publisher, AC? Scroll down.
What?
Scroll down, AC. Who's the publisher?
Kodansha.
Kodansha, okay, yeah. So yeah, it would have been One Punch Man.
Whoa.
Oh,
she's way
you know what it might have
flirtier
been
than
then?
Attack on Titan?
No. Kodansha did the two things I bought from them were Ghost in the Shell and Alita. So it might have been one of those two. But either way, there was some ad that I got, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" I'm like, this art looks really good.
Why? Freaking Diamond's body in the manga here reminds me of fucking olive oil from Popeye.
I was about to say, are you sure? Because that torso is really not appealing to me at all.
Okay, but look at Diamond's hair in that artwork versus the fucking anime.
The anime is way better.
No, okay, I disagree with you.
Are you for real?
Yeah, for real.
You think
the
that
rendering
this
on the
trans
anime one
flag
looks pretty
rendered
good.
through a prism
Oh
is
my.
is better?
Yeah.
Jeez.
This oil spill in motion is better.
I like the rainbow hair thing, and I don't think that anime does it.
Well, on the
justice.
plus
So
side,
Super
you're
Saiyan Bo
you're
would
an
be right
ally.
up your alley. You made me say ally. Ally.
What?
Okay.
Oh, I'm guessing you guys didn't hear anything I said before that. Never mind.
I didn't know Ally was supposed to be in your.
I said Super Saiyan Bo would be right up Random 11's alley, but I said ally because.
Yeah,
Never
so I
mind.
do own volume 1 of manga, but I never read it.
What's this? When I search on, I find this and it says Land of Lustrous. Which universe am I in?
Is
This
that
was-
like the literal translation?
I don't
This-
know.
This model kit was picked up by Good Smile Company, so there is actually, if you like that figure, there is a pre-painted figure of that.
The thing is that there was a time, I swear, I looked it up and I was dumbfounded to see on the cover of the stuff that it said Land of Lustrous. I was like, whoa. Like the only other time I've been that dumbfounded was when I found out it was Record of Lodos War, not Record of the Lodos War.
Not that it's going to surprise you, but I thought it was Land of Lustrous. That's what I called it for a while, back when I was watching it at least. Because you guys said the Land of the Lustrous, I thought you were guys just adding fucking words.
Here you go.
Yes, that is the. See, but they fucking lie to you. If you look at like this is a garage kit, and so none of it's painted. It's all gray.
Why is her torso in that one angle so ginormous, like the top of it, and then?
You're really stuck on that, aren't you?
And it would be one
I'm
thing.
sorry if I'm an artist.
I would almost have bought the garage kit
Suffering
if
artist.
the hair was red. Like if they gave
If they
red
already made it red,
resin,
so you didn't
yeah.
have to color it.
because
Because
there's
black-
no.
Painting black is easy.
Yeah, I can paint the white and the black and all that shit. I can't dye like
Yeah.
clear paint plastic. I don't know how to do that. And I just
Isn't
didn't bother.
it would be like a color layering. You'd have to put a darker color followed by raising up the red. Because when
Well,
we
to
used to paint guitars,
maintain
it's
it
a pain
being
in the ass.
clear,
The transparency.
Yeah.
you'd have to like somehow dye it, and it wouldn't be paint. Like I know how to paint things, but
You don't know how
I
to
guess
dye
you could-
very well, do you?
I could try
He's still alive,
finding
so
like
no.
transparent paint. I don't know if that exists, but
Transparent paint? Oh, never mind.
if they sold this figure as a pre-painted thing, I would have bought it.
She sparkle.
Yeah,
Okay.
but is her hair? Does her hair do the thing it does in the show?
It looks like a disco ball.
Is it holographic? Did I pull a foil?
So, as far as the visual interest of the show, it held me, and I thought it was actually pretty good. There were a few jank parts regarding the
Guys, there's
like
some noise.
the
It sounds
CG.
like we're in the room with a washer.
It's
Yeah,
probably
it's
Reese.
Don't be alarmed. There is clothes being washed.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's
Also,
StreamYard
I found
echo
this.
cancellation, so.
It might be just internet.
Is this a manga box set
That looks like the DVD 6 volume from the Japanese
from
set.
the Japanese set?
Oh, okay.
And it
Yeah,
looks
that
nice. It's
those
kind of
look
like the
digipacks.
It literally says
like-
2018 Blu-ray in the title.
Yeah, it does.
It looks like the Steelbook if it was full size, like full thickness.
Anyway, I'll be real. I don't have anything I want to say about it. I liked it.
I enjoyed it.
I
It's
want to
easy.
know what's happening in this panel.
Oh my!
That's Antarctite or whatever her name
I
is.
think she's looking for the Heinemann.
Oh, yeah, that's
when she loses her arms to the icebergs.
Yeah.
Oh my!
Wow.
Television move.
Well, looking for the Heinemann needs to be a teacher.
Oh boy.
I mean, if there ever does come out a season 2, I'll watch it. Because I've
Apparently,
now
the manga's
invested-
ending pretty soon, so we might get a full adaptation.
Honestly, I'll be real. What would you watch it if a different studio took over?
I mean, if they did
I
it
mean, I
better,
would.
why not?
I mean,
yeah,
I would
if
watch
they did it better, yeah.
Well, I'm
If
just
they did it
asking
worse,
because they're currently working on Trigun
Trigun.
Stampede.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
one of the problems with CG is that studios get better at it over time.
Mm-hmm.
And it could be annoying for them to do season 2 and for season 2 to just be leagues better than
to
season
make
1 in
season
terms
one
of
look like it
graphics.
has.
And then you're like, oh, I want to rewatch Land of the Lustrous, and then you're like, oh fuck, it looks like
I
ass.
would like to see someone do like a decent try at doing it in like normal 2D.
Honestly, I don't know how they would be able to do it in 2D.
That's what I was about to ask you guys. Is everyone when this came out, they were like, this is like the show that it had to be done CG, basically. How do you guys feel about that?
There was like, there's a couple scenes that they do 2D animation over the 3D in this show. So it doesn't have to be 3D. So that's stupid.
Well, but for the hair, in the like,
I mean, it
When
might
they
be
break apart and
it might be simpler for them to animate it being CG, but it doesn't have to be CG.
is this
the
the
hair
2D
flow,
over? That looks
like-
like 2D drawings. Huh?
That looks like 2D, yeah.
That could have been a cover for that.
Don't worry, there won't be a season 2. Yeah, I doubt there will be with it being so long between them. But I mean, like, what was the gap
Hey,
between
like,
Devil as a part timer?
yeah, look at what happened with Devil's a
2013,
part
yeah.
timer.
Look,
Like-
hell, the fact that Trigun's getting something after all these years.
Well, this is considered a reboot, I think.
Oh, okay.
The
I have no
only
idea.
the only thing holding this one back would be the popularity. Like, Devil as a part timer was probably more popular than this.
I don't know. I heard.
I don't
more
know.
Land
This
of
is
the
pretty
Lustrous.
popular
I was
with-
one of the few people
Let's
who
take a
loved
look at the mal numbers real
This
quick.
is pretty popular with the trans folks.
Yeah.
I forgot.
It's an
They're the majority
allegory.
of the population. I forgot again.
Well, everyone's got that
Let's see.
transmission.
Land of the Lustrous. Oh, Hoseki no Kuni. Score 8.4.
How many
No,
people
no, no, no,
watched
no.
Ranked
it?
Look at the
161.
numbers.
Hit the
So it's
stats.
173,000 users.
Where's stats?
Right up,
Found
right
it.
there.
Shut up. I found it. 10 out of 10.
All right, open a new tab for Devil's a part timer.
What's the Japanese title for that?
Just search it. You don't.
On a
need
bite,
the
so.
It's something Mao, I believe.
Oh my god, that's not what I said.
Hakurako Mo
That's the second
Sama.
one.
I
Bin
think
Laden.
that's season 1.
Oh, Working Devil
And then scroll down and hit the sequel one.
Well, I can already tell you that's 800,000 users.
Hit the sequel one?
Oh, no, never mind.
It's not even ranked as high.
Yeah. Stats.
Only
not even-
8.5% gave it a 10.
Whoa! 1 million completed.
Yeah.
How many completed? 200,000 completed. Land of the Lustrous.
Yeah.
Now, what years did they come out?
This one's 13. That one's 17, I think. 18.
So it has
Scroll-
only a 4
scroll
year
down.
edge.
AC, scroll down. No, not that far. Jesus Christ. 2017. There.
Okay, so I was right. It was roughly 2017. I remember my girlfriend at the time, her family, like some of her friends, really loved her and her family really loved Land of the Lustrous. I was the weirdo who was crazy about The Devil as a Part-Timer because I got her to watch that. And like, yeah, I don't remember people being as crazy about Devil as a Part-Timer. I guess the numbers show it.
I remember people being crazy about it back then.
I mean, different circles, I guess. I don't know.
I'm going to dip out.
Just
Well,
saying.
I think it's
We might as
more
well
like,
all dip out.
I mean, yeah.
for this one, I think the more the people who actually watched it, I really fucking love it. Whereas Devil is a Part-Timer, there's a lot of people who watched it, but only a handful like really, really liked it.
I mean, the only people I hear of that like it are the people that love it, really. I don't know.
31%, 9 out of 10. 34%, 8 out of 10. It's... Yeah, I think... I mean, clearly only 0.4% thinks it's a 1 star versus 0.1%.
It's got the edge, clearly.
Clearly.
It's got the critical edge.
A lot fewer people hate it, but, you know, not a lot of people like it. Anyway, I'm going to bed. I love you guys.
We love you too.
Wow. AC.
No bro jobbing in the couch in the foyer.
I will gladly take this deodorant next to me and shove it up your ass just for you.
Well, that's an awkward thing for Ronan to come in on. Have a good night. I am
Okay,
going
so
upstairs.
next Watch Club is Haven't You Heard I'm Sakamoto? We'll probably.
Heard I'm Sakamoto.
Are we actually going to talk about it next week? FD down.
Hey, even if I don't watch it, I've seen it, so.
Well, I
can
started
talk
watching it, and I'd be honest with you. Wow, that shtick! It's like they've run out of it quickly. Like the.
Yeah, I
It's like
remember
that deodorant up
initially
your ass.
being not meeting expectations, but it's
Yeah,
still
like
good.
it very much is Psyche
Mary
K.
Poppins.
If I hadn't watched Psyche K first, I might have enjoyed it more. But it's just Psyche K with worse animation. Like where they're throwing the balls to each other. And I'm just like, their activity is like not like behaving at all like a person would. You know, you're throwing the thing they do with the 3 bully guys throwing the balls from a distance.
Yes, literally at the very beginning of the show.
Exactly. And so they'll say things like, what? You know, and like in real life, a person would catch it and stop for a second and respond before throwing it again. But it's just a loop of them like tossing it back and forth. And it's so obviously CG and feels lazy. And I just, so far, I'm disappointed.
I believe it's Studio Dean.
Well, that explains a lot. Anyway, let's so next week, this coming week here, I'm working for 5 days straight, and then I have basically all of next week off. So hopefully we can get back on to doing our weekly show.
So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Wednesday or Sunday.
It is Dean, by the way.
Monday,
Yeah.
Tuesday. No. So you're off on Sunday then, going forward.
Yeah, I'm off Sunday and Monday. Those are my normal days off. But because it's the end of the month, we don't have any more routes. So, well, I mean, we have some routes, but I'm not doing them. They're the beginning of the week ones I don't usually do. And so my daughter's birthday is on the 27th, same birthday as Joseph Joestar. And
oh no. Okay.
and other than that, like, I'm pretty open. So hopefully whatever happens between then and now, I gotta do a little bit of figuring out how we're gonna cover the whole YouTube. What was it? The bot sentinel YouTube report.
I don't think that's worth even covering.
Well, as a follow-up, I do think it would be worth addressing the actual report, which is pretty fucking funny. But it's moving so fast that it feels like I can't jump into coverage because everybody we know and love on YouTube is involved, except for us. Slid right under the radar. Anyway, guys, I'm going to bed. I'll catch you later. And hopefully I don't get sick again because fuck that shit.
Well, we will end the podcast here then.
I will do the yee outro.
Bye, guys.
Yee.